conference. She's the co-chair of the African Union Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance for COVID-19, and she's also the WHO Special Envoy ACT Accelerator for COVID-19. She is a physician, she is an absolutely stunning woman, and she is someone who continues to fight for all of humanity. Please welcome the convener of today's conference, Dr. Ayode Alakija.
Thank you very much. Good morning. We're going to begin this morning before full proceedings with a moment for a friend, a moment for a global health champion, a moment for somebody we lost just a couple of days ago. If you would join me in being upstanding for Dr. Paul Farmer. Paul, we all knew, was a giant in this world of public health. He was a senior and a friend to me. When I first arrived in Rwanda over 10 years ago, he took me in and taught me so much, and taught me not to take myself too seriously, something that I hold on to till this day. He would take my daughter home for play dates with his kids. I followed him to Haiti and started some work there, and he has contributed so much and left such an incredible legacy. So it would be wrong to start this conference convening here, all of us in Africa, for the first time in so many years without saying goodbye to Paul and saying, go with the angels, Paul. Thank you. Africa thanks you. Thank you for everything. And we will continue the journey where you left us. The road is long. Thank you. And now, the Nigerian national anthem. It is my pleasure and my honor to welcome you to this conference. But the person who will truly welcome you is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari. The government have been in full support of this program, and of course, due to COVID and various restrictions, he's unable to be physically present with us here today. But he has recorded a video message, and we shall be hearing from President Buhari right now. Tech.
We must redress the inequity that prevents COVID tools, diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines from getting from ports to arms and leaving Africa behind in the race to beat COVID variants. Global solidarity and proactive leadership is the only way we will beat this virus. This high-level summit will call for greater solidarity and for the world to hear Africa's voice on how we can beat this virus together. Africa and Africans will not wait for the rest of the world to save us from the virus. We will be the masters of our own fate and our own future. For our party in Nigeria, we are accelerating vaccinations to ensure our health security strategy saves lives and kickstart our economic recovery. The world's attention is on Abuja, and we must now ensure that we secure equitable vaccines through making the investments and commitments in ensuring all Africans are protected against the virus and its variants. We must do this for our current and future health and prosperity. This summit will explore what lies behind the inequitable access to COVID-19 tools. It will pave the way for an African-led response, a response that will be rooted in the realities of our health systems and based on lessons we have learned from fighting other communicable diseases like Ebola and HIV/AIDS. Our discussions will be practical and inspired by African ideas and innovations. We will consider the capacity and capability of the continent to be self-sufficient in manufacturing the COVID tools we need most to overcome the pandemic. Our solutions will be focused on actions that will work on the African continent for our people. Global solidarity requires global cooperation and international partnerships. We are thankful for those partnerships which are co-created, developing solutions from the ground up, engaging affected communities from the start. I am pleased to see that we have the participation of global institutions and world leaders who are here to work alongside and in support of African leaders and institutions in our collective fight against COVID and future infectious disease outbreaks. Africa has a key role to play in beating this virus. This summit leaves the world in no doubt that Africans will continue to be at the forefront of the fight against COVID. We are ready and able to work with others in ways that strengthen health systems, promote global health security, and minimize the impact of routine and primary health care. This summit will ensure that African leaders, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector will continue to play their part as equals in the fight against the COVID pandemic. The results of the summit will inform and help shape decisions on pandemic preparedness at high-level meetings on the world stage in 2022, including at the World Health Assembly in May and the G7 and G20 meetings later this year. Our ambition is to ensure that Africa's voice and Africa's role are recognized and heard, and that our leadership will ensure that the barriers to access and using COVID tools are removed, enabling people to get the health care they need to end this pandemic and lay the basis for overall improved healthcare for our people. And I thank you for your attention.
Mr. President, His Excellency. And now we welcome the President of Zambia, His Excellency President.
Acknowledge His Excellency the President of Nigeria, heads of state and government that are present here, Director General of the World Health Organization, technical experts, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies for not being able to join this important conference because of other pressing responsibilities at home. Like all countries in the world, Zambia has not been spared by the COVID-19 pandemic. In Zambia, our country's oxygen production capacity could not meet the surge in demand due to COVID-19 patients, who required, of course, oxygen therapy. And sadly, many people died. Many of our dear citizens died simply for lack of oxygen. This is unacceptable. Limited vaccines were introduced during this third wave in April 2021. Now, 5 vaccines are available here in our country, such as AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Sinopharm, Moderna, and Pfizer. These have been received through various mechanisms, including COVAX, the African Union's African Vaccine Acquisition Trust, and indeed direct country donations. And we appreciate all of this. As our government came into place at the tail end of the third wave, which is in August 2021, we acted decisively. We immediately heightened the COVID-19 agenda at a national level with a specific office and professional advisor to the president appointed at State House. We completed a detailed review to identify gaps in the implementation of the existing COVID response and mitigation strategies. We recognize that the COVID-19 was not simply a health issue, but a multi-sectoral, cross-cutting national threat. And as such, it requires a response commensurate to the threat. Other line ministries needed to be brought to the table on the COVID agenda, with permanent secretaries sitting on the preparedness committees. We also needed to invite private sector and civil society organizations to the table and engage traditional structures through the chiefs and traditional leaders, as well as church leaders, to play their role on the COVID prevention and sensitization. We developed a multi-pronged strategy which included the specific inclusion of COVID response into the national budget process. We worked to increase engagement with the national and international cooperating partners and stakeholders with a stronger commitment to transparency and accountability. After 6 months of the previous vaccination program, to be specific, from April to September 2021, the country had only achieved around 3% vaccination of the target population. We decided, therefore, to relaunch the campaign nationally on the 7th of October 2021. We increased thereafter direct engagement with the religious and traditional leadership structures across the country, as well as more engagement with the media. We created campaigns to confront the myths and indeed misconceptions, which were many, by the way. As a result, within 3 months since the relaunch, we now stand at a national coverage of above 21% who are fully vaccinated. This is still below our target, of course, but we are now making substantial progress towards this intended target. Of note, we also expanded the target population to include children from 12 years of age and above. We recognize the key challenges, which we summarize here. Challenge number 1, lack of local manufacturing capabilities and capacity. While vaccine science discovered vaccines to help against COVID-19, African countries remained at the mercy of rich ones to donate their excess capacity. While India quickly picked up the production of vaccines for the rest of the developing world, projections were overrun when they experienced a huge outbreak themselves. Although donations have improved to date, Africa does not have sufficient vaccines for its willing population. This is a challenge. Only South Africa presently has some capacity to produce vaccines locally. Other countries such as Morocco, Egypt, Senegal, Rwanda, and Kenya are said to have a roadmap towards local manufacture. This is encouraging. We need to seriously address these challenges in order to avert similar experiences in the future. Challenge number 2, we have inadequate COVID commodities. Because of weak health systems and the poor testing capacities, Africa has not been able to accurately establish the true extent of the burden of disease. We do not know exactly how many people have died in the communities because of COVID, and we also could not afford mass screening. There is need to find mechanisms for supporting availability of testing kits for such sensitive diseases. Capacity for all important genetic sequencing to determine the COVID variants driving the outbreaks is a serious gap as well. We currently wait from scientists from the north and west. Of course, now South Africa is on board on this aspect to publish the identity of new variants. It is plausible that new variants could emerge from within our territories, and we must develop capacity to detect those in good time. Challenge number 3, cross-border surveillance and control. All efforts so far have been directed at air travel, but we have many people crossing our borders by road and indeed water, where we have no or limited minimal controls. Challenge number 4, international travel and diplomatic relations. We need to find ways of ensuring protection of sovereign territories based on sound scientific facts while respecting international relations and protocols. Shutting out travel from Southern African countries at the announcement of the Omicron COVID variant was not only inappropriate, it also undermined business and international relations, without doubt. Pronouncements by some rich countries that they would not recognize vaccinations from other countries, mostly African, really undermined our efforts to convince populations to take up vaccines amid anti-vaccine propaganda. Last but not least, there is need for we African governments to invest in solving local problems. We must advocate for change among ourselves as African leaders so we are less dependent on donations. We must own our own health security responsibilities and include meaningful budgetary allocations in order to fight global and local emergencies like the COVID-19 pandemic. Cooperation amongst ourselves is of vital importance going forward. Many thanks to the organizers, and we look forward to the resolutions of this summit, which we hope will be practical and indeed implementable. God bless you all. God bless Africa.
Thank you. His Excellency, President Hichilema, President of Zambia, thank you. You've heard from our President. Endless bickering and finger pointing, the need for us to finally come together and act together. And next, I take you, sadly not here in person, but I know he's across, close in spirit, and on a screen right next to me, my brother, the Director General of the World Health Organization. He needs no introduction. My brother, your absence is keenly felt. I can see you. Your absence is very keenly felt here, and it's wonderful to see you. Welcome to Abuja, albeit virtually, and we'll see you in person soon. Over to you, Dr. Tedros.
Thank you, my sister. Really, of course, I fully agree in spirit I'm with you, but I wish I could be there in person. I would like to start by thanking you for your leadership and for bringing us all together. So thank you so much indeed, my sister. Your Excellency, President Muhammadu Buhari, Your Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, and my dear sister Yodi, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity of joining you today. And I would like to take a moment to join you in mourning the untimely passing of our colleague and my dear friend, Paul Farmer. Paul was a great humanitarian and a tireless champion of equity and health as a human right. He will be deeply missed. And I thank Yodi for acknowledging Paul in yesterday's program. And thank you, Yodi, for also recognizing him today, and also for your leadership in bringing us all together, and for your excellent work as Special Envoy for the ACT Accelerator. This week marked 1 year since COVAX made its first delivery in Africa to Ghana. Unfortunately, vaccine nationalism and manufacturers prioritizing high-income countries in the first half of last year severely limited the number of vaccines COVAX was able to supply in the first half of last year to Africa. As a result, 83% of the population of Africa is yet to receive a single dose. This is not only a moral failure, it's also an epidemiological failure, which is creating the ideal conditions for new variants to emerge. Through COVAX, we are now overcoming many of the supply and delivery constraints we faced last year, with almost 1.2 billion doses of vaccine delivered, and the supply outlook of this year is positive. Through purchased and donated doses, COVAX has secured enough vaccines to achieve 45% of coverage across recipient countries by the middle of this year. Other sources, including through our partner, AVAT, provide the means for countries to reach the global target of 70% by mid-2022. We must now turn our attention to addressing the crucial question of how we turn vaccines into vaccinations, or how we get vaccines from ports to arms. Protecting the highest priority groups, including all health workers, older adults, and those with underlying medical conditions, must remain our urgent and immediate focus to prevent severe disease, save lives, and safeguard essential health services. WHO and our ACT Accelerator partners are working day and night to address the bottlenecks that remain in partnership with countries, AVAT, the Africa CDC, funders, manufacturers, and civil society. We are on the ground with you to do whatever it takes to reach country goals, not only on vaccines, but for testing and treatment. We have also taken steps to facilitate voluntary sharing of technology, intellectual property, know-how, and data, including the COVID-19 Technology Access Pool, or CTAP, and the mRNA Technology Transfer Hub we established recently in South Africa, which has already developed its own mRNA vaccine candidate. Just last week, we announced the first 6 African countries that will receive technology from the hub to produce their own vaccines, including Nigeria. WHO has now identified 20 countries that have expressed interest in mRNA vaccine development training by South African hub. Later today, we will also be announcing the establishment of a global biomanufacturing training hub. This second hub will provide countries working with the mRNA vaccine technology hub with a broader workforce training to turn novel technologies into large-scale manufactured doses of vaccine and other products. Of course, this whole process would be accelerated if manufacturers were willing to share their intellectual property and know-how with the hub. We strongly support the proposal from South Africa and India for a temporary waiver of intellectual property rights under the TRIPS agreement for the duration of the pandemic. The flexibilities in the TRIPS agreement are there to be used in emergencies. If not now, then when? We need to pull out all the stops to achieve the 70% vaccine coverage target by the middle of this year. as well as the minimum targets for testing, treatments, and PPE coverage. Achieving the 70% target in all countries is essential for ending the pandemic as a global health emergency and driving a truly inclusive global recovery. It will also help prevent the emergence of new variants, which could be more severe or transmissible next time around. High-level political leadership and accountability in elevating COVID-19 vaccination as a national and subnational priority is an essential condition for success. To support these actions, WHO, UNICEF, and Gavi have initiated the COVID-19 Vaccine Delivery Partnership to assist government-led vaccine strategies through political engagement, delivery funding, technical assistance, and surge support. This partnership will bring the tools, training, and expertise to strengthen cold chains and logistics, deploy vaccinators, mobilize funding, strengthen data systems, engage communities, and plan and coordinate operations. Thank you all for your commitment. Actions speak louder than words. So let's get to work to get vaccines from ports to arms and end COVID-19 as a global health emergency. Again, thank you so much, my dear sister Yodi, for bringing us all together, for your hard work, commitment, and leadership. And I thank you and glad to join, even if it's virtually. Back to you.
My brother, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your leadership in this once-in-a-100-year moment. We're in a historical moment in time. This pandemic is going to shape our lives going forward. It's going to shape our children's and our grandchildren's futures, just as the 1943, the 45, the World War II reshaped and shifted the geopolitical sands of history. It shifted alliances and partnerships. It shifted who trusted who. So has this pandemic shifted who we know and who we trust, who we want to work with and who we believe has our back. It is shifting alliances as we speak, as the drums of war are lifting in Europe, and we're beginning to look at a world that is fractured, because we as people fractured it, because we as people did not come together in a moment of crisis. So this is a moment to come together. I am proud to have so many of my ACT Accelerator brothers here, my family. I was invited into this wonderful family, and I acknowledge and welcome you. I welcome Richard Hatchett, CEO of SEPI. I welcome Seth Berkeley, CEO of Gavi. I welcome Juan Pablo Uribe, the director of the GFF at the World Bank. So many of you, I'm sure there's somebody I haven't seen, but I'm an only child, so this is wonderful to me to come into a family of brothers who pour you drinks and have your back. Welcome to Nigeria, welcome to my home. As we end this initial opening segment, before we go to the CSO and Gender Summit, we're going to pause for a minute for a musical message. It is a message in itself, and I'm going to call on the person who knows best how to introduce this. Peter Hawkins, the UNICEF country director. I'm going to call on Peter, who knows the genesis of this, to tell us about it.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, in May 2020, in the depths of the lockdown, this incredible artist created an anthem over COVID-19. He inspired us then, and he's here to inspire us again. He inspired a population to wear masks, socially distance, and wash their hands. Today, he is here to inspire us again around vaccination. Ladies and gentlemen, Cobans, an incredible talent, a singer, a songwriter, and a voice of the people here in Nigeria, across Africa, and the world. The debut, We Go Win, is a song to inspire all to vaccinate. Ladies and gentlemen, Cobans.
my sister, Papa, no big actions, we go fight, we go as long as we remember to always do the right thing, we go stand by each other, coronavirus, we won't get let go. Vaccines, or if you return, if we collect our vaccines, talk for yourself, fight for the people, talk for the people you love. Vaccines, they protect us and save us from many diseases before. We are special, we're courageous, we are awesome humans. We too much, oh, we get power, we can conquer anything. So let's stand up, pull our sleeves up, and make we take the vaccine. Let us stand by each other, we go win. We don't tell what we do, we do words, we do pray for solution to come our way. Meanwhile, corona, they do anyhow, we they use people life, we they play. If you young, if you old, if you tall or yellow, you don't care for your time or your race, no matter your height or your age. COVID no they look good to your face. So get vaccinated, it's safe and secure and it they protect lives. Make you no delay this, make nyama disease no reach your side. No go to think say you young go, so you no go fit catch you wrong go. So register with your turn, sleeve up and give it a shot. The moment of silence for the ones that we lost. The moment of thank you for the people where they help us. But our hope no they finish. Corona reach us, but we're back in a minute. We take our vaccines and we rise like the phoenix. All we do is win, 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 we all winners. So do it for yourself and your neighbor. Do it for the people you love. Oh, vaccines don't yet protect us and save us from many diseases before. We are special, we're courageous, we are agile human beings. We too much, oh, we get power, we can conquer anything. So let's stand up, pull our sleeves up, and if we take the vaccine, we go stand with one another, we go win. My brother, my sister, mama, papa, and big COVID-19 no big pass we go fight and we go win. Just as long as we remember to always do the right thing, we go win.
Please join me in being upstanding for COBAMS. Wow. Wow. Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We go win, oh. We go win. We go win means we're going to win this. It means we're going to get there. That's Pidgin English, Nigerian Pidgin, Patois, in whatever cultural language that you're used to. The words are powerful. The delivery was incredible. Thank you, COBAMS. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for coming all the way from Lagos to bring us this special message today. We hope we can amplify this, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa, across the world. That was special, and it gives us something to ponder as we go into the next segment, part of this opening segment, which is the CSO statement. The civil society organizations have a statement to present to the leaders at the summit. It is my pleasure today to introduce CSO leaders who participated yesterday and the lead who coordinated the CSO summit and has been by my side for the last year and a bit as a friend, in solidarity, a partner in crime, partner in trouble, partner in activism. Oh, Tian, there you are. I am so sad that you cannot be here in person. Tian Johnson is a founder and head of African Alliance. Tian is unable to be here because they have been unable to get vaccinated properly. They are based in South Africa and have comorbidities and haven't been able to join us because of the vaccinations. And many others from our civil society partners were also unable to join us largely because of funding, because nobody funds civil society at the grassroots level. But I'm going to let them tell you that by themselves. Also, Dr. FIFA Rahman, who is a permanent NGO representative on the ACT Accelerator, joined us yesterday also virtually, unfortunately because of a snafu with visas. Sarah Maka Ugabe of the One Campaign. Hi, FIFA, there you are. Great to see you, welcome. Sarah Maka Ugabe, who's the Director of Advocacy, and I'm going to forget the rest of your long title, sorry, Sarah, of the One Campaign, also co-coordinated with us and have done an incredible job. They held a 4-hour session yesterday where we had speakers from all over Africa, all the regions of Africa. And when you receive your conference booklets in a moment, you will have all the details. But for now, I'm going to hand over to Tian and welcome Sarah to join me up on the podium.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lakija, the space that has been created for us to share the civil society statement. Colleagues, today we, a broad, inclusive and indigenous-led civil society collective with the solidarity of international civil society partners and networks, commend states' efforts to safeguard the lives of African citizens. As we look north today across the seas and wonder at the impending cloud of war and devastation, the displays of patriarchal violence in the place of peace, we are reminded that we have more in common than what divides us. As Africans, this moment gives us pause and compels us to ask, when is our time? When is our time to not just survive, but to prosper, to be free from poverty, from violence, from sickness? And as we ask ourselves that question, we also take the time to reflect on where we have come from and what has brought us to this moment. We can speak about the complicity of countries such as the US, Canada, France, Norway, Germany, and others, who together with pharmaceutical companies have been complicit in preserving this profit-fueled pandemic. We can talk about their lack of meaningful action and the abundance of rhetoric and PR moments to secure their political futures at the expense of our lives. We can talk about their silence when over a year ago we implored them to step aside and stop hoarding vaccines so countries on this continent who had paid in full could get what we had paid for and keep those we love alive to see today. But today, I would like us to reflect a little closer to home, and I want to talk to you about Abuja. Over 20 years ago, 20 years, 2 decades, those who claimed the title of leader signed a declaration that boldly declared that the fight against HIV, which was ravaging our communities and killing us, would be treated as the highest priority. They resolved that they would make sure that the cost of the treatment that would keep us alive would be affordable, and that the technologies for the treatment, care, and prevention of diseases would be within reach and even incentivized. They pledged to advocate globally and act locally. They promised to allocate at least 15% of their budgets to ensure that sickness, pain, and death are not defining features of our lives as Africans. They pledged, they declared, they resolved. Just a few years later, 19 African countries had reduced their public health spending. What we see before us through the magnifying glass of COVID-19 are the fruits of decades of deprioritizing health at country level. The fact remains that as Africans, we absolutely must ensure that we leave no one behind. And that means all Africans, the Africans who we continuously and willfully refuse to see, the Africans who sell drugs, the Africans who use drugs, the Africans who sell sex, the Africans who are in detention, the Africans who disregard our colonial borders in search of a better life, the gay, bisexual, transgender, and intersex Africans who choose to love freely against all odds, despite the laws in our countries that criminalize us, stigmatize us, and emboldens communities to inflict violence on us in the name of colonial laws that we still enforce, despite our proclamations of love for Kenyatta, for Sankara, for Biko, for Fanon, for Kabuye, and Machel, and talk of an African renaissance that we cannot see ourselves in and remains a distant, distant prospect. The African women and girls who daily carry this continent on their backs and on their shoulders, who navigate their lives on this continent despite relentless violence inflicted on them by men, despite unwavering sexual violence, patriarchy that pervades and infests every aspect of our existence and continues to be a barrier to freedom for all and the blanketing violence of poverty. Despite this all, we stand before you today and ask, when will our time come? When will our time come to breathe freely, to dismantle this reality, to break the cycle? Over 2 years into this pandemic, deep inequalities persist within the global access to COVID-19 vaccines, treatments, and diagnostic space. 10 billion vaccine doses produced in 2021, more than enough to have reached WHO's global vaccination target of 40% if vaccines had been distributed fairly across the globe. Today, almost 55% of the world has been vaccinated against COVID. In Africa, only about 12% of people, in part because of late and unpredictable access to vaccines. Meanwhile, 6 out of 7 COVID-19 cases go undiagnosed amidst a lack of access to testing on the continent. And the ongoing undercounting of death reveals a lack of access to diagnostics and weak health information systems. African countries' inability to access the tools necessary to contain epidemics increased national debt, as countries, many of whom were already highly indebted, were forced to borrow more from international lenders to purchase vaccines, compelling African nations to spend to save lives now at the expense of investing in developing the essential services, including healthcare, education, and social safety nets that protect lives and livelihoods in the future. The colonialism that has structured African economies to provide raw materials to colonial powers has left many commodity-reliant African economies vulnerable to price shocks during the pandemic. And without advanced manufacturing capabilities that found us wanting in this pandemic, and unless we disrupt the status quo, will find us wanting in the next pandemic. This even as former colonial powers hoarded vaccines. They blocked even temporary measures such as a TRIPS waiver to increase access to COVID-19 tools on the continent that would have spared lives and spared economies. And now they want us to move on and tell us to live with COVID as a manageable disease. We acknowledge African scientists' role in openly sharing data to critically shape the global response. This commitment to international principles of scientific transparency and pandemic response was often rewarded by the imposition of racist travel bans against their home countries. We recognize in the last 20 years the establishment of the first vaccine partnership, Gavi, and during COVID-19, COVAX, and the access to COVID-19 tools, the ACT Accelerator. We in particular recognize the WHO Director General's appointment of Dr. Ayode Alakija as special envoy for the accelerator, and are encouraged and inspired by the fact that a Black woman who is an expert in her field, a proud feminist, and an ardent defender of human rights willing to speak truth to power is at such a crucial decision-making table. She executes her duties in the full knowledge that she arrived as one, but now stands as 10,000. Countries in the WHO have begun to invest in African vaccine manufacturing, and the Africa CDC has become a catalyst for advancing discussions around local production that had, up until now, largely stalled at the African Union. We not only want, but desperately need a funded, functional, and accountable African CDC, and stand in support to make this a reality. We are, however, concerned that interventions to increase timely and equitable access to medicines for Africa do not address the root cause of inequality. Existing initiatives fall dismally short of ensuring that African nations assert their own sovereignty. Interventions such as donor funding for initiatives and voluntary licensing remain at the discretion of the global north and ultimately curtail the agency of African countries and their pandemic preparedness. We note that national COVID-19 responses on the continent have themselves often been plagued by a lack of transparency, accountability, and in some cases, poor planning and blatant corruption and looting of pandemic funds. We now make the following demands. We call on the African Union, G7, and other leaders to urgently agree to a fully funded roadmap to deliver on the WHO goal of fully vaccinating 70% of people globally by mid-2022. The roadmap should be based on a comprehensive global manufacturing and distribution plan for the vaccines and all COVID-19 products and technologies. This plan must also include a regular public reporting mechanism with meaningful civil society oversight. As a handful of global health leaders begin to advance a perverted narrative that the worst is over and we must now live with COVID, we say to them, shame on you. Shame on you fully vaccinated and fully boosted, sitting in your bloated warehouses of hoarded vaccines, telling this to us on a continent that has been on the receiving end of your greed and your refusal to stand by us when we called on you to walk the talk of solidarity and stand with us on the TRIPS waiver, when we asked you to stand with us and stop hoarding, to stand with us and demand what we have asked for since the onset of this pandemic, justice and not charity. It is immoral for you to present resilient health systems as an adversary to equitable vaccine access for our people. This is not a choice, and we must pursue both with equal vigor. COVID is not over until we have equitable access to vaccines, to tests, to treatment and linkage to care. Thinking otherwise is not grounded in reality or in science. We call on the WHO to urgently issue guidance allowing the stringent regulatory approval of COVID-19 tools, including self-tests, in the place of WHO pre-qualification. Delays in WHO processes actively result in Africans not being able to access COVID-19 testing services and, by extension, linkage to treatment, care, and support. If you are a teacher in some countries on this continent, a COVID test will cost you nearly half of your monthly salary. We have a right to know our status. And as we look abroad and see tests being delivered to people's homes by their governments, tests available freely in public spaces, we again ask, when is it our time? We call on the African Union leaders to commit to transparency and accountability in their COVID-19 responses by making COVID-19 contracts, including prices paid and procurement, a matter of public record in their home countries. Just this week, an NGO, the Health Justice Initiative, filed court papers in South Africa. At the core of those demands was one principle. We have a right to know what commitments you, who hold the title of leader, have made in our name. When will it be our time for accountability? We call on African leaders to commit to a zero-tolerance policy for officials and businesses who engage in COVID-19 corruption, profiting as people died, lost jobs, and as our people collapsed in vaccination lines from hunger, showing yet again that vaccination does not happen in a vacuum. We call on the African Union to develop a concrete and publicly available plan for how the continent will use its buying power to secure better terms and conditions for countries, even in the context of Africa's reliance on donor-funded immunizations. We insist that global leaders and bodies, including Gavi, the African Union, the Africa CDC, and the WHO, commit to ensuring consistent, meaningful, and independent access for civil society and community observers from the onset of initiatives. We can see before our very eyes the cost of ignoring calls that we made 2 years ago to ensure that the resources and political will behind research and development, manufacturing, and logistics also goes into ensuring that no community is left behind. Our continued failure to recognize this truth will mean that vaccines will not move out of the fridge and into arms, despite all of our efforts. African leaders must continue to develop local manufacturing, while also ensuring that governments retain sufficient ownership of these new facilities to ensure their strategic direction and output serves the public interest first. The African Union must convene a high-level meeting to review best practices for structuring ownership and public investment and returns on medical breakthroughs within the continent, learning from the pandemic. G7 and EU leaders, the WHO, and major philanthropies must commit to making the conditions of COVID-19 and pandemic preparedness funding for Africa public, particularly any existing intellectual property conditions, and that funding for local production in Africa must be free of strings and intellectual property provisions that benefit donor countries. Any response to the current pandemic or future pandemics must be grounded in the principles of community, equity, transparency, and accountability. A future pandemic treaty must include strong language barring the imposition of travel bans in line with international health regulations. G7 and EU leaders must undertake to include conditions on future research and development funding for medicines in response to pandemics to ensure that public financing achieves the public good, instead of enriching powerful pharmaceutical companies and adding to the rapidly growing pool of pandemic billionaires. Alongside creating a pandemic treaty, the WHO should spearhead moves to hold a United Nations General Assembly special session on access to medicines within the context of pandemic preparedness. Following the 2016 recommendations of a UN high-level panel on access to medicines, these meetings must explore new ways of funding research and development that de-link R&D costs and pricing to increased equitable access. And all clinical research conducted in Africa should be implemented with resourced community engagement plans that span all phases of research, from protocol development to post-trial access.
Tian, thank you. I arrived as one, but I stand as 10,000. I felt that. Thank you, friend. FIFA, over to you.
Thank you very much, and my many apologies for not being able to be with you in person today. Tian, thank you for your statement on behalf of civil society and communities. Representing ACT Accelerator Civil Society, we stand in support and solidarity of your statements, of your concern about the inequity, of the domination of Global North to the exclusion usual acceptance of private sector control over COVID countermeasures, and instead to redouble its efforts to expand supplies, lower prices, and equitably distribute COVID-19 health technology until everyone has equitable access. We agree that the Act Accelerator and other global health initiatives should do much more towards systemic changes to improve access to medical tools for COVID and beyond. For example, strengthening health systems in countries, transitioning from donor-driven to sustainable domestic procurement, local innovation, local manufacturing, and a well-protected and well-supported health workforce, and communications that communicate trust. We have been observing with interest the new efforts to increase manufacturing in Africa and to distribute manufacturing capacity, including BioNTech's support and efforts to produce its mRNA COVID vaccine in standard shipping containers. But this is only a first step. We need to think into the future about a new TRIPS order, as Tian so powerfully communicated, because maximalist IP will come back to bite us. Secondly, while we support the CEPI replenishment efforts wholeheartedly, we call for more transparency in their contracts to ensure enforceability of clauses that state preference for manufacturers who openly license and that require LMIC manufacturing. It is clear that we have seen a deprioritization of LMIC markets in this COVID response. And we note that vaccine equity discussions are shifting towards discussions on absorption capacity, while we forget that African countries have a wealth of experience on mass vaccinations. As these discussions go forward, it would be wise for us to examine how being kept out of discussions about a lack of visibility on when these donations were coming and to feel excluded from equal intellectual partnerships have cultivated an environment of distrust. The silver lining of all of this, as we've seen in Africa CDC's manufacturing conferences, is the renewed vigor in Global South political leadership on manufacturing and to reduce neo-dependency. We note the increased investments into Africa by the EU to facilitate this, but emphasize the need for accountability in this redistribution agenda, with frequent reports back to member states and civil society. Thank you, Tian, again for your powerful statement, and colleagues from indigenous NGOs. It gives us much to think about and much more to convert into action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, FIFA. Thank you for your statement, and thank you for standing in solidarity with Africa. And now over to you, Sarah, to close the CSO NGO statement.
Thank you, Dr. Lakija. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and standing on existing protocol. Yesterday we had a 4-hour session, and as you've heard from indigenous CSOs, Act A CSOs, and the INGOs. And I'm here representing the International Non-Government Organization. Just to state that we stand in solidarity with the statements that have been made previously. And we salute and honor our domestic and international actors that have stood and fought and keep fighting in this moment of history. They fought for justice, for equity, and the preservation and the dignity of all human lives. We thank you. But it's clear that the pandemic revealed both the human ingenuity and human failure. That we're able to create vaccines in record time, coordinate around collective mechanisms for bargaining and distribution, and set out the intention for equitable access are wins that we can stand on proudly. At the same time, as mentioned previously, the gross injustice of leaving low and middle income countries at the back of the vaccine queues, opaqueness of pharma contracts, and systemic responses by credit agencies, the IMF, World Bank, which penalize poorer countries for getting economic relief, have opened our eyes that things must change. The importance of ensuring that COVID-19 vaccinations, therapeutics, diagnostics, and treatments reaches everyone that needs them. It's not just an issue of justice, but one of health security and economic security. Unfortunately, to date, it seems like it's been too much of an afterthought. As leaders, domestic and international, meet in forthcoming summits on vaccinations, we call them to do the following 4 things. I speak on behalf of INGOs to African leaders. This point came out clearly yesterday. Please use your voice and continue to use your voice. The pandemic revealed a need for more African leaders to call out inequities and transparently showcase their progress and limitations. We need you to use the power of your voice loudly and frequently. Secondly, African manufacturing capability is a priority. You've heard this over and over again. I believe it's the drumbeat of the moment we're in. Building Africa's health autonomy must begin now. Frankly, it should have began 2 years ago. But as Alex Okorji says, whenever you wake up is your morning. We're in the morning of African manufacturing. It will need both political will and financial commitment, not just from our global leaders, but also from our African leaders. Rhetoric and promises must lead to tangible delivery of technology transfers, IP waivers, and actual commitment to building R&D for development. We urge our domestic and international partners to invest in Pan-African partnerships that build a resilient health system. We urge us all to invest in regional efforts such as the African CDC, VAT, and other partnerships that have proven invaluable at this moment in history. Fourthly, Africa does not have a dearth of human capital. And for this, we call on our African leaders. We need an increase in long-term thinking, which can deploy our centers of education to become hubs of innovation, to build the pipeline of future scientists, pharmacologists, researchers, etc. And lastly, we need a scale-up of investment in all the necessary elements, training health workers, public communication to counter vaccine hesitancy, alter cold chain facilities, and the necessary transport infrastructure to support the ACT Accelerator Health Systems Connector, and it should be filled immediately. This is a moment in time with momentum to set the building blocks for a more resilient future, to a common future where none of us are safe, truly, until all of us are safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much, speakers. An important message: a community must be at the heart of our pandemic response and our pandemic preparedness. We also heard that yesterday during the gender session. That was powerful, where we were joined by male allies such as other brothers, my other brother, Jan Arne Ottinger. Yes. And also Richard Hatchett, who pitched in. I pulled into the conversation. That was a powerful conversation from Kenya, Nigeria, International Women's Medical Association, saying that gender also must be at the forefront, that we cannot create pandemic plans and responses without including half the sky, that we must have leadership from women at the table, at the decision-making table, not just at the kitchen table. And as I talk about gender, it is truly my pleasure, my privilege, and my honor to introduce and to recognize, but introduce and welcome the Honorable Minister of Finance, the woman who holds Nigeria's money, holds Nigeria's budgets, is the partner for international development organizations. She's a Minister of Budget, Finance, Budget, and National Planning, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Shamsuna Ahmed. A humanitarian in her own right, a gender champion, a powerful woman with a soft voice. She's amazing, and I'm honored to have you here today. As many of you know, today is the Federal Executive Council for the Government of Nigeria, and many of our ministers are involved in that. But the Honorable Minister is here with us in solidarity today and will be leading the next session. As I close this opening segment, and thank you all for being here, I want to also recognize online, and I don't know if we have him on screen, my dear, dear, dear brother, my brother John, Dr. John Nkegasong. He's here, we're texting, and he's with us in spirit, but not also able to be with us in person. You will be hearing from him shortly. If we have him on screen, I want to say hello before I hand over the mic. John has been the African champion at the heart of this pandemic, pushing, fighting, looking for vaccines, looking for equity, looking for Africa to have her place, Africa, as he calls it, the Africa revolution in leadership, and has led Africa CDC with aplomb and with just true, incredible courage over the last 2 years. I don't see John yet on screen. I shall text him and ask him to put his camera on. But I want to recognize him, and as I do that...
I'm here, Yuri, if you can hear me.
Yes, we can. We can't see you yet. We can hear you. We can hear you. Go ahead, my brother. Fantastic. Welcome. Okay, we don't have his video. But also, as I mentioned, John is my co-chair on the Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance, who is, partly our group are here today, and there are many members of that alliance here today that I would also like to recognize. My sister, Dr. Monique Wasuna, who's here from Kenya, who's the director of the Neglected Diseases Initiative, Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative. My brother Stavros Nicolaou from South Africa, who is here. Tim Smith from Cape Town, Durban via London, who's also here. So many of you, Linda Arthur from Ghana, who's here. So many of us who've come in from all over the world, not just around Africa. Alvaro from Rome via Addis. So many of you. Welcome to Nigeria. And with that, I end this opening session and I hand over to Bolanle. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alakija. I think it's obvious that we are not here to play games. We are getting straight to the point, and the issue at hand is very important. And there's going to be a lot of honesty and also a lot of transparency on what's been happening in the past 2.5 years. Our next session, we're going to be going straight into it, and it's going to be moderated, of course, by the Honorable Minister for Finance, Budget, and National Planning, Dr. Zainab Ahmed. Please give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the podium. And in this session, we're going to be talking about making delivery happen, finance, planning, and delivery to end COVID-19. And this session is going to be talking about the Ministers of Finance perspective across Africa on how and the challenges that finances have played in not being able, of course, to address the issues that we have with the pandemic. And of course, she's not going to be doing this alone. She's going to be joined by individuals who are online and also offline as well. So I would like to call, and excuse me, I've practiced this French name multiple times, but French is not my first language. I'd like to call on the Minister of Finance and Budget for Senegal, Monsieur Abdoulaye Daoud Diallo. Also joining online is the Minister of Finance and Economic Development for Botswana, Honorable Thapelo Matseka. We also have joining the Minister of Health for Malawi, Honorable Kambaze Kandado Chiponda. We also have the Minister of Health for Benin, Honorable Dr. Benjamin Huputank. And we also have the Chief Administrative Secretary, Minister of Health for Kenya, Dr. Mercy Mangangwa. We also have the Minister of Health for Sao Tome as well, who is here in person, and it's Honorable Philomena Monteiro. A round of applause, please, for her as she makes her way to the podium. Also joining is the head of Secretariat of the AU Commission on COVID-19 South Africa, Dr. Lwazi Manzani. We also have the Director of Africa CDC AVDA representative, Dr. John, who we, of course, were welcomed earlier with Dr. Ayade. And last but not least is the lead National COVID-19 Secretariat, COVID-19 Planning Commission, Government of Pakistan, Professor Shambhum Nam, who will be joining as well. All right, so I will hand it over to the Honorable Minister now.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me join Dr. Yori to welcome all our visitors to the city of Abuja. A special welcome for my colleagues that are here physically, and also to our colleagues in the panel that are joining us virtually. It's very important that we continue to get together and discuss about how we can do things better. It is no longer news that COVID-19, the black swan of the century, that event that is not supposed to happen or never happens, actually happened on us. And it brought the world to its knees. For us in Nigeria, we're also affected, but for us in Nigeria, it was a double whammy. Because of the standstill that COVID-19 brought trade to, we were also affected in terms of the revenues that we generate as a country, because crude oil prices also crashed on us. So it was a very difficult time, but in Nigeria, we were able to very quickly put together a very high-level joint task force, national task force, that helped us to contain the pandemic. So just as we contained the pandemic, vaccines came on the horizon. And we found out very quickly that we were not able to access vaccines. Even when we joined AVAT and made payment deposit for 30 million doses of vaccines, it took us almost about 4 months before we got the first 100,000. So we did get donations, and thanks to the US, France, UK, other countries that helped with donations. And then we were lucky in Nigeria. I think God had a soft spot for us in Africa. The COVID-19 pandemic was not a bad case for us. Today, we have in the country also very, very low level of testing. We have so far tested only about 4.3 million people. But of those test cases, the infections that are reported are about 255,000 Nigerians that have been found to be positive with COVID-19. Unfortunately for us, but also unfortunately, we lost about 3,150 people. So the numbers were low. But against these low numbers and the initial scarcity of vaccines, we now have a problem at hand which is called vaccine hesitancy. So even though we have donated vaccines and what we have paid for, a trickle has started coming in, we now have vaccines in stock, but people not interested to go out and get this vaccine. So our vaccination levels is still very low, and we're doing a lot to be able to uptake this. So just to, again, welcome you to Nigeria and just introduce where we are in Nigeria. But we also need to invite our panelists to give their country perspectives. What has happened in Botswana? What has happened in Kenya, in South Africa, in Sao Tome? What has happened? So we need to have this discussion so that people will have the appreciation of how we manage and how we're still managing to get vaccines into the arms of people. I would like to invite, first of all, Honorable Tapelo Matseka, I hope I have done justice to the name, the Minister of Finance and Economic Development of Botswana. Is not connected? Okay. So let's start with the people, the guests that are here. Dr. Mercy? Representing Dr. Mercy Wangani, the Chief Administrative Secretary, Ministry of Health of Kenya. Please, can you give us your country perspective? What happened? And what is happening?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Minister of Finance. My name is Dr. Hezron Omolo. I'm technical advisor to the Chief Administrative Secretary, Dr. Mercy Wangangi. And I came here to represent her because she was engaged elsewhere. I am a medical doctor by training, and I've practiced in Kenya largely. And I have good perspective of what happened in Kenya. As the world recorded the COVID-19 cases, Kenya was not left behind. On 13th March 2020, we reported our first case of COVID-19. The government of Kenya instituted various measures to contain the spread of the virus. This included lockdowns, curfews, social distancing, wearing of face masks, frequent sanitization of hands, and washing of hands with soap and water. And to add to this, then recently the government, or last in that list, the government started a vaccination program with an aim of vaccinating a total of 70% of the population by June of this year. This far, at the moment, Kenya has vaccinated a total of 7.7 million Kenyans, and fully vaccinated are 7.4. About 300,000 Kenyans have been partially vaccinated. Like in any other country within Africa, Kenya also has noted with concern vaccine hesitancy. These are several factors have contributed to this, including the myths and misconceptions that have been peddled around the vaccine. But we as a country have embarked on behavioral change communication to increase risk perception and, of course, the uptake of COVID-19. I think that's my submission for now. Thank you.
Very much, Doctor. Also, you're a doctor. I was going to ask you about what Kenya had to do in terms of financing for the COVID-19 response. How did it affect your plans, your budgets, and also did it affect your routine immunization? Your routine immunizations, were they affected?
Thank you very much for that question. Kenya, like many other African countries, Kenya was not prepared for the COVID-19 virus. Many resources had to be diverted from other critical areas to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. As we all know, most African countries rely on the West to supply the PPEs, the reagents, the commodities that are needed to combat COVID-19. Well, when we started, when we had our first case on the 13th of March 2020, we were not even having a testing capacity. We didn't have a single testing laboratory for COVID-19. We had to export samples to South Africa. As we speak, Kenya is having over 57 accredited COVID-19 testing centers. The same happened with our personal protective equipment that was very essential for our health workers. We rely on imports to be able to meet this demand. But currently, Kenya is doing a local production of COVID-19 commodities such as PPEs. And when you talk about resources, the government had to, the National Treasury had to go back to the drawing board because there was no resources that had been put in place to respond to this virus. And so other critical areas that the money had been budgeted for suffered. And further to that, we I've also, currently, we have also started, and we are on path through Kenya Biovax Institute Limited of producing COVID-19 vaccine locally. And like you said, there has been challenges, but we have acknowledged that for us to all win, nobody should be left behind. No country, no continent, and no individual should be left behind in the response to COVID-19. Thank you.
I had hoped to invite Sao Tome, but I understand translation has been sorted out. So we'll cycle back to Sao Tome and then look online and see whether we have the... Okay. We'll cycle back to Sao Tome. Hopefully we'll have translation by then. I don't speak Portuguese, do you? Can you speak in Portuguese? Yes. Okay. Do we have a translator?
We will work it out.
Yeah?
She would like to speak.
Bon dia. So please, if you don't mind, we just want to hear from you the perspective. What happened in Sao Tome and Principe? How did it affect your national plans and national budgets?
Bom dia, sou Filomena Monteiro. Participo neste evento, mas não posso cá desenvolver o tema que é proposto, porquanto assumi o Ministério da Saúde há 2 semanas. Portanto, fui convidada para participar no evento na sexta-feira passada e houve obrigação de fazer os desmarches para estar cá, então, da sexta para domingo, chegar à Nigéria. Só tenho que agradecer à equipa que organizou o evento e felicitar, de igual modo, a todos que contribuíram para a realização deste grande evento. Portanto, sei que a questão do Covid, financiamento do Covid, são os parceiros de desenvolvimento que têm nos apoiado. A nível do país, a situação é um pouco controlada, mas a nível do continente nós sabemos que temos muito que fazer. Portanto, são essas poucas palavras que eu tenho cá para dizer. Muito obrigada.
Obrigado. I will be the translator.
Okay, you can. Please go ahead.
Well,
the only thing I understood from that is obrigado. Please,
well, as I keep telling everybody, that my husband is Brazilian, Nigerian, Welsh, so I have very broken Portuguese. The very kind gentleman has done some translation, and Honourable Minister, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Obrigado. Thanks for doing that. The Honourable Minister tells us that she's new in the post and took up, she was appointed as minister just a few weeks ago into the middle of this crisis. So that here has been a great learning experience for her. It has been wonderful for her to come and hear the experiences of so many countries, interact with so many people, and she really wanted to come and be introduced so that they also are not left behind. She says the problems that she has heard over the last 2 days, and she participated actively yesterday in the gender and CSO session, that these comments are common for everybody. She says budget and financing is really, really a common problem in terms of being able to get vaccines and the other tools, diagnostics, and the other medical countermeasures. She recognizes CEPI and others who have many of the other partners who have worked with them and helped them as a country to get to a good vaccination rate, which she says vaccination is now going well. But even then, they had challenges coming here, and we talked about this briefly yesterday. They had challenges getting to Nigeria. They had to come through a couple of ports, had to do about 4 different sets of tests just to be able to come in, had to take several tests in a less than 12-hour transit in Ghana. And it was a real challenge. And so I think what she has said highlights some of even the inter-Africa challenges we have in terms of our need to do more south-to-south cooperation with each other and how we have to work more closely together. They're very happy to be here and want to be introduced. Also, I now see my brother John on the screen and want to, be able to be a part of this togetherness and come and talk to us about what Sao Tome is also dealing with. Over to you.
Minister, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your country perspective, and congratulations on your appointment and welcome to Abuja again. So we'll move on now very quickly to South Africa. Do we have South Africa?
She's here. Again, she's here in person, but she just landed because of NCDC issues at the airport. She was stuck.
So
John and Kega,
I like to sympathize with Sao Tome. I know what it is like here. Every morning here we have to take tests just to get into some offices, so I know how it feels. So can we now invite Dr. John, the Africa Director CDC, to also make a few comments about your experience in handling the pandemic in the Africa region. What did you experience in terms of the availability of vaccines, the availability of testing kits? How was the cooperation that you experienced from country to country? And also, what kind of support did you get from within the region?
Thank you, Excellency Minister. And a very personal recognition of your own leadership in these efforts. I can count how many times we have been together on calls as finance ministers, the World Bank ministers of health, together with Vera Songwe, the executive secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, the Strive Masiwa, and President Benedict Urama of the Afro-Exim Bank. And it is thanks to that kind of leadership that the continent has actually demonstrated its unity of purpose. Let me also recognize my dear sister Yodi Alakija for bringing us all together. I'm profoundly sorry that I couldn't make it to Abuja to attend this very important meeting, but she knows why. And I hope that Dr. Tedros is still on the call. Thank you for your tireless efforts in championing the cause and fighting this terrible pandemic of our time. And very importantly, let me recognize the political leadership of the continent, starting with President Ramaphosa, who has been the COVID champion and did a remarkable job when he was chair of the African Union and continues to do so. And some of these reports will be tabled in front of you, I believe, by Luazi when she finally has the chance to address you. But I will be speaking on some of the recommendations since I'm part of that COVID Commission for Africa. Excellency, the continent of Africa finds itself at a crossroad in with respect to what we must do to fight the current pandemic and also prepare for the next pandemic. And I really hope that we don't have the next pandemic too soon. I've reflected over the last 2 years what this pandemic has taught the continent. I think, first of all, it has shown us how connected we are, how vulnerable collectively we are as humanity, and also the inequities that exist across the nations and between regions of the world. But very importantly is that our overall global health security resides on the ability to ensure that the continent has its own autonomy for health, or what we call health sovereignty. It is because of this, Excellency, that the leadership, the political leadership of the continent has actually embraced the concept of a new public health order. That says that we must work together to encourage vaccine manufacturing. We must work together to strengthen our national public health institutions, such as the Nigeria CDC, the Africa CDC. You just, of course, heard that during the last AU summit, the head of state decided to elevate the Africa CDC to an autonomous health agency of the continent. Those are kind of bold initiatives and leadership that the continent has witnessed over the last 2 years. And again, thanks to a large extent to the political leadership of the continent. Over the last 2 years, we have seen the continent mobilize as one, starting with the meeting they had on February 22nd, where Chairperson Musa Faki convened all ministers of health to develop a roadmap on how to fight this pandemic on the continent. And there are very important initiatives that have emerged from this, and I'll touch on some just to make a case that such initiatives and platforms must be supported going forward in order to enable us fight this pandemic and fight subsequent pandemic. The African Medicine Supply Platform, and I urge that you can Google this, the AMSP.Africa, and it will pop up like the Amazon.com, and that is a platform where you can actually go in and buy what we call the pandemic response commodities. The AVAT, Excellency, you are part of the founding members of the AVAT, the African Vaccine Acquisition Task Team, the African Manufacturing Platform, the Pathogen Genomic Network, and the Trusted Travel. The Trusted Travel is so important. I'm happy that the minister who just spoke before touched on the challenges she has had in having COVID tested across the continent. So that platform was developed very early on in the pandemic to assist Africans to move freely within the continent. And at least 15 countries are now fully aligned through that platform. And it's a platform that could be used subsequently for other things. As I move towards my conclusion, Excellency, let me just reiterate what you said about vaccine hesitancy. In today or yesterday's commentary in Political, there's a headline that says Africa CDC says no more vaccines. I think if you read the content of that, it actually says that we should coordinate our efforts and make sure that vaccines come in a manner that we can actually use it and not and ensure that they do not get expired. But the title actually is misleading. We said that because it's very clear that we have to work on the uptake of vaccines. I think the equation is shifting. Many more vaccines are coming onto the continent in a predictable manner, but we should now develop the right partnerships, the right coordinations that will enable us to use the vaccines so that it do not get expired. And the narrative did not change from Africans cannot use vaccines. I think that is very, very important. I think, again, I would just ask all of us to be mindful of that as we find ourselves at a place where vaccines are more or less predictable, the right partnerships will need to be developed. And one of those partnerships I'm calling on all of you is to work with us as we launch the youth program to increase vaccination across the continent. This is a program that will be launched in the next coming days, recognizing that 70% of our population is less than 30 years. And a lot of this vaccine hesitancy will, of course, find its roots in the youthfulness of our population. So let's be the right partnerships, get the youths involved so that they can help vaccinate the continent. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. John. I do know that Africa CDC got a lot of support and cooperation from many of the African countries. And yes, most of our countries are members of the AVAT facility, which came in timely to meet the gaps that we saw. But still, there are problems there that need to be sorted out. So initially, the problem is there were no vaccines, and then the vaccines came, and then the challenge now is how to get these vaccines across the country, to the regions, down to the last mile. And the vaccine level in Nigeria is very, very low. And if the vaccine uptake in Nigeria is low, then it means Africa also is not going to be able to meet its target coverage of the population. So while we were able to mobilize resources immediately, in fact, we actually diverted funds for immunization to begin to address the vaccine requirements as well as the logistics for the COVID-19 itself. What we did adjust further down the line by doing amendment budgets and later a supplementary. But initially it affected the immunization, routine immunization programs that we have in the country. We've been able to circle back and correct that. And we also had funding from the World Bank to support the response as well as the logistics of the vaccinations. And we do still have this funding that is being deployed. We have now a massive campaign going on at the subnational levels to encourage people to come out and take the vaccines. And I'm sure Nigeria is not unique in this situation. I hear from Kenya similar challenges as well. We now need to not just buy the vaccines. Actually, we have a lot of vaccines donated, so we have suspended ordering from where we're ordering until we exhaust the donated ones. But we need to provide funds for delivery of the vaccines, for the healthcare systems to be upgraded, and for rollout right to into the arms of people. So we have at this point, I want to invite 3 eminent persons that will help us, lead us in the discussion around planning and delivery. So 3 persons. First of all, Mr. Ted Chaiban, Global Lead Coordinator for COVID Vaccine Country Readiness and Delivery. Mr. Chaiban. Welcome, Mr. Chaiban. And then Adliva Kadili, Director, Supply Division of UNICEF. Tim Smith, welcome. Tim Smith, Global Head of Aid and Relief, DHL, Customer Solutions and Innovation. So these are our planning and delivery experts. And the discussion I was hoping that we'll have is, first of all, to Ted, the Steering Committee for Country Readiness and Delivery was established by Gavi to coordinate and address country challenges. Can you please tell us more about the mechanism, what it hopes to achieve, how does it work? How do countries work within this new framework?
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thanks to Dr. Yoria Alakija and the organizers for this important conference. This is indeed a question of going from ports to arms. The partners of immunization efforts globally, including UNICEF, WHO, Gavi, and World Bank, and many other partners, have put together an interagency COVID-19 delivery partnership, vaccine delivery partnership, in order to support countries with accelerating COVID-19 vaccine delivery. And what this partnership is here to support countries with is, first of all, to put countries back at the center of the vaccine delivery effort. With better supplies, with better shelf life, the attention is now turning to the delivery bottlenecks. And what we commit to do is to work in a much more joint-up manner so that countries have reduced transaction costs, so that the support that is on offer to complement national budgets and national efforts is not disjointed. That we are able to put flexible funding on the table to accelerate vaccine efforts, that we are able to mobilize technical assistance for this effort, that we are able to mobilize political engagement where this is useful, and that we're able to support efforts to address demand and vaccine hesitancy. What is key, in addition to work around logistics and cold chain, is to support the frontline health workers, the heroes of this vaccination exercise. They need to be paid, they need to be protected, they need to be empowered. In Nigeria, Excellency, as you know, we are looking to triple the number of vaccine teams at state level in order to reach the 70% target by June of 2022. And the partners can work with government and its partner, the one country team, working on one plan and one budget to accelerate this effort. What is also important is to address issues of vaccine hesitancy and the whole issue of demand. And there relying on the infrastructure that exists already, community leaders, religious leaders, building on the cadre at community level that have addressed issues of HIV, issue of other diseases, how to make sure that those cadre are there and supported to be mobilized. And doing all of this in a manner that reinforces and supports and strengthens routine immunization and primary health care. So the partnership is there, the delivery partnership is there to support countries, working with the One Country team, supporting government and its partners at country level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ted. Let me just say that the theme for this conference is Ports to Arms. But the reality is, between the ports to the arms, there are so much details that need to be worked out. And that's where you come in. UNICEF is also another expert in logistics and delivery. From what the ministers said, and also what Mr. Ted has just reported, what is UNICEF doing to support country delivery?
Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and thank you, Yodi, for having us here and having a spotlight on delivery and financing, which is absolutely very, very critical. And I want to start to say that all what we heard, first also from the presidents of Nigeria and also of Zambia, but also from the honorable ministers here from country's perspective, absolutely resonates with us. And it has been really a very challenging roller coaster to deliver and ship 1.2 billion doses of vaccines. And this is only for COVID vaccines. And we are not considering another 2.2 billion doses of routine vaccines. So just to put on the highlight that it has not just been the challenge in the interrupted overall logistic supply chains globally. The challenge has been not only shipping the COVID vaccines, but also routine vaccines, other COVID tools as well, diagnostics, oxygen, cold chain equipments, PPEs as well, and other products that are not necessarily only related to the COVID. And I would like just to say that all the 2021 year, and as we speak today, we're continuing to accelerate our efforts to get the engagement and commitment from private sector. We couldn't have done this alone without the private sector, without the partners. And I think what has been done at the global level to consolidate shipments and send all these doses to 144 countries, it has also been asking us to put, the questions in terms of how this delivery is now going to the last mile. As you said, it's not good enough to bring those to the port, but also to take those to the arms. So a lot of private sector engagement also has taken place with regards to supporting countries, of course, countries' leadership in terms of expanding cold chain capacity, installation of ultra cold chain. The challenges have been massive because the preparation initially were not necessarily there for these different vaccine presentations. So countries have been facing massive challenges. But also in terms of expansion of the storage capacity, what we have seen is that countries' health system has been stretched because on top of the routine vaccines, they also had to receive massive, large number of doses within a very short period of time because, as you rightly said, there was so much uncertainty throughout the year, and now suddenly we have ample available doses. So what we are trying to do is really working together with manufacturers to improve the visibility, which is very important, so countries can plan, support countries to tap into sourcing of the private sector, so outsourcing also an expansion of the service for storage and cold chain capacity, but also overall supporting with contractual agreements as well for custom clearance. We know that some of the bottlenecks as well could be in custom clearance. And this is really something that needs to be accelerated with a sense of urgency. So looking forward in how we can consolidate all our efforts, not just on vaccines, but overall throughout COVID tools and financing. I want to conclude here. It's absolutely critical because I heard the CSOs highlighting the need for a funding roadmap. How important is that to increase coverage? We will not be able to increase coverage unless we have predictable financing that can really help to put that readiness where is needed across the vertical of the nation. So country contexts are all different. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Edliver. You mentioned the requirement to have partnerships. And yes, globally there were partnerships, and at some point the partnerships that we expected, maybe we expected too much in Africa, didn't happen. We felt not supported enough. But we do have strong partners that were there and that were resilient. But for me, the most important partnership we had, at least in Nigeria, are the private sector. Private sector in Nigeria moved very quickly, big time. They mobilized resources faster than government could mobilize its own resources. They used their resources to very quickly deploy isolation centers, provided oxygen, and testing, funded testing and PPEs and such like, before government was ready. You know, government processes couldn't be slow. So COCOVID, which is the name, COCOVID is the name that the private sector called itself. It was a large group of very eminent Nigerians, companies operating in Nigeria, that quickly mobilized resources. So we saw humanity in action. And it was very, very important for us. So it cushioned the fact that where we're expecting help to come from didn't come, but help was coming from within, and that was very good. So, Mr. Tim, the private sector perspective is very important in everything we're doing regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to what you heard from UNICEF, what can the private sector offer? And how might we encourage other private sector partners to engage in this process, Tim?
Thank you. And thanks for the repeated reference to the private sector as partners and equal partners in this whole situation. And I also wanted to thank Yodi for putting this all together, because I know you've been cajoling people and pulling in even family members to get this all sorted out and bouncing between Geneva and Abuja and London. So thank you, everybody. We as a company have moved 2 billion doses to date. So I think to start off with, we have a voice with stakeholders and partners in this whole situation. And with Africa at a vaccination level of, I believe, around about 11%, it's disappointing to see that we have absorption issues. And as supply chain practitioners, I would say it's something that we did see coming, and we were talking about late 2020, early 2021. But it gives us no satisfaction to be sitting here saying that we knew about it. We don't want to be saying, I told you so. We want to contribute to the solution. I think really we need to think about supply chain as a principle. So supply chain is all about people from different disciplines working together to achieve an objective. And in the context of the development world, for me, that's program, finance, procurement, and logistics of the different organizations working together, which doesn't always happen as well as it should. And I think that many UN and NGOs are more supply chain organizations than they realize. I think with the exception of UNICEF, who has been probably the most advanced in this area now for several years. When we look at supply chain and we talk about the international part of the delivery and then the in-country logistics, for me it's not about a relay race where you pass a baton between two team members. It's about a team of people racing together like cyclists in a peloton. And far too often there's a disconnect between the international delivery side of things and the domestic delivery. In late 2020 and early 2021, we had many organizations come to us, and we participated in many discussions where people were trying to get their heads around the issue of in-country delivery. And we were just urging people to make a start. Pick a range of countries, pick a small country, pick a large country, pick a coastal country, and pick a landlocked country, and find the solutions in those 4 or 5 countries. Because although the solutions in those countries may be different each time, the methodology that you employ teaches us to solve the problems across the continent and across all of the COVAX countries. And that's why it's encouraging to see the Secretary General's announcement of appointing Ted as the global lead coordinator for COVID-19 vaccine country readiness and delivery. That's a mouthful, but congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Team. Thank you very much for that perspective. So let me just say, and this is to the panelists, and Kenya, you may want to pick it, or Sao Tome, or any of the participants that are here. And this is for me, so in the context of the COVID-19 response, what have we done to ensure that there is an integrated approach between the different functions in our respective organizations as well as countries? And also, to what extent have we leveraged worldwide logistics, including logistics expertise like the ones provided by the DHL? And where mandates of respective organizations are clear when it came to COVAX deliveries, how did bilateral deals and donated doses pan out from your perspective? And also, bearing in mind that we now potentially have a consumption problem, at least we do in Nigeria, have we failed to understand that international transport, in-country logistics are part of, as well as finance and sustainable finance, are part of this multidisciplinary approach that we must take to be able to succeed? So any participants, if you can just... Kenya, you want to have a go? Please.
Thank you very much. Like you said, the initial problem was how the vaccine could get into our countries. Unlike the routine vaccines in Kenya, we have a program called KP, Kenya Expanded Program on Immunization. So the system, there is a way the system works that from the national storage to the level 1 facility. But now, when we got into this situation, and we got so many partners, we have acquired the vaccines through, the domestic and multilateral partners. We also accessed the Gavi COVAX, and we were given around 20% of what our country needed. And the government of Kenya needed then to support the logistics work, right from the storage facility to even moving this vaccine from the central storage to the grassroots. Fortunately for us as a country, we have devolved units. We have the national government, then we have the subnational government. The subnational government are what we call county governments. And we have 47 of them within the country. So what we needed to do was to make allocation for each of the 47 counties. And then the county governments needed to make, to access them and, have them delivered in their facilities. And this happened. And then from the county government, we have sub-counties. So the sub-county facilities have storage centers that they've been able, they can store these vaccines when they receive them. So from the national government to the regional, then the regional to the county facilities, then the county facilities to the sub-county, then to the ward level. So this system works because all the 47 counties have governors. And no governor want to be discriminated or want his people to suffer. So there's been aggressive, acquisition of these vaccines. But now, from the facility level, there's been a challenge. And the challenge has been the uptake of this vaccine. Yes, we have delivered the vaccine to the facility. how then do we make the Kenyan citizen or the residents, access the vaccines? Kenya deployed different mechanisms, and some of the mechanisms included outreach camps. We go out to, because the people were not able to come to us, then we go out to different places where these people are found. We give them medical education and advise them to take without coercion, and that improved the uptake a little. But then we realized that some of the things that some of the hindrance to the uptake were risk perception. For a long time, people did not even appreciate that COVID is there. And there used to be strange songs that, do you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who had corona? And the answer was no. Do you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody? And the answer was no. Until it got to a level that we had every village, every household at least had experienced, had reported a case. And this then made people appreciate, and the risk perception got to a level that they were now willing to take this vaccine. And that is, those are some of the challenges we are battling with, including now we are embarking as a nation in behavioral change communication. Not just creating awareness, but helping them to change the behaviors and perceiving this vaccine as what can help us now and help us in the future. And because the businesses were worst hit, the business persons needed to go back to the business. So they joined into this campaign to help them also resume their activities. And now as a government, we have made, the President and the Ministry of Health has made an announcement that for you to access these critical government services, for you to open a business, for you to take government services, you need to provide a proof that you have been vaccinated. And if you are running something like a restaurant, for you to be allowed to operate, your employees must provide an evidence that they've received vaccine, and not just a single dose, fully vaccinated. This has worked for us a big time.
That's a very difficult one. Do you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who has had corona? I guess now the song should be the other way.
Everybody knows someone
who knows somebody who has had corona.
Yeah.
That should be incorporated in our communications campaign. Sao Tome, I understand you wanted to say a few words. Are you ready now? Portuguese? Okay, please.
Como já havia dito, Sao Tome e Príncipe são duas pequenas ilhas em que, a nível da saúde, sobretudo no campo da vacinação, está um pouco mais controlada relativamente à situação da corona. Nós temos uma cobertura vacinal. A primeira dose a 70%, a segunda dose 50%. A terceira dose, que é a dose de reforço, temos estado a fazer as pessoas com a idade compreendida a partir de 60 anos. Portanto, a situação de logística ela tem sido assegurada com o apoio dos parceiros, Gavi, temos transportes, mas há toda a necessidade de reforçar a estratégia avançada para as comunidades. Isso é que nós temos que reforçar, porquanto, vendo o global da cobertura vacinal, nós temos a questão do sarampo, que entendemos que a percentagem é inferior a 80%, portanto, há toda a necessidade de reforçar a estratégia avançada de vacinação. Temos meios, recursos humanos, recursos materiais, com apoio dos parceiros, e nós vamos tentar melhorar um pouco mais a nossa cobertura. É o que me resta dizer aqui neste evento. Obrigada.
Obrigado. I mean, I hope there aren't many people who speak Portuguese in this hall, because you are totally going to bust me in a minute. But I'm going to tell you what I know. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister. The Minister has said that there's 70% coverage first dose, 50% coverage, second dose. And because it is a small, geographical, it's a small country, there aren't very many logistical problems. The vaccines come on the plane, they arrive at the airport, they go to storage, and then they go out. So they've been able to really roll them out very quickly. And I think this is the value of having sort of a small island state here. I mean, I have the same experience from another part of the world. But she says that the pediatric vaccinations are actually down now already to pediatric vaccinations, which are, I think, only at about 20%, and they're sort of looking to increase that, but really would like the support of the international community, Gavi, CEPI, all of those who are present, to build up their capacity, their storage capacity, their capacity to deliver, to build that up so that the next time that they're more prepared, the next time, I think as everybody has been saying, that we're not here with a handout, and what we want to hand up so that we can be self-sufficient is very much the core of what the Honourable Minister has said.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yodi. And then to the rest of our panels, just very quickly, we've heard about the collective responsibility to finance, to plan, to deliver vaccines from ports to arms. But how do we ensure appropriate accountability? How do we measure success? That will come very soon, and that will be carried by Dr. Yodi Alakija. They are going to introduce an amazing new tool that they call the Arms to Vaccine Tracker. And we have joining us Professor Tim Evans and Tian Johnson to speak to that. But before they come on, just a final word. Maybe the lady first. Yes.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister and Ministers as well. I just wanted to highlight that absolutely end-to-end planning and costing is critical for success. And we have to think that from start. This is very, very critical. The other one is in the costing, the financing on end-to-end is also very critical. You mentioned that we need to build that capacity, and that's what we also hear from the honourable ministers. But if we don't have that financing ahead of time, we will not be able to accelerate, because the infrastructure needs to be built earlier on in order to do that acceleration. Community engagement is absolutely at the core. Have you heard what we just heard now? It is really what is going to make the change. And finally, creativity and finding innovative solutions. We had to innovate and bring in charters to deliver within 72 hours in 7 different countries, a large number of vaccines that were landlocked countries that we had no other means of delivering. When we think about the islands, for them in-country probably delivery is easier from the logistic perspective of upstream is probably more complicated. But working with the private sector, that's how we have been able to actually unlock and find new innovative solutions. And I think the same should happen at in-country level as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ted, you have any comments? Last comments?
Thank you. I think accountability is about reaching country targets on the way to 70% full vaccine coverage. The COVID-19 vaccine effort should be seen as an opportunity to reinforce routine immunization in primary health care. Let's use the assets of this effort to strengthen the cold chain, train health workers, and reinforce primary health care systems. The next 100 days are key. The next 100 days are key. We have to feel the sense of urgency and bundle public health priorities together. Do COVID-19 immunization as we're doing routine immunization, as we're doing malaria bed net distribution, so that there is that reinforcement and we respond to people's needs in an integrated fashion.
Thank you very much. We have been benefiting with the strong partnership with Gavi. We're still going to lean on you to continue to support us as we try to grapple with the COVID-19 vaccination as well as routine immunizations. So, DHL.
Thank you. Last point from my side is about contracting. So again, UNICEF has a quite advanced contracting structure that they've been running for many years. But when it comes down to a government level, as a supply chain provider, often when we engage with the governments, the contracts that we're presented with don't resemble what we see in the normal commercial world. So there needs to be a quick dialogue to straighten things out. And my suggestion would be that we need to get closer during normal times in order to have that understanding for times like these when the government requires us to provide services on an urgent basis. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This brings us to the end of the first round of this panel. We are now moving on to the Ports to Arms segment where the vaccine tracker will be introduced. But before then, I'd like to ask the audience to please give a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. Dr. Yodi Alakija,
thank you.
Please come by and take over this segment.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Before I do that, it is my pleasure and my honour to recognise and to welcome two distinguished gentlemen. First of all, His Excellency, the Governor of Ekiti State, the Chairman of the Governors Forum, Dr. Kayode Fayemi. Welcome, sir. And also His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State. Lagos is a country. Jide Sanwo-Olu. Welcome. This next bit is going to be informal and fun, but very, very quick. Professor Tim Evans is here with us from Canada, from the McGill University, and thank you, Tim, for making the journey. Many of you know him in his previous life with the World Bank, and in various guises, he is himself a legend in the world of global health. And on screen with us is Tian Johnson, who we heard from in the CSO session, and I'm going to let them tell us about the Ports to Arms tracker. Over to you, Tian.
Thank you so much again, Dr. Alakija. Greetings, everyone. Hello, Tim. Colleagues, I just want to introduce you really quickly to what we call the Ports to Arms tracker. You know, throughout the summit, we've heard about the challenges we face in realizing equitable access. And what I'm going to share with you today has been nearly a year in the making. You know, civil society anticipated this need for community ownership very early in the rollout and predicted what we see today in the difficulties of translating vaccines into vaccination. So we saw this coming after wave and wave of death. We saw communities who were anxious, confused, afraid, and having to navigate a sea of information and mixed messaging that resulted in vaccination sites sitting empty in some countries and other countries yet to develop comprehensive COVID-19 vaccine rollout plans. So across disease areas, we've seen time and time again what happens when communities are not at the center of the response. It has been staggering to witness how many structures and platforms and interventions are rolled out with communities as an aftersight. So at a meeting of the African Vaccine Delivery Alliance, co-chaired by Dr. Alakija, I encountered for the first time Dr. Joanne Liu, the Director of Pandemics and Health Emergencies at McGill, and the former International President of MSF, and Alex Dahlia-Gould. And they shared a prototype of a dashboard that we realized at that moment that there was an opportunity here to change the narrative of this pandemic. And at that point, a partnership was born that married both the tech with the power of community-based monitoring, a well-established evidence-based approach that positions communities as key accountability bodies in how, when, and why they interact with the public health facility. Which leads us now to the tracker that, as I said, we've called Ports to Arms, another testament to Dr. Alakija's ability to bring partners together and move us towards action. I want to speak a bit about the goals of Ports to Arms. This tracker aims to be a source of credible, real-time, and highly localized data related to vaccine access, to provide a platform for communities to track vaccines from ports to arms using a community-led monitoring approach, to build trust in the vaccine distribution pipeline by urgently responding to barriers to access whilst highlighting areas of good practice that advances equitable access. And lastly, and perhaps most importantly, to provide stakeholders, policymakers, local, national governments, and regional agencies with contextualized data related to equitable vaccine access to advance local and regional accountability. I'm going to see if I can share my screen. Share screen has been disabled. Okay, I will talk through the tracker. So, colleagues, at the core of this tracker is really looking at several things. Using a community-led monitoring approach with monitors in each and every one of the countries across this continent that we call home. There will be an open source online system that will provide communities with baseline data. This data will play a key role in responding to a request that civil societies have had since day one. Let us know when vaccines are coming, how many vaccines are coming, and what vaccines are coming. This enables us to do what we do best, and that's mobilize communities. So throughout the pandemic, we have been unable to do what we do best because of a lack of timely information. The tracker will do several things. It will give advance notice to communities that vaccines are coming. It will raise awareness of when those vaccines have been shipped to country. It will reinforce the safety procedures in country that are in place by quality control bodies to remind communities that vaccines don't just arrive in country and go straight to a health facility. All of this, of course, contributing to building vaccine confidence. It will also share and track vaccines along that road. Currently, a plethora of vaccine dashboards that exist out there will tell you that X amount of vaccines have arrived in country. They don't really tell you, and then what? And so that was important for us to really begin to track what that means in the context of once those vaccines have arrived. But of course, throughout that journey, the tracker will also look at the barriers and the accelerators to access. So what is happening from the time vaccines land in country till the time they get to a site? That process in itself encapsulates a range of issues, barriers, hesitancy, instability, etc., that will impact how access is realized. Once those vaccines get to facilities, only half of the job is done. We now need to know what are the barriers in terms of communities accessing those vaccines once they arrive at the facility. We spoke this morning about issues of food security, issues of political instability, healthcare worker strikes, etc., etc. This tracker will provide you with an easy-to-access platform that will highlight what communities are seeing on the ground. So it brings that data to life and it highly contextualizes what we're seeing. This entire tracker is powered by community-based monitors. These are people who have 5 years or more experience on the ground in tracking products throughout disease areas, be those condoms, antiretrovirals, and PrEP. Community-led monitoring is a key approach that we have used across disease areas to make sure that access is realized. This is just a breadth of the data that will capture everything from hesitancy to cold chain logistics to issues of poverty that impact access, vaccines on the verge of expiry, gauging the pulse, the real-time pulse on the ground in terms of what is happening around fake news versus evidence-based news. What is the context around political instability, war and unrest? Have vaccines arrived at sites? What is the situation with healthcare practitioners, etc., etc.? So a vast range of activities. We'll be more than happy to, time permitting at a later stage, take you through the intricacies and the nuances of this really, really important tool. You might be asking, can you access this tool right now? The answer is no. And the answer is no, because it is a reflection of our collective inability and failure to meaningfully fund community-led interventions like this tracker. And on that note, I'd like to hand over to Tim. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Tian. That is just really fascinating. We really want to see more of that. I don't know if Tim has a closing word on the tracker as we end this session.
Sure. Well, thank you very much to Tian for his leadership in this. And I'd just like to emphasize 3 things that I think are such an important complement to this session on delivery. And it relates to equity, to science, and to learning. And first, with respect to equity, I think in the context of delivery, supply is necessary, but not sufficient. We have to have demand from communities. And this tracker is really about mobilizing communities. It's the power of communities, not as an afterthought or a last resort, but as a primary resource. The second, with respect to science, infectious disease response over time for HIV, TB, malaria, guinea worm, onchocerciasis, and SARS-CoV-2, does better when communities are engaged. We have a ton of evidence on that. We get better outcomes, adoption, adherence, accountability with respect to performance. But it also generates trust. And for those of us who've been looking at what determines better performance across countries, trust is one of the primary drivers of better pandemic performance. So the tracker is evidence-informed action. Finally, with respect to learning, there is tremendous knowledge and intelligence in every community that is way too often overlooked. This tracker is really trying to point to that innate resource, that resilience, and not let that get lost from attention, but actually systematically harvest those breakthroughs so that they can be shared and hopefully allow others to accelerate access to life-saving treatments. So with that, equity, science, and learning, all part of what we're promoting. And again, thanks to Tian and the African Alliance for their leadership on this. We're delighted to partner with them. And thanks to you, Yodi, for having us and launching this today. We look forward to it moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tian. And we consider the PortsToArms tracker launched. Amazing. Thank you, everybody. Let's give that a round of applause. I think it's going to be an incredibly helpful tool for us. And we have this day as a marker, the Abuja Day, after the Abuja Day 20 years ago. And with that, to the end of this session, I want to thank you, Tim. I want to thank you, Tian. And I'm going to thank all our participants who are online for this session, my brother John in Kegasong, who is actively participating, and just love the fact that he's here. Thank you so much. As we move very swiftly into the next session, thank you very much, Tim. Scenes are changing, and as they're changing the name tags for this next session, I just want to very quickly reflect on what we have heard so far. Very quickly reflect on what we've heard so far. And we have heard the need for greater community engagement and participation. We've heard from countries about exactly what the problems are at country level. What the problems are at country level. We have heard what the solutions can be. We've heard from small island states. We've heard from bigger countries. And now we're about to hear from the governors of Nigeria from a subnational perspective. And we're also going to have a conversation between them and the CEO of Gavi, some of our international partners, the head of the Global Financing Facility at the World Bank, who will join them up on the platform to have a conversation around what exactly their needs are. What exactly are our international partners doing? Nigeria as a case study, what exactly is happening on the ground in Ekiti State? Of course we have Governor Fayemi here is also the chair of the Governors Forum, so he represents the entire forum and that architecture behind him. What exactly is Lagos seeing? Lagos is the 5th largest economy in the whole of Africa. So as I say all the time, Lagos is a country all in itself. So what exactly is Lagos seeing, and what exactly are the needs? What do we need to do? If we can vaccinate Nigeria, we vaccinate Africa. And the numbers that are low right now across Africa are because Nigeria is underperforming in its vaccinations. But it's not just COVID vaccines. It is routine immunizations. It's a much wider conversation. So with that, I invite His Excellency, Kayode Fayemi, Chairman of the Governors Forum, His Excellency Jide Sanwo-Olu, Executive Governor of Lagos State. Please join us on the podium. We have other brother excellencies joining us online, and we welcome them as well. We also welcome the administrative arm of the Governors Forum who are with us today, as I welcome Seth Barkley, Dr. Seth Barkley, CEO of Gavi, to join us on the stage. And Dr. Juan Pablo Uribe, who's former minister himself of health and now the head of the global financing facility of the World Bank. That's an awful lot of men, so I might have to sit down so we don't have a manel. Let me join you. I haven't recognized today, by the way, Dr. Atul Gawande, who is you have to tell me your proper title because I'll get it wrong, but you're
now the head of global health.
Head of global
at
health.
USAID.
At USAID, but he's also an assistant administrator.
They called me the assistant administrator.
Fantastic, welcome.
Thank
Atul,
you.
welcome to Nigeria.
Thank
It's
you.
wonderful to have you here. The US government have been incredible friends and partners in this fight against COVID, as have many other governments of the world. We also have my beloved friend, Stephanie Seydoux of France. Here, I shall introduce you shortly. Let's get into this. So, Your Excellencies, I shall start with you, the chair of the Governors Forum. From your perspective, as we look at what exactly COVID has done for us, we've had several conversations. You've been with us in several conversations around this, and your forum are leading a response in itself. What does that look like, and how do we use Nigeria as a case study?
Well, it's great to be here, Ayode, and I'm happy to be on this platform with the distinguished panelists and my brother, the Governor of Lagos State. Well, for us at the subnational level, this has brought about a lot of experience, and we are at an inflection point. When this started in Nigeria, first case in March, some of the states were quick off the ground with their response mechanism, both at the federal level. The federal government very quickly set up, I believe in March 2020, the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, the steering committee. And then I believe it was in February, but Governor Sanwo-Olu will be able to talk a lot more specifically about this, that we had our first COVID-19 case in Lagos. Incidentally, Ekiti had the second. And we're both here. But by March, we've set up a local response task force. And by the end of March, virtually all the 36 states have set up local task forces. At the federal level, we had the Presidential Steering Committee dealing with the public health dimension of this. But we also had an Economic Sustainability Committee set up under the leadership of the Vice President of Nigeria. And very quickly, the Nigerian health system was able to begin to respond adequately to questions of scaling up, surveillance, testing, mobilizing resources for these, isolation and treatment centers all around the country. And there was an effective collaboration between the federal, the state government, and the private sector. Within that short space of time, our private sector, under the auspices of COVID, was able to raise almost $100 million for a variety of things on building isolation and treatment centers, providing palliatives for those who had been, of course, badly affected by the lockdowns and suffering from inability to make a daily living as a result of this. And there were also specific issues around risk management and community engagement. And subsequently, we got to the level of of vaccination. There has been a challenge with that, even mobilizing enough vaccine in the first instance. Now that we seem to be doing well on that scale, many of us believe that we wouldn't really be doing as well as we should until we start manufacturing vaccines locally. And I believe that's where the discussion really is now. But there's been a lot of lessons for us, and there's been a strengthening of our public health system as a result of COVID-19. Talk about opportunity in adversity. We have used this to begin to build up at the subnational level a lot of public health system strengthening. And I believe those are lessons that we continue to learn in terms of partnership between the states, since we're at the receiving end, and the federal government, as well as our private sector.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you. Having heard from you from sort of that wider lens and also from the sort of state perspective, I want to go now to Lagos. I'm always wanting to go to Lagos.
Well, you belong to both. You belong to Nigeria.
Exactly. I'm of Ekiti, but I married Lagos. So this is an interesting combination here. From Lagos's perspective, it was a robust, you led that response. You were the chief incident officer. I remember seeing you on television. What was that like from the first case now to looking at vaccinations and looking at the sort of preparedness for whatever next threat might come? What would you say that experience, first of all, what was that like?
Thank you very much. And first is to also thank my fellow speakers on this platform, the chair of our Governors Forum, and to also thank Dr. Alakija for all of our energy. She seems not to run short of energy everywhere. I think it's really, to just take it from where my colleague, Dr. Fahimi, said, we had a unique experience because half of the entire country, positivity, cases in terms of treatment, almost in terms of fatality also occurred in Lagos. So, like has been said, the very first, incident case arrived on the shores of Lagos on February 27th, precisely. But 3 weeks before then, we had actually set up what we call an incident command and control chain. We had the unique experience of Ebola that had happened in Lagos 6 years prior, right? And the lessons and the learning were not lost on us. We've been able to develop a level 3 biosecurity lab before COVID happened in 2019, and I was also very privileged to have had a team that have a bit of experience. So in January 2020, when my commissioner said we needed to set up an incident command chain, what that meant was that we needed to very quickly begin to wrap up, our facilities at that time. We were just building those capacity whilst just waiting for the first case and subsequent cases to come. And resource, had to be made available, right? And when the first one happened and we knew that we had a case, one of the things that we did very quickly from the incident command chain was that we had to scale down, our processes of approval at the cabinet level. From a 40-man cabinet, we scaled it down to 8 of us, meaning that 8 of us can meet almost immediately and make a decision on behalf of the entire cabinet and have, a quicker response, So that was like, a military chain and command. That was where I gave the name incident commander. So we knew that we're going to an era where we have no full knowledge of how it's going to respond, but we're just waiting and ready in terms of resource, in terms of how quickly we can get to organize ourselves and how quickly we can get approvals, within our system so that things can happen quicker, faster, and smarter. So 3 things that we did very, very quickly, in the first 2 months, were what we call the 3 C's, which was communication, collaboration, and coordination. We started very quickly by transparently communicating with our citizens, and everybody that needed to listen to us that this thing is real, is in our system, and we will completely be given information, almost on a daily basis as into how we're faring, what is happening, and what we need to do, while still learning it. So with collaboration, we realized that we might need to have external engagement, outside of the state of government, of Lagos. So very quickly, we had to escalate everything we're doing with the Federal Ministry of Health in Abuja, and started conversations with all of the multilateral, agencies, UNDP, WHO. We open up our doors, to them. So we needed to do that level of collaboration, also ensuring that at a very early stage, we had only one laboratory, that could conduct, the PCR COVID test. Within the first 3 months, we had scaled that up from 1 lab to 5, and at the end of 2020, we've had over 30 labs in Lagos, all having PCR machines, and all of that. And the 3rd C, which is coordination. We also said we needed to re-coordinate our internal, health system. What happens to the regular people that need to have, malaria, tests or have pregnancy issues? How do we ensure that we can turn some part of our secondary, health facilities into isolation centers and build capacity, from there very, 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 very quickly. So part of the things that we did then was that a whole lot of, resource had to be provided, for some of the people that are attending our health facility, pregnant women and all of that, so that they can space out their timing. And we were paying for the bills at that time, not even COVID-related, expenses, general medical expenses, so that they can indeed know that when they come, they might need to wait a bit longer because of, issues around spacing and the rest of it. But we take the harder bill, which was to pay for their services and ensure that, what they lose in terms of waiting, government was able to pay, and just sort of like balance it up so that we don't have a crowding, issue. And the final, conversation around collaboration were with the private sector. When the lockdown started, and Lagos, like you've heard, were the commercial nerve center. So the private sector, the organized private sector were threatened by a lot of, job losses, right? And so we needed to continue have that engagement with them to ensure that, they could agree with us that they were not going to have job losses, from their staff. And one of the things that we did for them is to have special arrangements for them where logistics can move into their plant. We could have, logistics around their staff coming at odd hours, whilst they need to work in a factory, and ensuring that they have easy passage in and out, of the various facilities. So these were some of the things that helped us, being able to manage, and health, challenge in terms of, health. When we're dealing with an economic challenge, we're dealing with an health challenge, we're also dealing with security challenges. So all the 3 levels, we needed to balance it out. Whilst a lot of people find it difficult to believe that, the health issues were real, economic challenges were coming up and security issues too were coming up. So all of the 3 components, we needed to manage them very well. And part of the things that the command and control center, the chain of command also did were that we had to crash our budgets. We had to very quickly reallocate our budget and put a lot more, numbers, even within the first quarter of the year. By the end of March, all of us have started repricing our budget to put a lot more expenses, working with our legislator, put a lot more expenses on the health, on the health budget as against, at the expense of other lines that we would have been spending money. So from the legislature side, we had a lot of conversations with them, and also with a lot of our people. So we had to scale up, our fiscal infrastructure, building, isolation centers. We had to, at the height of it, we had to have about 30 different hotels in Lagos, that were shut down and converted to either an isolation center or just, an hotel where all of the health practitioners were going to stay at the end of the day. So they were not going back to their homes. They were going to stay in hotels so that we can pick them up very quickly in the morning, and so that they also don't go home and infect their family members. So these are some of the very high-level logistics, retooling that we had to do to be able to keep the city and the people, less infected. Because our plan was that we need to keep, the positivity at the manageable level. We didn't want a spike. We didn't want a situation where the numbers will wrap up and it will overrun and and just make a mess of our entire, health infrastructure. So we know that the positivity will rise, but we're planning to ensure that we can manage it, on a gradual process. And finally, like what my colleague also said, the private sector under the auspices of COVID also helped out with a lot of resources. They were able to, help, all our subnationals at scaling up, isolation center, scaling up, the treatment center, and also being able to develop, the labs, which were not available at that time. So for us, it's been a whole true learning process. We've been able to scale up the infrastructure at our, various health facilities. They're all brand new. At some point, we had to build over 10 oxygen concentration centers. We built 3 new oxygen plants. We built about 10 where people can just go get oxygenated, and just get well. So some of the things that happen all throughout the year 2020, even into 2021, in all Lagos have had 4 different, spikes. We had 4 different spikes of COVID, and each one we've been able to manage and bring down, the level of positivity, at each of those wraps up. So it's been a very, very interesting learning experience, difficult at some point, but at every of those spikes, there were new learnings, and lessons that we picked up, and it just makes us a lot more resilient, a lot more capable to be able to respond, better and quicker. But on a fairly long time, if I might just say, part of the things that we are doing so that we can also begin to prepare for the next pandemic, whenever that will happen, and be able to say to ourselves that indeed one will occur. We're planning to build an African infectious research center in Lagos. We've done extensive design on that. International, bidders have turned up. So we want to build an infectious disease research center where, in the event of another pandemic, not just even have labs, we can indeed have researchers, that will be domesticated, and we also can respond, accordingly. We have also designated areas as processing zone, medical processing zone, where we can have quicker medical, maybe vaccination, like they have in serum, labs, and all of them, where we can get approvals from the federal, and tax exemptions, like a free zone, for medical processing zone, where investment can also come, into that space, and people can see that the numbers are here, but we need to have, an ease of doing business. So we've thought of having, an health economic processing zone where businesses can come. You can come and set up a vaccine. Can come and set up a lab and all of that, where you can also ship all of those things out of Lagos. So these are some of the long-term plans that we have, on the table, and probably also have purpose-built isolation center, that will be equipped, just waiting, develop the capacity, develop the competence, working through our primary health facilities, and ensuring that they can indeed continue to, adequately respond to the day-to-day needs in the community. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, thank you very much. That is, wow, quite. The word you used one word, retooling, and I want to go to that because, of course, the access to COVID tools. So going back to that acronym that I am, together with many of my colleagues here in the room, we all are part of. The tools for this pandemic, you've spoken to the diagnostics, the testing, you've spoken to the health systems. We haven't heard very much yet about vaccinations, but I mean, that is going to come. You spoke about manufacturing of vaccines, and I'm very excited to hear about the Africa Research Infectious Disease Center in Lagos, and I know that Richard Hatchett of CEPI must also have been very excited to hear that, and I hope we'll be able to put you two together at the lunch afterwards or whatever. He's the CEO of CEPI, a lot of research and development there in that area. But I want to come now very quickly, because this is a conversation, to you, Dr. Seth Berkley, the CEO of Gavi, and find out from your perspective, or even just what you've heard, what you knew already about Nigeria, now meeting with the governors, the chair of the Governors Forum, the governor of the largest, I mean, basically one of the world's largest cities, one of the world's, what's that word? Megapolis. They also call them megapolis. I can never say that. I mean, Lagos is just massive and projected to have a population in the hundreds of millions, I believe, in about in 2050, about 50 million. So I mean, the sheer scale of Lagos. We had wanted to bring the delegation over to Lagos, but time didn't permit. So we'll have to do that the next time. But from your perspective, how have your partners in your group, Gavi and all the others, I mean, of course, wider than Gavi, COVAX, which you also are one of the leads for, how has that impacted what the governors have spoken about?
So first of all, I want to thank you, Iodi, for bringing together this amazing group of people, and congratulations. I also want to acknowledge my distinguished leadership at state level and my colleague, Juan Pablo. I'd like to start because I loved what you said about using this to help build stronger systems. And I want to start there because the reason our mission is here is to look at COVID, to look at polio, to look at other things. But the most important part of that is, how do we strengthen the routine system? How do we make sure there's a resilient health system? How do we make sure that the states, and that's where the action is. I mean, health is a state subject in Nigeria. How do we make sure the states are empowered, are paying attention, are doing everything they can to build those strong, resilient health systems? And that is as important as the tools are, because if we don't have systems to deliver the tools, they don't do us any good. So, and one of the things to say, of course, is that, there are many strong and innovative states, and I think Lagos is one of those that have good coverage, have worked hard to build systems, but there are other states that are lagging behind. And when we talk about equity, how do we think about the equity of those health systems in addition to delivery? So the measure of traditional vaccines is a good indicator for how strong those systems are, and it's one of the reasons we want to work with all of you at the federal level, but also at the state level, to move forward. Now, let me talk a little bit about the macro effects. So first of all, when vaccines appeared, miraculous, 327 days from the time that they originally got started until the time they were delivered. We had suggested before the history was 4 years, so we broke that by a great amount. And tomorrow will be the 1-year anniversary of our first deliver to Africa. Now, the first delivery actually from COVAX was 39 days after delivery in a wealthy country. It shouldn't have been 39 days, it should have been the same day, but given histories in the past of years of delay, that was really good. But I think everybody understands what happened was we had vaccine hoarding, we had vaccine diplomacy, we ended up with export bans, we ended up with a series of problems. And so the conversation we're having now about having more distributed manufacturing, the importance of that, is a critical conversation to be had. But let me talk a little bit about once we were able to get beyond that. COVAX has now delivered over 1.2 billion doses, and we've delivered those to 144 countries. But in Africa, about 40% of those doses have come to Africa, and so we've delivered about 440 million doses to 51 countries. And that's about 65% of the total amount that are on the continent now. And for low-income countries, we're responsible for providing about 80% of the doses. Now, what's the good news? The good news is that supply has loosened up, and there are doses now. The challenge then is the health systems, the absorption, the PortsToArms conversation that we're having here, and it gets back to that resilient health system I started at, which is why I wanted to start there. So I think the challenge for us now is how does the state level function, in a sense, step up now and make sure that these vaccines can really move to the populations that need them. In terms of our work here in Nigeria, we've committed $765 million for the COVID response, and we've dispersed $762 million through the COVAX facility. That's on top of the well more than $1 billion we've spent on health systems and on vaccines. There have been 93 million doses allocated or donated to Nigeria, of which 62 million doses have been shipped. So just to give that sense of where we are in numbers, and there are more doses to be able to come if there's more absorption capacity. So we've committed $765 million, of which 762 million have been dispersed. 93 million doses have been allocated or donated to Nigeria so far, of which 62 million have been shipped.
Thank you.
Okay? So the question now is, what are some of the challenges that are there? So let me start. We've worked over the years to build a stronger system, including a cold chain. Of course, we didn't need an ultra-cold chain, but now some of the vaccines require ultra-cold chain. So we've worked very hard and invested $120 million in bringing ultra-cold chain to countries. That is for, not the full range of vaccines, but are a few of the vaccines. And one of the things we want to do now is get into a longer time period where we can have predictable supply over 6 months, not done on a monthly basis or in the beginning on a weekly basis, now that we can help get that type of planning horizon so that states can do and LGAs can do the type of planning necessary to determine, including using a range of vaccines. Now, what are some of the challenges that we have to think about? When we started, we talked about having a goal of 20%. And we were misunderstood, frankly. People said, oh my God, you just want to give 20%. No, that wasn't what the goal was. The goal was first, vaccinate your health workers, vaccinate your high-risk populations, vaccinate your elderly. And one of the challenges is we don't know where we are on that right now. So if we look at all the countries that we're supporting, we think about 75% of the health workers are vaccinated, but only about 25% of the elderly, and we have no idea of what percent of immunosuppressed. And that's a really important thing because it may be in those populations is where you have new variants form because of the ability for the virus to stay in them for a long time. So one of the critical issues now is about how we get better data. You've talked a lot about the private sector. How do we bring new tools in that can help us get a handle on exactly what's happening, where the stocks are, how we're able to deliver, and most importantly, how we know how we're doing in relation to these high-risk groups. And in fact, it may be that high-risk groups that were vaccinated now more than 6 months ago, they may need to be revaccinated even before we get to other low-risk groups. So these are some of the priorities we have to pay attention to. In terms of some of the challenges that I know have been here, the states vary in their own financial abilities to move forward. And one of the challenges is, do we have finance available on the ground to pay for health workers to do extra work to provide campaigns to reach out and do that? Early on, we've provided now over $1 billion of delivery financing globally. You've heard what we've provided to Nigeria, but the challenge is going to be how are the states responding and providing their own financing to make sure at that last mile people are being served. We've provided some jump starts for that, and now $39 million to Nigeria to do that. There's more money coming, but we're going to need more substantial amounts, and they're going to have to come from internationally, but also from states. The teams, the number of teams that are available to do that, the vaccination teams is not where it needs to be. And then the challenge is, are we getting the vaccines out to all the states at the pace they need to do? Because they obviously come in at a federal level, but we want to make sure there's a rapid movement out to states and that they're getting used, and that's going to be important. So just to finish my comments, we could not have gotten to where we've gotten without the support of our stakeholders. We have a great team here. Aodhi referred to the many people that are here. You know, the world is with you. The world wants to help you get everybody vaccinated that needs to be vaccinated. The challenge is going to be to move from that rhetoric to actually delivering it, getting those injections into arms. And we've been able to build on our 20-year relationship with Nigeria, the work we've done on building systems. It's going to be critical to continue to build on the systems we have and take advantage of this. The current scale strategy, which has been driven by the federal government, has led some states to have very high coverage, but others to not. And again, I think we have to take a hard look at that and make sure that we allow each governor and each government to have access to the vaccines, the support they need to get to where they need to go, and to build those stronger systems that can be there. There has been support for a open LMIS system to help in stock management. There's also been an electronic management of immunization data system that have been paid for, but those are not yet having the effects they can have. And one of the challenges is, are those the right systems? Are they integrated? Are they doing what they need to do? And if the answer is no, we need to either fix that or replace them. So that's a little bit where we are. I just want to say one last thing, which is we're in the midst of trying to raise more resources because we think it's going to be critical that we have financing for delivery, financing for donations, and additional vaccines. We don't know where this pandemic is going. Anybody who says to you it's over may be wishful, may be praying, but we don't know. And there may be new variants that are worse. It may be that we need different vaccines going forward. And I think for us, one of the critical issues is making sure we have a conversation. We want you to have the best vaccines in the world. They may not be for isolated rural areas, may need a different vaccine than in the capital city. And we want to make sure that people understand the best vaccine is the vaccine we can get into people and that will protect them. And that means that we have to have that conversation so that people understand that, you know, having a different vaccine for different people isn't because one is better than the other. It may be because one is easier to use in the setting of a rural area without a good cold chain, you know, et cetera. So making sure we have that conversation, because what we don't want is vaccine hesitancy where people say, you know, oh my God, we're not getting what we saw on TV or here or there. We want to make sure that people have the information they need and that we're talking about these things. Thanks.
Thank you, Seth. Yeah, no, that was really comprehensive. And I mean, I think, first of all, we want to say thank you. Nigeria wants to say thank you to Gabby, I mean, and to all of our partners. I'm sure you've heard from the Minister of Finance. It's a shame she had to step out very briefly for a meeting. She has an emergency to deal with, but she's in the building. But I would have loved to have brought her in, actually, as you talked about the $762 million that have been committed, pledged to Nigeria or given already, he says, oh, it's here. Okay, to Nigeria in the pandemic. Obviously, she's the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. It would have been great to have a perspective from her end on this. I want to also, I mean, you've talked about, another key point you made is the pandemic is not over. You know, and I think a lot of people are behaving as though it's over. There are a lot of people here who not just here, but all over the world, because as the messaging comes from the global north, as it were, because people are triple vaccinated, quadruple vaccinated in some instances, and are able to start getting on with their lives. But we've also seen some of the challenges, even for many of you coming into Nigeria over the last couple of days. I mean, we've lost about 5 or 6 of our African friends and colleagues. The South African president's representative she did just arrive and is now upstairs and changing. She made it, but she missed the first couple of flights because the systems were not talking to each other because she had to take PCR tests. The Honourable Minister from Sao Tome, about 4 tests. We've heard the challenges, and we cannot go with this rhetoric that this is over. The variants, Nigeria has been, I have intel, as it were, from the G20 sessions over the last couple of weeks, that Nigeria, we're worried, the world is worried that Nigeria will be the breeding factory for some of the new variants. They're mentioning your city, sadly, because of course of the megapolis, the megacity, the big sort of dense, crowded areas. But I want to very quickly, I'm going to come back to you, but I want to very quickly go to His Excellency Dr. Fayemi and talk about that, the financial aspect. How do we make what, because you all looked a bit surprised, how do we make what Seth is talking about, how do we make it work subnationally? How do we come, you know what I'm trying to say?
Oh, well, we're working with Seth at the level of the Nigerian Governors Forum. The numbers don't come to me as a surprise, even though they may be mind-boggling to outsiders listening, even to the governor of Lagos is saying at least $762 million and 93 million doses coming into Nigeria. It would be interesting to know, out of those 92 million doses, how many actually expired before getting to Nigeria?
62 were shipped to Nigeria.
No.
This is good. Let's have a conversation. Everybody jump in.
So, first of all, an important statement to make more broadly, which is countries have been really serious about this. The wastage rates have been incredibly low, less than 1%.
Great.
Here in Nigeria, there were 1 million doses that came in on the late side and ended up having to be destroyed. But again, if you look at that as a percentage of the doses that are here, it's small. But the important point is, unless we get the systems moving, there will be more wastage.
I think that's where the challenge is.
Yes.
Getting the system moving. But I can also say that there's a great deal of improvement on the ground in terms of the vaccines getting into different parts of the country. But I think we need to now move from expecting people to come to health centers in the various rural areas. We need to find a way to start visiting communities and vaccinating people on the ground rather than waiting for them to come to centers. Because call it hesitancy, call it reluctance, call it fatigue.
But it's particularly true for high risk, because the high risk populations, aren't naturally, we don't normally vaccinate the elderly in most of the African countries. So we need to figure out how to get them
to do that,
and how to get them there. And the same thing for immunosuppressed adults. We don't normally
one of the things we've considered at the level of the Governors Forum is to find a way to turn this into an incentive peer learning process where we go back to what we did with polio, a challenge fund of some sort, 2 states that actually accelerate the level of vaccination and also supporting the health workers that are doing well on a local government per local government basis. That is something that we are working with MPHCDA, various state governments, and our own health advisors in the Governors Forum.
Everybody likes a bit of competition, don't they? Everyone likes a bit of, oh, well, this state is ahead of me, so Your Excellency.
Last week at the National Executive Council meeting, the NET meeting, I'm surprised Faisal is not here. I've been looking around.
Yeah, Faisal, but I can see NCDC is there.
Well, Faisal, he did a presentation at the last, a week
ago.
Yeah, at the last NEC meeting, right, where each state were and what should be our run rates, between now and May for us to achieve 60% herd immunity and rest of it. And there were 3-4 states in terms of percentage of their run rate, which was Nasarawa and I think Jigawa or something.
Because this is very important, because the sense we get
Right.
is that sometimes you penalize people who are doing very well by overly focusing on those who are not doing as well, instead of incentivizing states that are really accelerating.
But I like what you said, and I want to bring in Juan Pablo here, Uribe, Dr. Juan Pablo Uribe. I want to bring him in here into this because I like this conversation we're getting into, and we're getting into it a bit too much because we don't have very much time, but this is good. You know, you talked about incentives, you're talking about the competition. How do we incentivize, how do we ensure that health workers, not just states, but I mean people, how do we create a fund that people, just like we did with education. I mean, of course, a lot of you know my other passion is education. What I studied at school is medicine. But you know, how do we potentially give people a $5,000 incentive through something like the BOI scheme or which has been done before in this country, to come forward and get not just a COVID vaccine to stop Lagos or any other place becoming a super variant factory, but how do we do that to promote routine immunization? How do we do a bundled approach and bring families together? I have spoken, I mentioned this to His Excellency Eko, His Excellency Lagos, the last time we met, that, you know, how about we have a festival of vaccinations at, what's that square in the big square?
Tinubu Square, Freedom Square?
Tafawa Balewa. TBS in Lagos. How about we have a giant, you know, vaccination? Give people incentives. We create
Maybe
jobs.
not during a pandemic. Such a good idea.
Well, it's outdoors. It's outdoors. You know, it's outdoors. But we need to vaccinate people. How are we going to vaccinate people? We could create jobs at the same time. We could create an excitement. I mean, that song we heard earlier today. You know, music. How do we do that? And how do we incentivize? Juan Pablo.
First of all, again, I want to praise you for your endless energy and your endless commitment. And I also want to thank the governors and SED for letting me share with you this conversation, an honor. Look, I think we're moving towards there, but I really believe we're not there yet. I think we still have a huge homework to do together before we get towards those, let's say, more innovative solutions, maybe demand-driven, with subsidies, with incentives, and I think we will get there. But let me reflect on 4 key messages from what I've heard and try to bring that aspect as well in my thoughts. The first one, and we heard it from the governors, there's incredible experience accumulated. We're not in the same situation where we were 24 months ago. I think we need to learn from those experiences, the good and the bad, and we need to evolve. We need to bring that knowledge into new policies, into new service flows, into new efforts. And that means that we have to have an open mind and be ready to revisit what we're doing and advance. Because it's very easy to stay with a tunnel vision, doing exactly what we've been doing in the past in a quickly evolving situation where, again, I do believe that we need to evolve. By the way, Yori, Africa is teaching day by day to the world so many things in this. Think about the regional initiatives. Think how you've been coming together, doing the right thing around pandemic preparedness. So I just want to praise you for that. My second comment, and it has to do a little bit with this, let's say, discussion about incentives. With listening to the governors, knowing that our countries are not homogeneous, our countries are completely heterogeneous. And even more, below the state level, when you go to municipalities or to localities, they're also completely different. I think we need to acknowledge specificity, we need to respect those differences, and we need to bring those also into the solutions. By the way, all of us who have been close to national immunization programs, and we have here the experts, basically, we know that we need to move beyond averages. We need to bring an equity lens beyond the numbers, and we need to look at the vulnerable communities, at those being excluded, at those being at risk. They are not in the average, and that's why I think we still have a long way to go. This is a disease that has an incredible incidence in at-risk population. Not only the older, not only those with comorbidities, but the women or the poorest, the lowest income households have a greatest risk. So we need to bring, again, in the local efforts, in the subnational efforts, this risk and equity lens that Seth referred to. I think that's incredibly important, and that's my second message. The third one that has come very clear is that we need to take this also as a window of opportunity. As hard as it has been, it's a quite unique opportunity to strengthen health systems, starting by primary health care, by those community facilities, starting by our health workforce. Jody, you and I spoke 4 months ago when we met in Berlin, that this is about people caring for people. So we need to care for those people, and we need to look at their incentives, by the way, their motivations, their visibility. Are we really recognizing their effort? And I would say in that, let's say, medium and longer term vision of what's coming out of this, for me, there's 3 elements that we cannot walk away from them. And it's sustainable financing, which you have spoken about. It's the health workforce, the nurses, the technicians, the physicians, the community leaders, and again, how we facilitate their work. And finally, it's access to quality of care, which is a huge, huge space to work. But again, sustainable financing, the health workforce in the center, and accessibility to quality care, I think those have to be huge messages that we start speaking about as we bring from PortsToArms vaccines. Let me just conclude with what the World Bank is doing around this, because it's also a nice opportunity talking to the governors and to all of you around here. We're doing an incredible effort globally, and I will just jump the figures, which are amazing. It's the biggest deployment of efforts that the bank has done in its history. But in Nigeria, we are financing more than $320 million through AVAT in vaccines, SET, and we're complementing federal resources to the state level also with $76 million. And very important to what you were saying, governors, is we're starting to look ahead at pandemic preparedness and how to strengthen health systems at the same time. And I think this is quite a unique opportunity. As the Minister of Finance said, we're financing not only the vaccines, but the deployment, and that deployment and delivery around primary health care and around, let's say, stronger health systems. And again, I do believe that's the comprehensive approach that we have to have today as we advance, Jody, in this unmet yet challenge of amplifying vaccination coverage and strengthening health systems.
Muchas gracias.
Con gusto.
Muchas gracias. Yeah, I want to pick up on one of your points, and I want to bounce it off Their Excellencies about the World Billion. It's all about the money, right? Let's follow the money. So the World Bank, $320 million, vaccines. It's also, I'm really sad that my sister's not here, the Minister of Finance. I mean, she's in the next room. And, but she has mentioned several times and has spoken about the need to reprogram potentially some of those funds, and we need flexibility from the bank. You know, World Bank has been, the 12 billion last year, of course, was a little bit slow. This was before you came on board, and I'm sure it's going to be very quick now. You know, but the sort of 320 million to Nigeria, you know, there's now talk of Ethiopia, for instance, reprogrammed some of their funds towards delivery because there are vaccines now. You know, our partners who are here, Stephanie Seydoux, the US government, many of our international, Canada. I haven't seen Joshua. Where's Joshua? Hi, Josh. Who are here, you know, have very generously contributed to, through COVAX and sometimes bilaterally, vaccines. So now instead of putting money in and also going into a debt trap, let's be really honest, you know, the World Bank money is not free, it's a debt. So how about we reprogram that, and how about we start having that conversation? Because I think at some country levels, offices, there's a little bit of resistance towards the reprogramming of that funding. And if you were to ask the governors, what would you like to see? I mean, since there is now quite a few vaccines, thanks to our friends and partners, what would you like to see? Let me go first to my Lagos side.
Thank you very much. And it's interesting to know and to hear the numbers that are I mean, dropping off. I know maybe my colleague Dr. Fahimi will have first-hand information as into what goes, from the governors' forum back to the governors. But for me, I usually, and if I, need to speak for the state that I run, I usually have a challenge, where some of those funding are repurposed. They usually just do a flat line around everybody. And my challenge has always been, the greatest good for the greatest number, right? If indeed we see, the level of challenge, 50%, almost 40 to 50% of the burden of the country, right, is in a single state, right? It's always unfair, when we now have resources, right, and it's all distributed evenly, similarly, when, the level of interventions that is required for you to be able to, attack the issues and be able to get them, at the level where we will see results, like you said, maybe the next, pandemic, or maybe the next positivity we'll see in very high population areas like Lagos. So we need to deliberately be able to look at those subnational locations and ask and see, maybe a bit more will help us achieve a lot more because of the numbers that are there. I want my colleagues also to all be carried along. There's absolutely no problem with that. But I just, know that there's always this additional burden. We are the 60% of international traffic in the country. We are 45%, of land border traffic in the country. So, and you really don't have, any you don't have any rights over any of these things. People just come in and they become a subnational body. So it'd be nice to know, in those envelopes, what are the things that we can indeed have a conversation with, and we all can design programs around ensuring, that where the burden is the highest, we can all walk around ensuring that it has the lowest help, and we can see, the solutions, to be able to implement and wrap these things up very, very quickly, But we'll also, be nice, and like we keep saying, right? At the subnational, that's where the issues are. That's absolutely where the points need to be made, and we all just need to be in the room when some of these decisions are being made, so that we know that, indeed, we're on the right conversation and ensuring that we solve these things.
No, I mean, excellent, and which is why we're delighted that you're here today, and I want to thank you for being here, and thanks, Sholakwe, as well. But over to you, Juan Pablo. It's important.
Thanks, and a very quick response after listening to you, Governor.
Yeah, because I think it's better to tie up the response from our side before you respond. I'm very familiar with this. I've been in these negotiations on co-prep, so I know what you're talking about. Up till last week, I was still discussing with the country director on management of those funds. It's been caught in an amazingly frustrating bureaucratic nightmare in the last 1 year, basically trying to work out how to subvert federal, get it directly to states, ensuring that we all have maximum benefit. I don't want to go into that, but thankfully...
Let's not be politically correct, let's just talk
Well, we resolved it. We've resolved it. Let me just say that we finally got around all the hoops, and we're now ready to absorb the funds, and the bank is also ready to deliver along the lines that we had originally wanted it to do. Thankfully, the MPHCDA, our own agency in Nigeria, has also agreed with us on the pathway to accelerated delivery. But I think when I talked about penalizing states' best performance, Governor Lagos just referred to that. It's the epicenter. It has more cases. It has more fatalities, but it doesn't necessarily get the most benefit on this. And there has to be a way. You've talked about equity. I think this gives us an opportunity, a golden opportunity to design a mechanism for subnational engagement with institutions, multilateral, bilateral, that are involved in this. I know there are sovereignty issues here. I am not unaware of that. And I know that countries want to deal with countries, post-Westphalia, international relations. But if we're talking about speed and equity, we need to really devise means and outcomes. Some of those funds just get bogged down in unnecessary bureaucracy at the federal level. We also run the risk of double budgeting. We have budgeted in Nigeria for vaccination. And now, this money is also for vaccination.
That's so good.
Gavi is also giving us vaccination. So why don't you find a way to really estimate what we would need accurately? And this can be done. And then we put those funds in rebuilding, retooling, repurposing our health systems in a manner that can prepare for the next pandemic.
Excellent.
I know you say this pandemic is not over, but let's at least institutionally and systematically prepare for what is going to happen next.
Excellent. Juan Pablo, thank you. That was good.
See, I think this is a great conversation, by the way, and it's easy to have the conversation. It's more difficult to reach to the conclusions and the decisions. But let me quickly, first of all, say that not all the money from the bank is debt. As you know, there's also an important part which is grant. And as we move forward towards public goods, I think that size should also increase as we think about regional efforts and global efforts. So we have a challenge there, Jody, in terms of incentivizing some of those public goods through grants. And that's going to be part of the forward discussion. Second, I also want to highlight, to be very fair, the importance of the domestic effort at the national and subnational levels. And we heard it this morning. We heard it from many of the people who spoke, that we need to bring health in the national budgets into the importance that it deserves as well. Gradually, within the limitations and everything, but that's also part of this discussion, I would say. Now, there's something very interesting, Jody, happening, and you know it, and Ted Scheiban presented it today, and it's this capacity of really working at the country level, bringing everybody together around one budget, one plan, and one team. I think that's the space to have this discussion. And we need to reach agreement also between all the partners, but also within the country. And sometimes both levels are very difficult to reach, but they should be doable, and we should now be able to have national plans agreed, both internally and externally, and advancing. I think that's where we're all heading and where we're all putting our best efforts. Quickly, all the flexibility to discuss and review as the country leadership decides. But I just want to conclude with a dilemma, and it's this dilemma of best performers versus worst performers. Because behind them, we have individuals and families and households and communities. And we can easily go into virtual cycles of those best performers. By the way, they do that. They feed themselves in improving and further improving. And the opposite happens to the worst performers. They tend to stay behind. And again, the equity gap just increases. So it's not only recognizing the best performer, it's also finding a solution for the worst performers. And many times we end up in leadership and institutional capacity. But I just want again to say that we need to address both sides. Congratulating those who are doing the things well, but not leaving behind those who are not performing as we expected.
And we need to stop the bean counting on the World Bank side.
This is great. No, this is a great conversation. I mean, we could be here for the next hour. Sadly, we don't have an hour. Seth, I can see you really enjoying what you're hearing. A comment from you?
I think this is an important conversation, and an important conversation to be having in every country. Yes, we need to move to one plan and one budget, and we need to take into account the equity issues, and that's going to be the important issue. That often is a challenge, and I know here in Nigeria we not only have the challenge between states, we also have a north-south challenge and a series of other political challenges that are there. But in a pandemic, the issue is you're only safe unless everybody's safe, and that means bringing the least performing states along with you. At the same time, you prepare the best performing states, but at the highest risk. And And I think that has to be the lesson we do, and that's one of the reasons it's so critical to coordinate on these issues. I kind of feel we're going to be in a situation when people think it's less of an emergency that all of a sudden we'll go back to normal with having every group, every relationship moving forward rather than having one effort together trying to meet the needs that are out there, and that is what we're trying to do.
Thanks, Seth. Well, as before the busy excellencies pick up their bags and go, I want to wrap up. This has just been a great conversation. I think it was important to bring the subnational, I mean, of course, this is using Nigeria as a case study, so as Seth has said, it's a conversation that's needed in all countries. You know, your interlocutors and who you're speaking to need sometimes to expand so that everybody, as, you know, His Excellency of Lagos was saying, things that he had no idea about, some things that, you know, we need to drill down to where the action's at, quite frankly.
LGA level is where,
we need to drill down to where the action's at and make sure that we are truly having the greatest, as he said, impact. The risk equity question is one of the things that I'm hearing, and also designing subnational solutions. I mean, we started to talk about this a few years ago with the bank and others in Nigeria. The incentivizing, the focusing on the people, the demand side of this, you know, ensuring that we work to truly build up that bottom of the pyramid, not just by giving them, you know, a shot in the arm, getting it from ports to arms, but how do we use that to kickstart our economy, as Mr. President Muhammadu Buhari said this morning. How do we do that? Those are some of the things that we need to, you know, interrogate further. And I hope we'll be able to interrogate those over lunch, as some of the governors, I hope, will be able to join you for a few minutes. We are about to head off shortly to a press conference. But this has been a really exciting session to facilitate. I'm going to let the governors have the final word. First of all, Lagos.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alakija. Thank you. To be honest, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, what people want to see, right, is all of these are efforts, you know, turning to actionable, implementable solutions that an ordinary person sees on the road, right? They understand and they believe that we in the position of leadership can continue, you know, to give them that protection that they require, you know, so that indeed our actions or inactions, you know, are better, improve their own quality of life, you know, out there. And I'm hoping that the conversations like this will help us, you know, achieve, you know, all of those set objectives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, just to thank you, Ayode, for doing this, as always, but also to urge that we need to put this in perspective. We haven't done too badly in Nigeria. We don't want to be complacent, but when you look at the fatality rate, if you look at the numbers, vis-a-vis the infections, and in comparison with what's happening in other parts of the world, we haven't done badly. But I think, just as Seth says, we need to turn this adversity to opportunity for strengthening our health systems. And that's where the rubber meets the road. And those of us at the subnational level, we are very much ready to work with partners in order to deliver the goods to our people. That's why we're elected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to you, all of you gentlemen, and thank you for joining us for this fascinating panel. We are going to proceed to a press conference. Before that, somebody's official photographer would like to take a photo. So if we stand up and do that, have a quick photograph. Somebody could want to move a couple of chairs. Thank you.
While the photos are happening, thank you again to Dr. Alakija and to all of our speakers for that session. We wanted to let you know that it is now time for lunch, and that will be in the mezzanine upstairs. In addition to that, when we return, we have a side meeting, which is with Gavi and the CSO, and that will be in the Niger Plateau, and that's upstairs as well for the side meeting. And we will be back at 1:30, please. So it is now time for lunch, so we can break. Thank you very much.
Just wanted to let you all know that we're going to be starting shortly. If you do have any colleagues who you know have their contact details and they're not here, please go ahead and let them know that we would like to begin as soon as possible. We have quite a packed afternoon, and the sooner we get started, the sooner we'll be done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you could just bear with us for a couple of minutes. We're waiting for some of the panelists to come back down from lunch, and then we'll get started. And welcome back to PortsToArms. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. I think people will be slowly trickling in, but we're going to get started with the next session. We've got a couple more sessions left on the schedule for you today, so I won't bore you with a long introduction. I will simply hand over to our moderator for this next session, who is, and we've practiced his name, so we're going to get it perfect, Jonana Rottingen.
So thanks for joining this session. I know some of the sort of lunch events are running late, but it's so great to be here with a female-strong panel, and I think we needed to do something about that from the panel before lunch. So, but I'm lucky. I'm chairing the panel with one man who's online to save me, I guess. So this panel will change gear. We will now focus not on vaccines and vaccination, but we'll focus on the other components of a comprehensive COVID-19 response. And as we know, there are now very strong, clear global targets to reach. It's the vaccination target, 70% coverage among all those who need. It's about 1 test per 1,000 population per day to set sort of a clear bar. And it's about securing treatments and protective equipment to patients and to their caregivers and providers. But we have first the opportunity to hear more about the mechanisms in a way that was put in place in a very few couple of weeks early on in the pandemic to really try to foster a collective approach to the pandemic. So I'm pleased to hand over to Dr. Jody, who will, as Special Envoy for ACT Accelerator, talk about the ACT Accelerator. Please, Jody.
Thank you very much, Jonana. Well, I'm honored to sit in that seat and be the Special Envoy for the ACT Accelerator, and often people describe it as a WHO Special Envoy, and I say that no, that I'm everybody's Special Envoy. And why do I say this? Because the ACT Accelerator is not just WHO, it is hosted at WHO, but the ACT Accelerator is the coordinating and connecting mechanism to accelerate access to COVID tools. So therefore, I'm Emma's Special Envoy, I'm Richard's Special Envoy, I am not just Seth, but Juan Pablo's Special Envoy. Everyone wants coordination, but nobody typically wants to be coordinated. They say it's like herding cats. I have a bit of experience with this because my last life I was Chief Humanitarian Coordinator for Nigeria in the humanitarian crisis response, and that was, oh my goodness, I just bring together the multilaterals, the bilaterals, and the Nigerian government and make sure nobody killed each other. I mean, I think our case fatality rate was almost as high as what was going on in some of the most awful parts of the crisis, and I'm not even kidding. So in time of scarce resources, we need to coordinate and collaborate, and ACTA provides the opportunity to do this differently. Often many people say that, I think there was a branding done at the very beginning of the pandemic, and I'm going to now I speak typically about the pillars of the ACT Accelerator, and when I refer to vaccines, I speak about the vaccine pillar. But often people will say to me, oh, well, ACT Accelerator and COVAX. I say, no. COVAX is part of the ACT Accelerator. COVAX is one of the pillars of the ACT Accelerator. One of the others is a diagnostics pillar, and Emma is here and we'll talk more about that. There's the therapeutics pillar with UNITAID and many of our other colleagues, and there's a health systems pillar of the ACT Accelerator. Moreover, Jon Arne here is not only just the Global Health Ambassador for Norway, but he's also co-chair, because Norway co-chairs the ACT Accelerator Facilitation Council. So there's a Facilitation Council, which is also sort of a member states body within the ACT, also that is part of the ACT A. But what is ACT A? What does it mean? What do they do? It's incredible what ACT A is, and I have said that we need to have equal there needs to be equity within ACT A itself. You know, we have to have equal attention across the pillars, because there has been a predominance of the vaccine pillar. I don't actually like to use the term COVAX. It is the vaccine pillar, and I want to stress that over and over again, because many of the other pillars have therefore been left behind. But as we move into this next phase, as we try to end the acute phase of this pandemic, diagnostics and treatments are going to be really critical, And of course, we've heard the conversations today around health systems and strengthening health systems. Her Excellency from Sao Tome spoke earlier and talked to us about how health systems, you know, they need strengthening, they need support from CEPI, she talked about, they need support from Gavi, and they need support from everybody. So when you get to the countries, the demand side of the equation, we haven't, I think, communicated enough what exactly we all are doing as the ACT Accelerator. So that is a really short introduction to that.
Thanks so much, Jodi. And maybe we should start with one of the pillars, Emma Hanay from FIND. Tell me about the diagnostics pillar and how you see what we need to focus on.
Hours and hours, which is always possible on this topic. So the diagnostics pillar of ACT A is co-convened by FIND and the Global Fund. And I think there's a few characteristics of it that are quite interesting. And shall I switch mics?
Yeah, I'm not sure that your mic is that mic?
No, it's on.
It's on now. Oh, better? Yeah. So as I was saying, the diagnostics pillar is co-convened by FIND and the Global Fund. And the ACT Accelerator was established in April 2020. And many of you will remember that diagnostics was that first acute fire of the tools in order to be able to respond to the pandemic. And so that meant that the diagnostics pillar was operational and shipping goods out right from day one, particularly via the supply consortium, which brings together all of the major procurers who are procuring diagnostic tests to be able to coordinate the response and to be able to manage where supply is constrained for diagnostic testing. One of the big focuses of the pillar has been around extending the toolkit that we have to be able to respond to the pandemic. So within 6 weeks, every country's central reference laboratory, from when COVID was first sequenced in mid-January, by the end of February, every country was able to test at their central laboratories for COVID, which is an incredible achievement. However, going from a single point in a central reference laboratory doing low-volume tests to tests available for every community to be able to inform communities, to be able to manage their own health and response, to be able to support the wider public health response, that has been the difficult lift within the pillar, and it's somewhere we're not at yet. So if we looked on the question of equity today, what we would see is that testing rates are 100 times lower in low-income countries than in high-income countries. And Jon Arne, you referred to this target that we have set for testing. It's honestly more of a flaw than it is a target. We know that actually good programs often need many times that target number in order to respond well. But low-income countries are still only at a tenth at the level of that target. So we've seen growing inequity in the area of testing over these last 2 years, not shrinking, which is what has slowly but surely been happening in the area of vaccines. We've expanded the diagnostics toolkit, so we went from PCR being the only test available to having rapid tests available as well as genomic sequencing, which has become more and more important as the new variants have come out, to be able to kind of complete the toolkit of tools that are needed for diagnostics. But we're not yet being able to realize those everywhere. And that's a case of taking this amazing technology and actually turning it into action at the country level. So being able to get the right evidence to inform the right policies, the right systems in place to be able to scale this. It's not a new problem for diagnostics. So if we looked across diagnostics for other diseases, we'd see a lot of these same sorts of issues. If we look at sort of basic primary healthcare diagnostic tests, we see those same gaps at the community level across countries. But I think it's suddenly come to the top of the pile in terms of a major issue that we need to address as a pillar. So I'll stop giving too much of a lecture on diagnostics.
Thanks, Emma. Dr. Shiri Moeti, you are the regional director of the African region, or Afro region of the World Health Organization. And I think the latest numbers I saw, the testing rates were around 7 per 100,000 inhabitants per day in low-income countries. But of course, African countries will be a part of that. How do you see the need for a comprehensive response to the COVID-19 epidemic, and in particular from an African perspective?
Yes, thank you. First, thanks for having invited me on this panel. I mean, of course, we have a range of testing rates in African countries. I mean, there are the low-income countries are testing, some at something like 2 per 1,000, some at higher rates. Yeah. And we have middle-income, mainly small countries, the small island countries. My own country, Botswana, is testing at about 328 per 10,000. So there's a huge range, but the challenges that have been brought out in relation to testing then speak to the importance of building the health systems component, the health systems part of Accelerator, which really enables the countries to use the tools, to deploy the tools in order to do what is needed. And I agree very much, it starts at the policy level, having the decisions made by decision makers on how they are going to organize to scale up the capacity to take advantage of the tools that exist, right up to the execution around different pillars of the response. So this health systems and response connector, in my view, is a very critical pillar of the ACT Accelerator because it takes into account the realities, the gaps, analyzes the situation in countries, and I have to say is in the process of rapidly then helping to address some of the bottlenecks. And they are multiform if you look at the components of a health system, starting from the procurement systems, the infrastructure, the laboratory capacity that's there at different levels, right down to the human resources and the challenges that we know in terms of numbers, gaps. But also we found in the pandemic in terms of conditions of work of many of the healthcare workers at a time when they're expected to ramp up, work very hard, be at risk themselves. So what I think has been done within the ACT Accelerator is to look at the different pillars for different purposes and then have a pillar that's connecting everything in relation to rapidly building up the capacity to take advantage of those tools and deploy them in ways that can really produce an effective response.
Maybe we could also bring in UNICEF, one of the other UN agencies, and I believe we have Dr. Abubakar Campo, Head of Health in UNICEF, online. Can you hear us? Just to confirm.
Tech? I hope Tech are not at lunch.
He may...
Oh, okay, there. We have somebody dealing with it. He was here earlier. He was online, but he went...
We can try to bring him in later, but so please check whether he is available. Please.
Abu.
Can you hear us, Abu?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. So how do you see from the UNICEF side this need for a comprehensive response now controlling the pandemic, additional to vaccines, and what's your experiences in the field, in particular in Africa?
Thank you for having UNICEF on the panel, and my sincere apologies because our Deputy Executive Director should have been on this panel. I think, as Emma has said, and also the Regional Director for WHO, Dr. Mweti, I think the COVID-19 pandemic is very hard to predict how it will be evolving, but we're still learning in this process. And I do want to believe that we are getting to a point where integration of services or the response needs to be integrated in the future. It is about systems at the end of the day. I think with more people getting vaccinated, more people having had also either an episode of COVID-19, and also the fatigue from communities of actually all those measures because of COVID-19 put in place, there will have to be an integrated response. We do not know yet if more boosters will be required in the future. This also gives a more heavier strain on communities themselves. So integrating, the response of COVID-19, we're still in an accelerated phase at this particular stage, but in the future, is the way to go. I think we also owe it. I think one of the lessons which we have learned in this particular pandemic is that, our health systems have been unable to cope. And we need to invest in primary health care. We need to invest in health systems so that we're not just responding to the pandemic, but also get for something which is maybe unexpected in the future to come as well. I think our focus is really on equity, access, and really making sure that we're getting to the last mile. There are still, outside of COVID-19, still areas where we do not have health services at all, which we are calling, in these days, our zero-dose communities. Those communities which are completely deprived of health services. We need to bring services there as well, including the response of COVID-19, because if we're not getting into those communities, not just for COVID-19, but we're not really strengthening the systems of getting actually to the last mile and reaching communities with services which they need. So therefore, I think the opportunity is given to us during this pandemic is to use the resources of COVID-19 to go a little bit further, expand the plateau of services into those communities, and really making sure that we have not just equity for COVID-19, but equity for the broader health services which we are providing.
Thank you, Abu. And we've heard now both from you and from Dr. Umeti the need to think sort of comprehensively, not only on the pandemic control, but on the general needs of primary health care, of strengthening health systems. Here in Africa, the African Union established a COVID-19 commission, and we are here with Dr. Lawatsi Mansi, who's heading the secretariat for the commission. How have you sort of tackled the issues of sort of balancing, focusing on the pandemic and the response, but also to the wider needs of strengthening health systems capacities in your recommendations?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me on the panel, Jonan. I know it was a bit of an ambush, but I'm really, really honored to be here with this esteemed panel. So let me just start with the ACT Accelerator, and then I will come to the COVID-19 Commission. So as you correctly pointed out, South Africa and Norway are, of course, co-chairs of the ACT Accelerator. I'm actually here representing Professor Olive Shisana, who couldn't make it, and she's, of course, co-chairing the Facilitation Council with you. And from a geopolitical perspective, I think that was a really smart move to bring that binding force between the global north and the global south during a health crisis. And I will certainly never forget the launch of the ACT Accelerator. I was the MLO of the Minister of Health at the time, and I wrote the notes for the President and for the Minister as well. And I really remember, and I still have goosebumps when I think about it, that I really felt the enormity of the situation, but also the imperative to really come together as a global community. So the ACT Accelerator, as
a global pooled procurement mechanism was a good step forward. And we are taking that step forward, of course, as you know, with this global arrangement that I'm going to call it an arrangement for now, Dr. Mwedi, that that we are now negotiating through the INB, the international negotiating body, and of course negotiating as well the financing of that for future pandemic preparedness. So I think it really it was really good that we took those giant steps forward. And as we pointed out just now, we have learned that the issue of access must involve health systems. The Danga report said it as well, that the health systems connector was a neglected pillar, and it's something that is being very swiftly addressed, which is really important. And now this brings me to the COVID-19 Commission and how we are addressing the issue of access. The President, His Excellency President Ramaphosa, being the co-chair, being the co-chair of the ACT Accelerator, provided a perfect nexus between the AU and the global community, because it so happened that he was also the chair of the AU at the time. So when he established the COVID-19 Commission, this is now in 2021 when he was appointed as AU champion, the first thing he said to us was that the thing that I'm scared of is that you guys are going to tell me that you want to tackle the entire healthcare system. And that's exactly what the commissioners said to him. They said to him, we are not going to be able to tackle the issues of COVID-19 without tackling health system strengthening. So that actually became very much a founding philosophy for the COVID-19 Commission. It does have 5 work streams, but those work streams are really bound by the issue of health systems strengthening and capacitation and future pandemic preparedness. I'm not going to go too deep into it because I'm hoping that I'm going to have an opportunity to go a little bit deeper into the issues, but I do want to point out that one of the projects that we are pursuing is an integrated services pilot. And it's precisely that because, for example, in South Africa, one of the things that we decided to do you were having a conversation, Yodi, earlier about the elderly accessing vaccines. So one of the things we did was, we have the grant system in South Africa. In South Africa, unfortunately, many people don't use digital technology to access their grants, especially the elderly. They still, older persons, sorry, that's the politically correct term, they still queue. So we said, oh, okay, well then that's actually a good opportunity. Let's actually take the vaccination to the queues, and we did, and that program netted 500,000 older persons, and that would have certainly contributed to the 65% that we have achieved in South Africa for the older persons population. So I went to then the same team, and I said to them, well, with the Commission, what we'd like to do is we want to actually start integrating the services now. What we want to do is we want to net, again, earlier conversation, we want to net the highest risk groups because we saw how netting highest risk groups for the vaccination actually had the biggest impact on mortality and morbidity and really ease the pressure on the public, on the system itself. And really that's where the biggest impact is. So we said, no, fine, then what we will do is we'll gun for that same age group, and we want to integrate the services. We do the same thing you did, take the services out to the people, SASSA grants, and wherever it is that you find them, churches, again, in Africa, certainly, you will find older persons in churches. And we said, now what we're going to do is, let's take all of the pathologies that are problematic for COVID, hypertension, diabetes, obesity, etc. And let's actually, one time, screen somebody, check on all of those pathologies, and make sure that they actually just taken care of in one go. So we're going to be pursuing that. We're hoping that we're going to be able to launch that in April. Actually, we're gunning for March, but I think we'll be launching it in April. That's just one example of how the Commission is tackling the issue of health system strengthening. We're really wanting to actually pilot projects on the ground so that we can generate the evidence, because that's actually part of our mandate, to then attract the investment that will be needed to really be able to build the healthcare systems in a manner that makes sense for people on the ground and in a manner that we will actually be able to scale across the continent. So let me stop there for now.
No, thank you. And may I bring in Your Excellency, the Health Minister of Sao Tome, Filomena Monteiro? Okay. Yeah, so I would like to...
Yes.
You're absolutely allowed to speak Portuguese, but so I wanted to understand how you have tried to integrate the COVID-19 response with the health system.
Boa tarde a todos. Falando da coordenação, pelo menos daquilo que eu percebi, da interação da comunidade na luta contra a Covid. Posso dizer que nós temos um parceiro que tem nos apoiado, que é o Banco Mundial, e o que nós notamos relativamente às atividades desencadeadas é um pouco mais de envolvimento da comunidade. Portanto, nós não podemos pensar que vamos ter bons resultados se não há uma boa sensibilização da parte da comunidade. De forma superficial, nós notamos que os técnicos têm feito os seus trabalhos, mas há que enraizar-se um pouco mais na comunidade para que tenhamos bons resultados. Os parceiros alocam recursos, mas temos que ter essa partilha de recursos para o destino final, que é a criança, é o adulto que tem que ser vacinado. Portanto, para isso, a equipa de mobilização e sensibilização, ela deve ser maior, ela não deve ser restrita por apenas um grupo de pessoas indicadas. Portanto, tem que se trabalhar nisso, porque se nós queremos bom resultado, tem que envolver um pouco mais as autoridades locais, que muito pouco são chamadas por vezes. Bom, falo isso do meu país, ok? Ok. Portanto, é isso que eu posso dizer. Todavia, nós estamos a fazer um bom trabalho, como já havia dito, a nível de Sao Tome e Príncipe, mas há áreas também que nós estamos muito mal, que é sobretudo das doenças não transmissíveis. Eu aproveito aqui neste evento abordar essa questão. Pode ser que tenha alguém também que possa me ajudar, porquanto é a primeira causa de morbilidade e mortalidade no meu país, independentemente das doenças transmissíveis que mais matavam anos atrás no país. Portanto, temos boa cobertura vacinal, graças ao apoio de parceiros, volto a repisar, mas precisa-se enraizar mais, porque temos outros antigênios com alta cobertura, mas a de sarampo, baixa cobertura. E relativamente à Covid, temos que inteirar mais, porque temos a primeira dose com uma percentagem alta, mas a segunda dose com a percentagem ainda baixa. Então, tem que haver maior envolvimento da comunidade local. Portanto, é isso que cabe me dizer. Obrigada.
Obrigado.
And now I am going to translate with my very poor Portuguese. Well done. No, it's okay. I got it. Don't worry, I got it. So, I mean, Her Excellency is saying, and of course I have given this caveat before that I do not speak Portuguese, but I can understand a little bit. And she's talking really to the need for integrated community approaches. She's speaking to the point that you need to work with local authorities and that's what they have done. She's talked about the not just the vaccinations, but she also talked about testing actually, and talked about how their testing was with the involvement of local authorities, and because they're a small state, they were able to reach everybody, and that because they have I think earlier she said they have about 70% coverage, but they have done that because they're small. They don't have many problems with logistics and delivery. They haven't with COVID. I mean, they're down to 12-year-olds in vaccination, but the problems that they have had, it's been medical-led in many ways, but their morbidity and mortality, she says, are very low. But they've had community-based vaccination points, and they really want to strengthen also exactly what you said, Dr. Manzi. They want to strengthen those health systems, but they want an integrated approach. They don't want this siloed approach. They want to bundle it, as we're saying nowadays. And I don't know whether I got that totally right or not, but I think I did.
Thank you very much for sharing those perspectives. And there's definitely a consistent message then across the panel on the need for integration. One specific topic nowadays is also the opportunity of new treatments. And we know there is promising data results, and the first set of oral antiviral therapies are becoming available. Maybe I should start with you, Dr. Moeti. How do you see the prospects of the use of those in Africa, and what would be the specific needs and the demand in countries to use these treatments?
I mean, I think that they can be added as a tool in the armamentarium to deal with the pandemic, to of course address the issue of severe illness and make sure that people don't then progress towards mortality in the type of dramatic pictures that we saw in the third wave, where people were basically gasping to death because they couldn't have oxygen, they needed intensive care. So I think, we need to define a whole package of interventions, including therapeutics in African countries. I think, as usual, there will need to be issues to do with availability, with affordability of these for African countries to make sure that we learn from the past. I emphasize always our experience with antiretrovirals for HIV and what needed to be done, how long tragically it took for the key steps to be taken to make sure that these were available at affordable prices for governments. And we've seen now, of course, that the latest antiretrovirals are not affordable. Again, we're going back to that experience. So it's very important for all of us to look at the therapeutics that are available now and make plans for learning from that experience. Are we going to finance them somehow? How they're going to be made available to people in African countries. So I think we need a whole range of interventions, even as African countries are working very hard to improve, ramp up their capacity to provide intensive care of the type that was needed before. Because it's important for us to recognize that we had, in a way, a lucky and dramatic episode with Omicron, which did not produce the same level of severe illness, but we have no clue what is going to emerge in the near future or further down the line, and we're looking at living with this virus for some time to come. So I think that capacity and those interventions around equity, affordability of medicines, capacity to deliver them in the most simple way possible at the most peripheral level and not have them concentrating in tertiary facilities, as happened again with the HIV pandemic. I really think we have had a lot of learnings from our past. We need to factor that into our strategies moving along and to utilize every tool that we have, starting from early detection and testing, ensuring that then we afford people access to some of the therapeutics that are available, to providing the facilities for oxygen that, again, are going to be used not only for COVID-19, but for children with respiratory problems and other people who've needed oxygen in the past, where it simply hasn't been part of the health system in many African countries at the subnational level. So.
Others in the panel would like to comment on the new therapeutics and how we can avoid the inequities there. Please.
Thank you very much. Let me first say that I just want to start with some first principles of access, and then I'm going to talk about what's happening in the Commission in terms of accessing the orals. Please. So the first thing is that we're still dealing ourselves in African countries, we're dealing with two aspects of access. One is access through imports, which is at the moment still the biggest sort of thing, and then the other side is access through manufacturing. Now, let me give you a good example of access through manufacturing. We never had a problem with dexamethasone in Africa, ever. Why? Where's Stavros? Because Aspen was producing dexamethasone in bucket loads, you know. So that was never an issue. We're manufacturing dexamethasone on the continent, for the continent, distributing in the continent. Never had an issue with dexamethasone, or for that matter, any of the other sort of steroid anti-inflammatories. So we're coming to manufacturing later, and buckle up, everybody. It's going to be a tough talk. Just a warning. A warning for the panelists coming up. So I'll come to manufacturing later. And then of course, then is the issue of bringing in the drugs. So I was just, I was on the flight, and I kind of thought to myself, okay, what is access? You know, what are the elements that contribute to access? And there's 7 sort of, not steps, but kind of elements that I feel that we all know are really important, but just to revise. Now, I put number 1 as demand generation, because as a former communicator, I feel like demand generation, and I know because this is what happens to communicators, you buy the drugs, you tell everybody you must take them, and then it's up to the communicators after the fact to try and generate demand in the communities. By then, they've gotten all sorts of information, and they're confused, and they don't want the medication. So the demand generation should come first. You know, I was in the film industry, and in the film industry, if a Marvel picture is going to come out, you know about it before even the script is written. 7 years in advance, right? And when you hear that a budget is 100 million, 200 million, 60% of that budget is actually marketing. It's not principal photography and post-production. So if we have a 30 billion manufacturing agenda, that means we need 50 billion to actually generate demand. And that may sound like a lot of money, but Dr. Mweti, do you think we spent 50 billion in the past 40 years of HIV or even more, right? So I put that one first because, and this is just me coming from a communicator, I feel like it must come at number 1. Then you need your regulatory framework. Then there's the existing knowledge to hold or to share. That is the current big question. Then, of course, is the production. Who's producing what? How much is needed? And who should finance that? Then, of course, there's the buying part of things. We're coming to that conversation also later. Then there's the distro aspect of things. Of course, Yodi is co-chairing that segment of things. And by the way, we're really hoping to be able to institutionalize AFDA. That's one of the things that we're gunning for as the Commission. And then, of course, there's a post-market surveillance and because of the sustainability of access. On the issue of accessing oral therapeutics, Paxlovid, we have a deal. Maybe I'll just talk a little bit high level because it's still kind of to be announced, but it was sort of announced. We do have a deal that we're going to get it in at cost price, okay, which is great. It's happened before. What is the compromise on that? You get put in the back of the queue. Your volumes are low, your price is low. You guys will send it to you later. So we said to the guys that, listen, thanks very much for this deal, and that's great, but you've got to actually make a conscious decision that the moment we sign the deal, you have a consignment ring-fenced for us, and you send it to us, and it doesn't matter who else you are obliged to, you have got to actually make the political commitment to us. So they did. So let's hope they make good on it. But number 2, and this was raised, and this is going to be my last point, this was raised at the PABM conference, the issue of implementation studies. And I'm a big fan of implementation studies because that's how in South Africa we were actually able to roll out vaccines for healthcare workers when AstraZeneca could no longer be used because of the beta variant. We scrambled, we phoned Johnson & Johnson crying, we said, where are all of your doses that you were using for your studies that are left over? Okay, no, some of them are in Belgium, some are in or collect all of them, please send them to us. We will use them for an early access program. We did that program as an implementation study. Not only did it allow healthcare workers to access life-saving vaccines, it also gave us critical, in fact, gave the world, it was one of the seminal studies for the world, really, that showed us that Johnson & Johnson was effective. So I'm a huge fan of implementation studies. When orals come in, Dr. Mweti, we must do implementation studies. We must actually understand. It sounds great to say, okay, because it's Africa, you know, oral therapeutics are the best, but actually we don't know. And we must still understand the idiosyncrasies of using these oral therapeutics in our population, in our context, etc. So really, I'm a huge fan of implementation studies, not just your normal regulatory post-surveillance, but really pointed implementation studies to really understand the true relevance and impact of a particular therapeutic for this continent.
Any comments from WHO on that? Would it be feasible to do a large-scale implementation trial?
Yeah, I think so. I think it would be. I mean, certainly we've got now well, of course, you will need the numbers in terms of people who are infected in order to be able to try this out. I think it would be feasible to do it. We've certainly done it on a malaria vaccine for children in a number of countries, if I just go to another area. So this was trying it out in the field, the feasibility of delivering it, and it also generated some very important data on efficacy at the same time as really trying it out in the field. So I think the possibilities are there. Very good point, I think.
And one of your items were regulatory capacity, and we are pleased to see the creation of the African Medicines Authority. To what extent could that sort of facilitate faster progress when it comes to fostering? Yeah.
27 countries have ratified. We've still got a little bit of a ways to go. The Commission is pushing hard. We raised the money for EMA to establish its foundational team. So I guess, yeah, we're just waiting for things to stabilize there in terms of leadership, and hopefully that can take off. But the issue of regulatory framework, which is one of the things that I listed, is absolutely critical because on the continent, we need to mature our NRAs, our regulatory authorities. And for us to be able to have that central authority that's going to provide that support, but also for that central authority to exercise the merits of reliance as well, to support the NRAs is absolutely critical. So we really, again, just to echo the President's call, please, everybody must ratify, and we really must push for EMA to be established very quickly, and really push for the maturation of our NRAs.
Yes, please.
We already have a very good forum of networking regulatory authorities on the continent. We've been working with them for years in WHO around child vaccination. Yeah, AVAREF. So, and working also with our NEPAD, we've kind of gathered, organized, ensure that they exchange capacities, they exchange tools, they pool the capacity for the regulatory work. And we've seen it really fast track some of the approvals now in terms of the response to the pandemic. So I think that's a good basis while the AMA is being established to strengthen that networking and working together of the regulatory authorities, and of course individually build up their own capacity so that they are of a certain level of standards, something that we see is also advancing relatively quickly now. Yeah.
We need soon to wrap up the panel, but I wanted all of you to have the opportunity to also reflect on how we now both really make all our efforts to control the current pandemic, but also start preparing for longer-term capacities and how that can be integrated. And maybe we'll try to start with UNICEF, Dr. Campo, from your perspective. Is it possible to integrate a COVID-19 response, but also thinking long-term in the way you support countries and capacities?
Thank you. I think it is possible. I think nothing is impossible. It's just, we need just to make smart choices. I do want to believe that we have an opportunity here today of utilizing the existing resources, as we earlier have said, of strengthening the systems. I think none of these commodities, whether it's vaccines, diagnostics, or even therapeutics, will be finding their way into for the benefit of communities if you do not have a very strong systems. I think it was earlier said, yes, in terms of local productions, that is very much important, but demand generations, even for therapeutics, it's extremely important. And for that, we need to have a much stronger community engagement. Let's also not forget, that some of these antibiotics, antiretrovirals, if they're misused, we'll be creating another problem, which is basically antimicrobial resistance, or resistance to some of the others. So it's extremely important that we utilize, all the assets which we have today to strengthen the systems in educating the communities, in building trust between communities and service providers, so that we have demand, but as well, we have acceptance, from those communities as well. So I think the integration is for me key. Strengthening community engagement is key. Human resource for health, we haven't talked much about that, but human resource for health is extremely important, which needs to be beefed up, in particular on the African continent, not just to respond to the pandemic, but also to really make sure that we are able to provide services, health services in general, in an integrated manner, to the lowest level or to all communities, so that, acceptance is easier, fighting against disinformation and rumors is easier, and as well, at the same time, it's a venue for us to create employments for peoples on the African continent as well, not just through local productions, but also in the health sector in itself. So I think it is possible if you make the right choices, if you make the right investments in the health sector, and that is probably also the best way of being prepared for anything that will come in the future. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thanks for definitely highlighting the need to reflect on health personnel, and that's a long-term investment because they need training and long-term support and salaries. Emma, what's your thinking maybe from the diagnostic side then on linking response and preparedness?
It's a really good question. And diagnostics is really that point where, as Dr. Tedros has said, if UHC and GHS are two sides of the same coin, diagnostics is the part of the health system where those two agendas first meet together. So the first thing that you have to have is diagnostics for regular routine diseases that present at the community and PHC level on a regular day in order to be able to respond under extraordinary circumstances. And if you look at the current health system capability for diagnostics at the moment in many countries, it's incredibly limited. It tends to be largely localized to centralized laboratories only and not available necessarily in communities and homes. And so that's why I think, at least in the context of diagnostics, those two global agendas are really indivisible. One of the things we've seen with COVID is incredible leapfrogging in technology for diagnostics. So technologies that would have been, pipe dreams are now used. Technologies like CRISPR are regulated and used for COVID diagnostics, which is incredible. We've got an incredible pipeline of multiplex POC platforms for diagnosing diseases. All of these are incredible technology.
Point of care, POC.
Point of care, so you can actually use it in primary care clinics or even in communities. But we won't realize that technology unless we have really deliberate efforts to ensure that they are taken up and used reliably within health systems. And part of the solution for that, and FIND has been working on this for years, so we're really pleased it's now part of the global agenda, is around diversifying the manufacturing base for diagnostic technologies. So diagnostics is ahead of vaccines. We count at least 4 countries in Africa that are already producing diagnostic testing, including South Africa, including Senegal and Kenya and Morocco. In South Africa, there's already a South African-produced, SAPRA-regulated rapid test for COVID, for example. But there's still opportunity to scale from there, because when you suddenly need a radical increase in manufacturing capacity, we haven't yet been able to see that. So that's a bridge that we have to cross. Diagnostics manufacturing is different than for vaccines and for therapies in that it's largely a question of manufacturing capability and engineering know-how. So it's not about intellectual property. It's about whether you know how to make a diagnostic test at scale. And that's a transferable skill. And we've been working on that as FIND, and we're really hoping that diagnostics can be part of that larger local manufacturing agenda for Africa, because that's going to be critical and had been critical before for diseases that affect the continent that don't have markets elsewhere. So the neglected tropical diseases, for example, that had been really important. But I think COVID has shown how important that is for the wider health system on the continent too.
Thanks. Lubasi, would you like to comment?
The concept note said that we must make some calls to action. So I'd like to first say So for now, we're importing. Yes, you see, I'm a good schoolgirl, you know. I listen. So for now, we're importing. So firstly, we're calling for, instead of a delivery schedule, as it were, rather a delivery matrix based on need, so that the ones who actually need the tools are the ones who are getting them first, not the ones who invested necessarily. We're also calling for transparency in stockpiling. I know that's a bit of a bold call, but I don't think it's acceptable to stockpile and you're hoarding and nobody knows how much you have. We must have the ability to have sight of your stockpiling and add everything up and divide up and distribute equitably. Thanks for the good prices, but again, let that not compromise the delivery. Again, the delivery should be based on need, even if you gave us a good price and our volumes are small. So that's on the import side. But at the end of the day, on the access through manufacturing, Africa is pursuing an agenda, and particularly through the COVID-19 Commission, of biotech sovereignty. We have all heard the President Ramaphosa say this phrase over and over again. We're pursuing a biotech sovereignty agenda. You touched on it just now. And ultimately, that's how we feel we're going to be able to actually improve access to tools for health emergencies. Again, I'm going to stop there now because we're coming to that in a bit. I'd like to just touch on future pandemic preparedness. So we have, let me say we and the AU has approved the establishment of the African Pandemic Preparedness and Response Authority. And this would be an authority that would really bring together all of the entities that were established during the chairship of the President, and ensure that the continent, you see, the continent has responded well to COVID in terms of collaboration, communication. A speaker earlier spoke about it. But that was all based on the urgency of the situation, good leadership, and goodwill, essentially. There was nothing binding, nothing bound us to actually do this. We now need a binding instrument, the same way that we are negotiating this treaty at the global level, in the same way that the European Commission is busy with the Health Emergencies Response Authority. The continent does need an authority that is going to bind us together in the event of a health emergency, that's going to ensure that we are able to actually ramp up the manufacturing and therefore access tools through manufacturing, and that's going to ensure that no matter what the political situation is, no matter what fighting we are doing and all of that, there's an instrument that compels all of us to cooperate during a health emergency. So we are busy with that. There'll be consultation sessions, etc. Please, we'd like everybody to play, to be a very, very important part of establishing this authority through a treaty. Thank you very much. That's my soapbox.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What about WHO Africa, and how would you relate to an African Union-led initiative like this?
I mean, I think that, of course, we work with African countries. We've played a role in supporting African countries in terms of how they relate to the international health regulations. And we expect African countries who belong to the global community to still be part of that global movement. And therefore, we will need to see with the African Union how to interface that citizenship and belonging to the world of African countries and the idea of an African treaty. So this is a conversation that I think is very important to happen, so that we have a synergistic approach to dealing with Africa and itself, and we then deal with Africa within the rest of the world in terms of respecting our capabilities. And I think we need to learn from the past in terms of some of the agreements that we've made as an African continent on how to work together on certain things, and learn from some of the challenges that we've faced. We have a review mechanism of various types in Africa, and we really have to learn from what has that delivered. And therefore, how are we to learn from that experience and approach something where we are going to be mutually accountable to each other as African countries? I believe there's a lot to learn there. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is that as we move forward to more integration, clearly we'll need to continue to work on the pandemic even as we address other health problems. We've learned a lot from the pandemic about how to mobilize and use capacities that exist for various purposes together. So if I take the diagnostics area, in WHO we were able to support scaling up of the testing capacity by relying on the influenza labs, on the polio labs, because our systems are structured that way, somewhat disease-specifically fractured. So one of the key issues for me is how to integrate our capacities. I was astonished to see in some countries TB equipment not being able to be used for COVID-19 because it doesn't belong to COVID-19. So it requires this determination on the part of countries. I believe that's emerging, but it very much requires this integration approach from development partners who work with the countries as well, because we find systems that are divided up by this donor liking this disease and their system and their programs. So I believe one of the lessons we've learned from the needs of the pandemic is to pull together the capacities, and that needs to be a joint effort by the national authorities, the national systems, and the development partners that continue to play a very important role in contributing to the continent.
Very good. So if I sort of in short try to summarize what you said now in a way, it's not either Africa or doing it internationally. It's a both. It's a combined approach. Yeah. And then instead of programs, it's about people. It's about integration. So maybe, Jody, in a way, it's not only ports to arms, but it's ports to people, and with a higher capacity in the region, it's also from people to the ports, because you need to export as well.
Absolutely.
So what
fantastic.
Do you think?
Yeah, that's great. So what we do is we take the logo and we switch it the other way around. Exactly. Ports to arms, people to ports. But absolutely, I also agree with what's been said around it's not either or. It's not Africa or international. It's not bilateral. You know, I think there's been a lot during this pandemic of, because people felt left behind, people felt angry. There's been a lot of sort of almost trying to hold things to one's chest, but it is time now to open our hands and work together. You know, in the CSO session, Tian talked about doing it with love from Africa. It's about during the delivery of their message, and it's about working all together. It's not Africa. In a way, it's been good for us because the world left us behind, and so we had to struggle and you know, I mean, the multilateral organizations were also struggling along with us. So it is not bilateral or multilateral. It is all acting together. You know, let me take off my ACTA hat and put on my AVDA hat as well, the Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance. So, you know, I'm also, and for me, when I was invited by Dr. Tedros to take on this role, I mean, after looking at my phone and saying, "Are you sure you have the right number?" and say that I have been really vocal about how this is not working. And he said, "Yes, Yodi, I know it is you that I am calling." And when I thought about it, and I took a few days to think about it, when I thought about it, it was perfect, actually. I mean, what an inspired move. I mean, it was a bit like throwing the cat amongst the pigeons, in a way. But what an inspired move. And now they've all become my brothers and my best friends, and we're all working and acting together. So AVDA, the Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance, I thought, if we're going to complain that the world is leaving us behind, we have to also reach out our hands to work together with the world. Whilst we're strengthening our own institutions, whilst we're institutionalizing the AVDAs and what have you of this world, we're also working hand in hand, because we cannot have an Africa pandemic treaty, because then it makes no sense, because you can't have a pandemic regional treaty. So you have to have a global treaty. That is what makes sense. You know, we can't, two wrongs don't make a right. The world treated us badly, and therefore we're now going to say we're going to isolate and insulate ourselves from the world. No, we must not do that. We must work and act. ACTA back together.
And with those words, let's finish this panel. ACTA Accelerator is the common approach. We need $16 billion more to end this pandemic together. South Africa and Norway have sent letters to 55 countries, and we need those money now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we have a photo?
First panel I've been on in a really long time with this kind of gender balance.
Oh, you were on that yesterday?
Yeah. That's true, but that was literally on that topic.
That was on that topic.
This was by coincidence.
Yeah. You have to be in the middle. So you all stand exactly, and you have to be in the middle. We say in Nigeria, in Yoruba, we say Bible. It means you're the whatever, the supporter. Oh. Thank you. That was great. Thanks very much. That was a great
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you all to take your seats, we're going to get started in a moment. All right, we're going to get started in a couple of moments. My name is Daniela Lakaja. I may look slightly familiar to some of you. My face has been all over the screen, but that's because I stole it from someone very precious to me, who I am introducing in just a moment. But we're going to get started on our next panel, which is our penultimate session, I believe. Amplifying bilateral and multilateral partnerships. Not safe until we are all safe. Perfect. Lovely. And now that our panelists are all seated, I'm going to hand over to our moderator, who requires no introduction. However, I will say that she is an incredible, incredible woman in every aspect of her life, particularly in the rearing of children. She did a fantastic job. Her child is on point, is 10 out of 10. But our moderator for this next session is Dr. Ayode Alakija.
Very much to our host for this afternoon. It's great to get the postprandial, or what do we call it, postprandial sort of sleep out of our eyes with this fabulous session on multilateral, bilateral partnerships. Just wonderful to have you all here. I'm so excited. I have the EU presidency to my right. Stephanie Seydoux is here from France. I have the G7 presidency to my far right. Bernard from Germany. We're going to have a really good, easy conversation. I have Joshua, who I've been excited to meet, and he spoke to us at the ACT Accelerator a few weeks ago. Really good conversation. Really welcome all of you to Nigeria. Falaka needs no welcome to Nigeria, although first of all I'll say Atul Gawande, Dr. Atul Gawande is here with us, but he has morphed into Falaka Olayinka, who is representing him today, which is fabulous, and she needs no introduction to Nigeria. So we're going to get right into it because it is our penultimate session and we are running a little bit late. I spoke to before you arrived, Falake, I spoke to your co-panelists and spoke about what are we going to talk about, sort of a pre-briefing, if you like. What are we going to talk about in this session? And what we agreed really was that it was going to be a conversation, it's going to be a chat. You know, so this is a fireside chat, so we're going to imagine nobody else is in the room and we're just chatting. You know, we're just chatting. What happened over the last 2 years? Yeah, what happened, Stephanie? What happened?
Well, we woke up. We all, I think, woke up with a bang. And I personally remember it was around the 14th of March when our president came on TV and announced there would be a lockdown. And we had to explain this to our children, had to reorganize all our lives. And of course, for those of us who were already involved in global health, we were in our houses trying to get our internet to work and trying to make sense out of everything that was going on. And I have to say, very soon after, there was a call from G7, G20 leaders to try and respond collectively, multilaterally, and as much as possible in solidarity to what at the time appeared yet as a complete, very scary unknown.
You say the 14th of March. For me, I think on my end, I was in Fiji actually in January 2020. When did this all start? 2020. I was in Fiji, which is, you know, the other half of our lives, and thinking, transiting through Singapore, I remember it was, starting to look at, it just felt weird. It felt like, oh my goodness, this is it, and having conversations with colleagues saying, this is it. Let me go to Canada. What do you think about what the last 2 years has done? Of course, it's a conversation, so before we go to the deep donor stuff and multilateral stuff.
Well, maybe I'll start. First of all, thank you for having this conversation. I haven't been involved in many where we've actually looked back. We're always looking forward. And just to start building from where Stephanie ended, I think it became more clear for all of us that we were going to need a new multilateral platform, that our existing global health institutions, while strong, weren't designed to bring a coherent infectious disease response at the scale we needed. And so banding together as early as April, just a month after that day in March, to really conceptualize the ACT Accelerator, to begin to think about who would play what role, and then to start thinking about how we would actually try to finance this, is a really significant step in multilateral international cooperation. And I don't want to lose sight. It's had, of course, bumps in the road and it's confronted obstacles, but I am confident that we are where we are today in part because of the successes of that multilateral initiative, bringing together our different efforts to address gaps and prevent duplication and to bring a little bit more solidarity and equity in the international response.
Thank you, Josh. I think, yeah, the multilateral or global architecture failed us. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Not at the time, because it wasn't prepared for this. None of us were prepared, and this is why we're now all talking about preparedness going forward. I would like to go back to Europe and go to Germany and ask from your perspective, because it's interesting, different parts of the world seem to, they say whenever you wake up is your morning. Different parts of the world had morning at different times. When was morning on COVID in Germany?
I also remember this day in March. We were actually in my former team planning a conference for June that summer, and we were trying to figure out how long will that take, what we are about to experiencing, lockdown. Will it take 2 weeks, 3 weeks? So the time horizon we were looking at was really short. And I think that's something that is maybe the rhythm of this pandemic, that we constantly learn and need to adapt. And constantly our plans are overrun by reality. And so, yes, nobody was prepared because we are in a new situation. But I think the multilateral system adapted really quickly. And also, I think bilateral donors and actors stepped up. That's a bit our topic here today. The German government, for example, we realized that many of our planned programs we couldn't proceed as planned. So we shifted around about 1.5 billion euro of our bilateral budget in the development ministry. And also made available another 1.5 billion to respond not only on the medical side, but it was very quickly obvious that there were severe social and economic consequences of the pandemic. And so I think that is a very important lesson right out from the beginning, that it's not only about finding a medical solution, which we're still working on, bring it to arms, but that we also from the outset had to look at the social and economic consequences.
Absolutely. These are some good reflections on, and I wanted to take us back, because you have to often look back to know how to, you sort of, it's that arrow thing, drawing back so you can go further forward. Falake, coming to the United States, how is the Biden administration, I mean, because for you it's different actually, because you're now in a different epoch from where the US was when we first got into COVID. So those are some scary moments with bleach, but now we've sort of moved beyond that, and now we have the grown-ups in the room. What is it like from the US perspective?
Thanks so much, Yodi. And I am sitting in for Atul Gawande. And so let me try to channel him as I provide some response. All of us were scared. I think it came swifter, harder, and with a vengeance that we didn't exactly anticipate.
That's right.
And that really made us to really try to move quickly, try to determine what it was, the virulence, transmission, the source, all the important things that we needed to know in order to be able to mount a defense and, of course, try to stop the virus. But it moved faster and became worldwide. For the U.S., was certainly, as other countries have mentioned, immediate reactions to try to contain the transmissions and the spread through various lockdown measures that many countries undertook. But I think over time we've learned a lot, that learning more about the epidemiology of this virus, that some of those measures needed to be revisited. Yeah. But I can say that the United States really looked into what are the tools we need to fight this pandemic, and quickly invested a lot, realizing that in order for us to have the tools, the investment needed to come first. And so mobilizing those resources, supporting and being part of the multilateral response, the Act A and others, was certainly something that is an underlying principle in terms of the global COVID response framework that the United States has. One more point I may add is that this is a complex problem that requires all of us. And so the multilateral institutions and partnerships was exactly built for large, complex problems that the world faces. And so this has been a big test for us. We're learning a lot, and I think that this pandemic has proven that we had something in place to respond immediately, but as things unfold, we need to retool it and reconfigure it so that we're ahead and not reacting.
Well, thank you, Falake. I mean, let me take that now. So we sort of reflected on how this caught us all by surprise, and how, although some had been, the Global Pandemic Monitoring Board, GPMB, Preparedness Monitoring Board, will tell you that they had a year before it was almost prescient. They had said that this could happen, and it happened. And we've all been saying that no one is safe until we're all safe, and that to reach this goal we must act collaboratively and in enlightened self-interest. This has been my term through this pandemic, that it is in the enlightened self-interest of the high-income countries of the world to ensure that we get the tools to everybody. And I want to move the shift away from vaccines as well, just vaccines, because this thing is unfolding before us, and literally on a week-by-week basis. There's weeks where you don't know whether you can go out or whether you can stay in, and if we don't get those tools across the world, we could be in this situation for a very long time. So I want to go to the bilaterals and the bilateral collaborations, multilateral collaborations, partnership. I say often that the life of somebody in Paris needs to be worth the same as a life in Abuja. But again, as you would see from the conference program, we pulled a quote of Paul Farmer's out that said that the problem with this world is that is not the case. How do we, Stephanie, work together, us in Africa, us in other LMICs around the world? How do we work together with your country? You're now sitting in the seat of the EU presidency, and at a very, these are incredible positions to have at this really historical moment, because these roles can literally shift the world and decide who lives and who dies. How do you see that?
Oh, well, I'm going to be very careful with what I say, lest it has too many consequences. But you're right to say that we do take these roles very seriously. France has taken up the presidency of the EU, which Germany held a year ago, and Germany is now chair of the G7, a position which was held by the US and formerly by France, but that was before the pandemic. So, and indeed, as a presidency, one does not make others do whatever we feel is right. It's a moment to reckon what are and what can be the correct priorities and to mobilize accordingly. And to answer your question, this was definitely the idea behind the, I think, quite novel summit which took place a week ago, the European Union, African Union summit, yes, which came up, and that was definitely the idea with a concrete declaration of partnership, and the word partnership was very important. This was a chance to really engage as two regions which treat each other as partners. Of course, there is a history. Of course, and it goes back a long way, but 2022, still in the midst of a pandemic, going forward, this can only be about partnership-based, a partnership of equals sovereign states wanting to regain their sovereignty, which has been lost on health and on other issues. And as you were saying, Bernard, of course, including economic welfare, including climate change, which is also very linked to health. Yes. So I think the key is really to keep strengthening this common vision at the highest level. Heads of state were present. The president of Nigeria was present, of course, with many counterparts. And just let me finish by saying that, of course, health was at the heart of the agenda, with the immediate concern over accelerating and achieving vaccination in Africa. Europe, by the way, is also in the middle of needing to finish with the vaccination and to indeed get to a point when we have enough control of this to normalize the situation going forward. And a longer term perspective also on tackling one of the urgent needs which were put forward by the African partners as areas for reinforced partnership, capacity, manufacturing capacity, health systems, and research, and reinforcing the regulatory environment in Africa as well, all of which areas have avenues of cooperation with the corresponding European institutions. So lots of very promising developments there.
Well, that's great to hear. The next session actually will be I'm hoping Amadou Sarr, who is getting quite a bit of support from the EU in Senegal. He was trying to fly in this morning, so I hope he's here in time. So manufacturing is definitely key on the agenda, but let's end this acute phase of this pandemic. So manufacturing, of course, needs to start. We need to take advantage of the opportunity within the crisis, but we also need to get the tools, from ports to arms. From Yonana in the last session talked about turning that also back, that it's from ports to arms, but also when we go to manufacturing, it's from, the arms or the people back to the ports, as we also look at potentially exporting and strengthening the arms to ports, so just switch the logo around and there you go, sort of strengthening the economy, which you spoke to, Stephanie. But to the right now, we need to get these tools, and as we've seen Omicron we got lucky, yeah? We really did, we got lucky. And one of the things I want to stress over and over again is this is not over. Nigeria is less than 7% vaccinated. Nigeria could be, with the governor of Lagos earlier, His Excellency Sanwo-Olu, talking about the fact that Lagos could be a place where if we do not vaccinate quickly, we will all be going back into the inside, as people say, because we will be back in lockdown if we have a more virulent, more transmissible variant. From the United States perspective, how do you see these bilateral relationships playing out? How do you see what needs to be done with for low-income countries, low-middle-income countries of the world? How do you see this partnership, this word that Stephanie just used? How do you see that?
Thanks again. Let me do my best at all in person. But this, for our agency and the entire administration has really prioritized this from day one. And as a demonstration of that commitment to multilateralism, the US government is the largest donor to COVAX. In addition to that, there's the 1.2 billion doses of vaccines. And this is to really underscore that reaching 70% is not only for the rich and high-income countries, but must be for all countries.
That's right.
And so when the call came that the manufacturer and the supply was lagging behind, the United States really stood up to immediately begin to share doses as an immediate contribution and action. But much more is needed.
That's right.
You talked about the different tools, the diagnostics,
That's right.
treatments, antivirals. All of these must be made available and accessible. And this is really where the issue of equity comes in.
Right.
And to your point, there's partnership, but partnerships must also be held accountable.
That's right.
There's also measurements. So what metrics are we looking at? We have 60% of the world in general already having a first dose, at least a first dose, of COVID-19 vaccines. But we know in low-income countries, this is 12%. This is not good enough, and it's not acceptable. So even the way we measure progress and performance has got to look at some of these equity indicators, which will continue to drive us to look at the best ways to work, how to strengthen the partnerships, and partnerships across the board, with countries, with civil society, with private sector, with communities,
That's right.
and those that are affected. And so this really requires a collective action and approach. So this multilateralism is definitely one of the key principles within the way the U.S. government works. The other thing you're asking about is the bilateral mechanisms, and this is a complementary approach to multilateral collective efforts. We certainly have many partner countries in which we have long development footprints, and we're able to move quickly and to leverage on those assets and partnerships within a country level. And as we heard from the Governors Forum today, even at subnational levels in communities, covering a range of areas, including community engagement, orientation, supply chains, strengthening the service delivery, and the underlying systems. These are really important to quickly get us through the acute phase. But it's also important, particularly in the African context, that we are really building up those underlying systems, because we are dealing with fragile, weak systems in many countries. And even in the countries that we partner with and we work, the context ranges throughout the country. So even within a country,
Yes.
how do we ensure that
Those-
access is even?
Yeah.
There are places that have security and humanitarian crises as well, which means that people might be even excluded from access because they're out of reach of government. And so this is where working with civil society and other actors, new types of partnerships will really be important as we move forward collectively, both through our multilateral engagements and partnerships, but also through our bilateral complementary efforts. All are needed.
Wow, there's so much to unpack in what you just said. I'm going to stay in North America, just giving Josh a heads up about staying in North America. But one of the things I want to unpack in that is you've talked about the need for us to start to build new relationships from a development space. I want to pick on the development versus humanitarian big piece, because I think what we did in this pandemic, and remember, this is a fireside chat, nobody's listening, there's nobody here, there's nobody online, it's just us. What we did in this pandemic in many ways, and I mean, Juan Pablo is not here, but we spoke about it earlier, is that we dealt with this with a development mindset, not an emergency mindset. It needed to be a more emergency mindset. And it was dealt with as a I mean, I know the bank was slow, very, very, very slow in deploying their funding. World Bank literally went into the long forms, and they were sending forms to countries. I'm saying to people, you can't do this, come on. I mean, you're going to need 5 consultants to fill out the form. We're in the middle of a crisis, for goodness sake, and there's no meetings. We're all on Zoom. Who's going to help us fill out these forms? These are some of the realities. No, but seriously, and for me, when I was talking to Stephanie earlier, when I said it was great to have you all here in Abuja, some of the realities that we face on the ground in these countries, some of you just getting into the country, with the amount of forms and the paperwork and the difficulties with payment platforms, because it is Africa and sadly we are developing. So the development versus the humanitarian crisis approach, I think those are lessons that we can all take forward. And how do we integrate that? You know, one of the things I've worked a lot on in my life is the humanitarian development nexus, and how do we integrate those things so we can be more agile, more flexible, and as you were saying, more creative in our approaches. The other thing you mentioned when you were talking about the multilateralism was, you know, the donations to COVAX. But I want to pick you up on that, because I'm wearing my ACT Accelerator hat now this moment, and I'm going to go to Josh, because how about the multilateral mechanisms that have been put in place to help? And I'm also then coming to Stephanie, so you can prepare yourself. You know, what is support looking like for Canada? Has done well with ACT Accelerator. You didn't do so well with locking us out of Canada, but then we fixed that. But there's a lot still to fix. But Canada has done amazingly with contributions to the ACT Accelerator. You've met your fair share so far, and how do you see those multilateral mechanisms going forward?
Again, a lot there for us to unpack. Maybe just on the humanitarian development nexus, we reacted really, really quickly, and we mobilized billions of dollars in a faster period than we've ever done for a global health emergency before. It didn't have the complexity of the humanitarian principles and the need for neutrality, but this was not development work as usual. And it has been frustrating to see some of our partners take more time. We needed to see more expedited processes. We've put those in place for our partners to ensure that we could get the funding out. The government of Canada from the beginning, even at the highest levels with the Prime Minister, recognized that the health and safety of Canadians was dependent on the global situation and the health and safety of everyone. Those have been the twin pillars of the response. Protecting Canadians sometimes looks difficult from the outside, including with our travel measures, but it's never stopped the commitment to equity that we've had, and that's why the Prime Minister was convinced that Act A needed to be stood up and that it needed to be fully resourced. That's why we've tried to champion Act A and COVAX from the start, both with cash, and as I said, rapid cash with expedited approvals, but also with commitments about doses and other in-kind support. And all of that funding was additional to our regular health and SRHR and nutrition programming, which we thought was essential to maintain during the pandemic. It was needed more than ever, even if it needed to pivot, and so the government mobilized new and additional funding. I guess I would say 2022 is the year. This is the year that the world has to come together to provide Act A what it requires so that we can exit the acute phase and try and move back into a development mindset and allow for recovery to take hold. This is the year that we have to use these investments to strengthen health systems, and that's why we need to take a comprehensive and an integrated approach across ACT Accelerator and across health system support so that we're building a legacy through the deployment of these medical countermeasures that can hopefully protect people for generations to come as we strengthen our preparedness efforts.
No, that was very well said. Really well said. This is the year. It is absolutely the year, because as we look at the possibility of variance, if we don't get this job done, the 70%, and I know there's conversations being had about this at the moment, I'm incredibly passionate about it. I think it is absolutely not an either or. I think it is a both and. I don't think it is right that the high-income countries of the world should be triple vaccinated, some going into their fourth dose, and that people who should know better, quite frankly, from the global health community should be telling us that, well, maybe we shouldn't vaccinate Africans after all, or that maybe some of their governments are telling us that they don't want to be vaccinated. The reality, and we brought that to play in the last session with the governors, is that, the reality, I don't know if you were here for that session, but the reality is that if you give governments a choice of, you vaccinate the poor people, if you like, and because most of the people in government are wealthy and they can go and get vaccines anywhere they want in the world, and if they come into the country, they're the first to get vaccinated. Or you build your health system, nice, shiny hospitals. Well, what do you think they're going to choose? What do you think they're going to choose? You know, and it is wrong. It's a false dichotomy to be putting this choice forward. It's not either or, it's both and we must keep reinforcing, I think, that message going forward. So that sort of, I mean, that came up in the press a lot, and we got quite a few questions about it in the press conference earlier. I agree with you, it is absolutely the year, and really, you know, thank you for your commitment to ensuring equity, and thank you for I mean, I know that you're actively working to ensure that, you know, we do have a better global response, and also for the ACT Accelerator. Obviously, I'm co-chair, you know, special envoy co-chair of the the principals group at the ACT Accelerator, and that for me also was a difficult choice. I said this earlier, you know, when I was called by Dr. Tedros and invited, I mean, I had been one of the most fierce critics, not of the ACT Accelerator, but of the global system, and saying that this thing is just not working for us. And it pivoted and it responded. And when I was invited to come and participate in that, I sort of stopped for a moment and I thought, no, I must, because it is time in 2022, like Joshua has just said, it is time for us all to come together, to act together, global north, global south, which is why we wanted to invite you all here to Abuja to have a conversation about going from ports to arms. So to you, Stephanie, 2022 is the year that the world must come together, and this is the year to really support the one multilateral global platform that is here to help end the acute phase of the pandemic. What are your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's been supported from the beginning by President Macron, who was immediately not more than on board. I mean, he really championed the putting together of Act 8. Nothing of the sort had ever been done before. Of course, it was a partnership, and it still is. And, well, going forward, the thing is, what happened is there's simply, well, at the beginning, there was no vaccine. I mean, it ended up a divine surprise that not only did we have one vaccine ready to be deployed in November for an epidemic which started in March, and we know that there were very determined, well, there was crucial investments made in particular by the United States that helped that, and then that there would be many, and then we were faced with a production bottleneck. So there we were faced collectively with who gets the first doses. What is the easy answer to that? And how did that get answered? Well, it was answered in pragmatically, and in some ways the market made the decision, with obviously a lot of balancing out by the multilateral effort, and by the fact that donors stepped in to say, well, this can't be only left to a market decision. So nevertheless, emergency response, I think it was still an emergency response, although maybe with a lot of development, maybe not as fast as I could have done, but as you said, we were not prepared. We were not prepared. So scrambling out of this, an emergency response was set out, which nevertheless managed to get vaccines out, production ramped up, and a progressive, more equitable access to those doses. We saw, well, our president had this intuition very early on that since we had been able to secure doses collectively, the Europeans, that the doses were going to be needed, obviously, to be shared, that the one way to do this was to take the doses that were going to be given to French people, to our nationals, and hand them out. And these were the same doses coming out of the factories. They didn't transit through our territory and wait on a shelf to be not used before we shipped them out. No, they were the same doses that could have been given to nationals that were then shipped out and were part of the first shipments made by COVAX. And we all remember that, unfortunately, there was a setback because some of the production was not made available that should have been made available at that time. So that was the first intuition, that we would have to share, but i.e. really share what was at the time in principle needed also for the national needs. And the second very strong intuition was that that have to be also, again, the midterm ramping up of manufacturing capacity worldwide, so that's ongoing. And maybe, if I may, third intuition, and was a very strong point, and that is the 2022 question we have right now is, as soon as we get out of this problem of having enough doses for everyone, which is still an issue, but we're beginning to see the end of that, transforming that into vaccination. And that can only happen when shifting the perspective really to that of what happens in country. And all of our countries have had to deal with that. How do we get our people to get their shots? Lots of vaccine hesitancy all over. It's not an issue of this or that area of the world, it's all over. How do you organize the traceability of who is vaccinated in order for that to be helpful at all? National policies, and of course, very important to have that prepared as soon as possible in advance, and visibility, predictability, a key issue there. So,
yeah, no, I mean, yeah, Stephanie, it's difficult to articulate, it's difficult to explain, because what we're dealing with is, and I have people watching online, there are people on YouTube, there are with people on Zoom, and I've just received a message in the Zoom chat, somebody saying that, you know, that was nonsense, generally that we have to say, not what you said, but to talk about multilateralism much earlier is just a whole lot of nonsense, because there was an explosion of nationalism, and it was only midway through that the world really started to want to work in a multilateral way. And I think, look, we take comments and let's, you know, that's an interesting one, because we have to admit that there was an initial purely not enlightened, but just purely protective, which is human nature. You know, and I don't think anyone wants to blame anyone for that. That was human nature, and we're getting into the sort of more difficult parts of this. We don't want to look back to that. What we want to see is, how do we prevent this going forward? How do we acknowledge that this was the case? But that goes to the manufacturing, which is why this has been staged in this way, so that the manufacturing conversation is the last one that we have today. That, you know, nationalism took over. You know, it was very much it was very much me. But I feel that the geopolitics of it, a lot of the world has underestimated. I think the geopolitical sands that are shifting right now beneath our very feet, which I said earlier in the beginning, you know, I think there was, because we were all behind Zoom and because you couldn't see people face to face, there was a lack of understanding of just how much low-income countries and, you know, people in communities who we saw yesterday and you know, people at grassroots felt a resentment that the world had left them alone. And I think that is one of the things we have to fix in 2022. I think, you know, the perception is 99%, what they say, reality is 99% perception. So whether from your perspectives, you know, and you can tell that these are all diplomats around me, the non-diplomat in the room, and they're all squirming and going, oh no, don't let her ask that question. But Bernard, over to you.
I'm not a diplomat.
Okay.
No. First of all, I have to say, I'm not okay with this term nationalism in this context. We have to be taking into consideration that each government has, in our country, a constitutional obligation to provide health care for their citizens. So that's something our government did, and there was a lot of pressure to do so. And of course, at the same time, there is an international obligation. But it is difficult to balance that. Yeah. But, you know, this is not the notion of nationalism where my country is superior to other countries. It's not that, and that's why I have such a problem with this term. But it comes to the bottom line, we need to do both. We need to vaccine our own people, and we need to do our part that the world gets vaccinated. And that is not only solidarity, but it's this epidemiological sensibility. And I think, therefore, a multilateral system is extremely important, and it did an incredible job. I mean, $10–12 billion worth of funding for COVAX 1.5 billion doses of vaccine delivered. I mean, that is something. It's not enough, and we need to do more. That's why our government strategy has 4 pillars. It is about financing COVAX. It is about dose donations of those surplus doses that wealthy countries have. We can discuss that. It is about bilateral support through our bilateral development programs that are already established with our partner governments, and we can do a lot adding and topping up from these bilateral programs. And the 4th pillar is vaccine production, and there I also want to come in, and you know that Germany has a minority position there because we believe that working with industry, working jointly with industry is the faster path to success. And we're very happy that our federal president visited Senegal this week, and that the bilateral support that we are providing to the Senegalese government to enlarge the vaccine production in partnership with our French friends will be stepping in. And then you've heard of the news that BioNTech is partnering, and this is what we believe is the faster way to success. And success means more vaccine production sites spread over the world evenly. Africa has a far way to go with 1% of vaccines only produced in the continent. We really applaud the ambitious goals set by the African Union to reach 60% within a reasonable time span, and we are fully behind that project. But again, I think it's important that we do that in partnership with industry and not against it.
No, thank you, Bernard, and thank you for reaching into that difficult issue about the TRIPS waiver and your government's position on it, which, as you say, you're in a minority position, but it is problematic for us because, and we can agree to disagree, we can be diplomatic on this. We can agree to disagree for now, but we can also try to persuade you that in this moment that this is what we would like to see. And this is what we're hearing. I'm getting messages from my online people. Oh, they're loving this. They're saying the US backed the TRIPS waiver, but why haven't Canada and the EU shown solidarity with South Africa, India, and the 100+ countries that support it? So let me come to you, Josh, on that. It's a hot seat today, but it's a fireside chat.
It's an essential issue.
Yeah. Hi, mic is not working. There you go.
We're willing to speak with everyone and anyone at the WTO to find an agreement. We don't even have a text to work on. This is not an effective multilateral body dealing with this issue right now. And because the discrepancies are so large, we're very far from actually having a meaningful discussion about what the world needs and what the solutions are. I think Bernhard's being incredibly practical at saying what we don't need are 3 years more debates in the WTO. Yeah. What we actually need is to get production started, which is why we're supporting the mRNA hub in South Africa and are looking at other opportunities as well. We're trying to work with others to bridge the gaps in the WTO. We do think the potential is there, and we are happy to work in solidarity with South Africa, India, Europe, Switzerland, Germany, and everyone else. But that's a body that itself has to take responsibility for finding the right compromises. And we just haven't seen it yet. I think ACT-A is a model of effective multilateralism, seizing the urgency and coming together. It needs to be seen in other multilateral fora as well.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that was good. I don't disagree with you on that. I spent 5 hours in a meeting at the WTO just about 3 weeks ago, and I completely agree with you. I think some of these bodies have been set up to have endless conversations and endless arguments, and we don't want to be caught up in an endless argument. But surely there's a way in an emergency situation to shorten that conversation. There's somebody who can sit up. There is the G7, the G20, who can sit up, the world leaders, Canada, US, who can say that we're not satisfied with this. this, because for some it is, I forget where it is, it's Machiavelli about the status quo. For those who like the status quo, it is in their interest that it remains so, and they resist change. And that is what we're seeing, and I'm not mixing my quotes, I just don't have it all right in my head. But they're resisting change. So if the mechanism is what is getting in the way, then how about we shift the narrative? How about you say, together, collectively, that, well, this is the problem, is that we would like to see we don't want it to take so long, but we would like to see change, but it's at the moment, at WTO, it's taking too long, so that's why we're saying, it's not either or, it's both and.
We will proceed with discussions in the World Health Organization about what the world needs to be better prepared next time. And if that's the forum where we're going to have to tackle these issues, because other spaces aren't proving able to do so, we'll be happy to press forward, but taking a public health and a global health and equity perspective on these issues. So the new international instrument is something that we're very excited about, and we think can put in place a new framework for solidarity and cooperation to ensure that we're better prepared.
Yeah, no, I think, obviously this is a much longer conversation, and this is just delving into the issues. I'm going to go to Folake very, very quickly on this, because, we're going next into the manufacturing session, and, we've talked about multilateralism, we've talked about the TRIPS waiver, we've talked about bilateral donations. All of your countries have been incredibly generous. I think also that there is responsibility on our government's parts, and I have called them out. I've called African leadership out. President Ramaphosa has done an incredible job, and the head of his commission is here today. She finally arrived, Dr. Manzi, and she'll be speaking in the next, actually with you, she'll be co-moderating the next session. So she said you all should be prepared for fire. So that's going to be fun. Don't miss it. But Folake, what say you?
Recent development, and that's a vaccine delivery partnership, which is really bringing together collective efforts across various agencies, institutions to accelerate delivery of different tools, particularly looking at the vaccines. And so this partnership, again, is another example of what we needed to do, what needed to shift. So initially, the issues around supplies, we know, really plagued the response for the first year, maybe up to a year and a half. But with the improvements in vaccine supply, we realize there's another challenge that we're facing. That's a level of absorption and the speed at which it needed to be absorbed. So the creation of this vaccine delivery partnership is another excellent example of multilateral partnership which the United States completely supports, and we're really pleased to see that moving forward. The other thing I would say is that the pandemic itself was not necessarily a surprise. I think looking at a 100-year cycle, we knew something would be coming soon, especially epidemiologists that have been monitoring this for a while. What we didn't know was the speed and virulence it would take. That is really what I think took the world by surprise and made us to quickly pull our existing instruments and platforms together. But in the process of responding, we've also realized that these platforms are not necessarily adequate. And so reorganizing these in terms of new partnerships, as I mentioned before, not just at global levels, but also with regional institutions, the African Union, the African CDC, civil society, private sector. The way we've also worked in terms of getting vaccines from manufacturers into ports, into arms, from vials to become vaccinations, we've had to rethink all of this. How do we do this faster? How do we do this where there are no delivery systems? And yet we want to make sure there's equitable access everywhere. So it's really made us to bring in innovations, new thinking, and a new order in terms of the way that we are trying to accelerate the vaccines and the vaccination delivery. But again, let me expand this to other tools, which is really critically important. Looking at the diagnostics, we know that there are not enough test kits, and without adequate testing, it really comes into question, are we clearly estimating the burden and the effect of the pandemic, particularly in countries that do not have access to testing. So certainly there's much more that needs to be done in terms of collective action and efforts, but we're on the right track. And I think if we continue in terms of being open, learning as we're going, acting swiftly together, dialoguing, this certainly can be done. But let me end on this note. With the current administration, it certainly is a top priority. As you will recall, in September, the Biden-Harris administration convened global leaders in a global summit looking at ending the pandemic and building back better. The impact this has had in terms of the economy, education continuity, years of progress in terms of development, humanitarian, looking at the humanitarian spectrum, has been affected. So we do have to address this in a collective way, and it is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Folake. Absolutely, it is the right thing to do. It's the moral thing to do, but it's also the smart thing to do, for sure. I'm sort of looking at my online people to see what they're saying, and they're saying online that I'm not sure I should say this, but Seth's not in the room, so I'm going to say it. Nobody tell him, okay? Shh. But apparently COVAX has been one of the most effective multilateral platforms in this pandemic. Being run, yes, by United Nations organizations, but there's an issue of branding there, because a lot of you, I wanted to pick up on that, you've all spoken about funding COVAX, but COVAX is a pillar of the ACT Accelerator. So we have to start talking about the umbrella, because as Folake keeps saying that, FIND, who are the diagnostics pillar, others who are doing R&D in manufacturing, CEPI and Global Fund, who also have a replenishment meeting today. So hi, Peter, because we said we were going to wave each other hi across the waves. He had hoped to be here and actually do his meeting virtually from Abuja, but some of his bosses in his office said, no way, we need you on the ground. The real bosses, the people who give you the bits of paper, freaked out. But absolutely, we have to think about that collective umbrella, because what Folake says is right. That when Paxlovid, for instance, whichever antiviral it is, how do we get equity in that if we're not speaking about that particular pillar, if we're not speaking under the umbrella, the act swiftly together, as you said? I really like that. I want to go very quickly as we end to the socioeconomic part of this. And, Indonesia's presidency of the G20 this year provides an opportunity for the world's biggest economies really to stand in partnership with the rest of the world and aid both economic recovery and socioeconomic recovery of all countries by calling for equitable approaches, calling for us to act swiftly together. This is an opportunity. G7 in June, is it?
This week, the early...
Yeah, no, there's one meeting, but the leaders' summit is in June, yes. And all of what is collectively going on. Yeah. How do we do this?
It's constant repetition. I think that's the secret to it. We have to make the point, of course, also in a very difficult international agenda. So the early leaders moment that the G7 presidency will be organizing this week digitally will of course look also into other crises. So the health crisis is not the only one. And that's why constant repetition is important. That's why having a coherent agenda under the Act A is so important. It was great work by the Act A co-facilitators and the principals to come up with a coherent system of objectives under the Act A that is very convincing to ministries of finance. It will be important that this message will be conveyed over and over again. We all know the slogan, nobody's safe until everybody is safe, but it's not self-evident outside the circle of health experts. And that's why we need to make this point with more drama. Yes, funny to say that as a German, more drama, but we do need that. Why? Because there are so many issues that depend on a solution towards the pandemic. Education, we lost 2 years of education for so many children. I mentioned the social and economic downside. And that's why it's so important that we are consistent on this messaging, that we work towards the objectives of the Act A, and I hope that the G7 leaders will come up with a really clear signal. At least the German presidency is ready to deliver.
That's excellent, excellent. Excellent to hear. I love your point about more drama. You said with the straightest face and completely, we need more drama. I would have been dancing. Drama!
I do that later.
Okay, you're on. But we do. We need more drama. We need more collaboration. We need a once-in-a-100-year pandemic event requires a once-in-a-100-year level of global cooperation and global solidarity. And it is for that reason that I'm really, really thankful to all of you for joining us here in Abuja for Ports to Arms, because as we look at G7, EU presidency, United States, the Biden summit, we hope coming up soon. I won't drop you in the hot seat and ask you when that's going to be. Canada. You are our traditional friends and our partners, and we've sort of had a spat over the last year and a bit, if you like, and it is time for us to put all of that behind us and work together and celebrate, talk to one another, and how can we, Joshua put it just so wonderfully around the WTO issue. Is the best, really, quite frankly, the best way I've heard it put. I don't agree necessarily, but the messaging is more palatable than no, you must not, because you cannot do vaccine, because that's what you're hearing. So we have to find the messaging. Messaging about vaccines, when you talk about hesitancy, part of the reason that we've seen a lag in uptake is quite frankly, messaging from the high-income countries in the early part of the pandemic, when geopolitics was playing a play in this, when Brexit versus non-Brexit, when AstraZeneca versus Pfizer. You just don't look at me, just look straight ahead. So we're not making eye contact. I didn't say that to you. When those conversations were going on, those were some of the things when people were like, oh, okay, I may not want that vaccine because certain people say they don't want it. The decisions that we as leaders, Tian earlier in the CSO session said, those of you who, what was the term? Those of you who are called leaders. And, I thought that was powerful, because it was like, be a leader. If you're going to be called leader, be a leader in terms of global leadership. And this is that moment where we need to step up, because, as you said, COVID and climate are two sides of the same coin. This is a dress rehearsal for the main event. I really feel that. And if we can't get this right, how on earth are we going to get it right with either the next pandemic or a major climate emergency? So with that, I'm going to hand over to Stephanie for 1 minute of closing, and just go around all of you, just one, not a few seconds.
Okay, well, you've said it. We've learned a lot in this pandemic. We were caught unprepared, and it would be unforgivable to not learn a few lessons. The treaty which Josh mentioned, the new pandemic preparedness treaty, is really going to offer lots of opportunity in terms of equity, in terms of doing much better this time around, including this One Health dimension, which really engages us to think of health as a broad issue, one which actually includes all living dimensions and the care of our planet.
Thank you. Josh?
Great conversation. Let me make three points. First, ACT-A needs everyone's support. It is a comprehensive end-to-end solution, and it's not just about these 4 donors or the G7 or the G20. Every country, every company, every foundation needs to look at it as the umbrella solution that will help us exit the pandemic's acute phase this year. Secondly, we have to pivot it towards country-level delivery. We should not underestimate, and I say this as someone who works in a city that's been occupied for 3 weeks by anti-vax movements in our country, we cannot underestimate the complexity of addressing demand and concerns in an honest and open science-based way. And then beyond delivery, number 3 is, it is about leaving no one behind, and that means putting communities at the center and ensuring that those delivery conversations are led by women, are led by communities, have the engagement of the marginalized populations.
Yes, I liked that. Led by women, led by communities. Walaka, I'm going to finish with you.
So, if I knew the seat was going to be this hot. So while we must acknowledge the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on all our economies, efforts to mitigate the worst effects have saved millions of lives. And also from slipping back into further poverty and hunger. But we must do more. We must go farther, and we must go together. Every sector of development has experienced setbacks. Gender-based violence has increased, democratic backsliding, education, employment. But we must continue to work in multilateral ways to address these issues that affect all of us and use what we have learned to better prepare, I would say, to accelerate.
That's right.
Now, and also better prepare for the upcoming global challenges. The multilateral partnership was built and designed for this. Absolutely, we can do more, we can do better, but we can do it together.
Thank you. Bernard?
We can only do it together. I think that's the bottom line. Through several ways, but always together. If this pandemic hasn't taught us that we live on one planet and that we depend on each other, then I don't know what will teach us that lesson. So that is the way forward, working together, working through different complementary channels, and I think humanity has overcome many crises, and we will hopefully also overcome this one. By profession, I'm an optimist, so I want to end on that happy note, or that optimistic note, because it is our duty and our own obligation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to my esteemed panel. We had a great fireside chat. Nobody was listening. We had an honest conversation. We've agreed that we're going to work together towards some of our common goals that might be diverging at the moment and make them converge. Maybe, hopefully, we'll talk to those at WTO and those who we can push to see how things can be done quicker. We'll work on global pandemic preparedness. But most importantly, I think what we're all saying is that we're rejigging together the global multilateral system to make it more pandemic or shock ready, really, because both climate and COVID, two sides of the same coin. But most importantly, and this is for Bruce Aylward, who unfortunately is unable to be with us today, we're going to act together. And that we're going to ensure that the ACT Accelerator gets supported and funded for all parts of the world this year, not just Africa. So now I take off my Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance hat and my Nigeria hat, and I put on my global hat, and I say we must act together for everybody as much as we do for Fiji, as we do for Nigeria. Let's do that together. Thank you, friends, for joining me, and thank you for a great conversation. We're just going to have a quick photograph, and I think it's time for tea, isn't it? And we have about a 10-minute break, and then the final session. Thank you.
Can we please settle down? Let's begin our final session. Can we please settle down? We're going to begin our final session. If we can please settle down, I know it has been a long day, and we are looking forward to getting this final session started. Just waiting for a few people to have their seat. Please have your seat so we can begin. Thank you so much. We will have a lot more opportunity and time also after this panel to continue to network and exchange details. We're a few minutes behind, so we would like to begin now. Please have your seat. Thank you. We're waiting for a few more people to have their seat and settle down. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. It really has been an impactful day, and I think that we've been able to get a lot out of the sessions that we've had. And we do have one final panel. And this session is on building African vaccine manufacturing capacity, Africa taking control of her public health future. And we have our moderators here, who I'm going to hand over to. We have Dr. Luazi, and we also have Dr. Falake Olayinka, who was on the panel that we just recently concluded. And I'll hand over to our moderators. Dr. Falake, over to you.
Very much, and just testing this out. We are super excited to have this very important conversation. And as you've been here yesterday and today, you can see it has dominated the discourse, the dialogue that we have been having. The issue of vaccine manufacturing in the African region and continent, and look at really what is needed to build that manufacturing capacity and make it a reality. I'm really pleased to introduce our panel today. We do have a distinguished set of panelists. Before I do that, let me invite my co-moderator to introduce herself, and then I'll introduce the panelists.
Hello, yes. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Luazi Manzi. I am the head of secretariat of the AU COVID-19 Commission. This commission supports His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa in his role as the appointed AU champion on COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my co-moderator today. So I'm pleased to present the Honorable Minister, Dr. Zainab Shamsina Ahmed, the Minister of Finance and Budget and Planning for Nigeria. We also have here Dr. Stavros Nicolaou, Aspen Pharma, Dr. Richard Hatchett, CEO of CEPI. We also have Stacy Meyer, Vice President, Global Health, Johnson & Johnson. We also have with us, I want to confirm on the line, if we have Professor Amadou Sall, Institut Pasteur, Dakar, Senegal. I'm not sure he's on the line. And also Patrick Tipu, Executive Director, African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. I'm Dr. Falake Olayinka. I'm the Global Immunization Team Leader for USAID based in Washington, D.C. I also serve as the Lead Technical Advisor for the agency's COVID-19 Vaccines Access and Delivery Initiative. And I'm pleased to be your co-moderator today. we'll go ahead and get started. And so just to set the stage a little bit, this has been a centerpiece in terms of the capability for African countries and the region to manufacture vaccines. The COVID-19 pandemic has further elevated and highlighted the urgency and the need for this. We know in our routine vaccines, less than 2% of the vaccines are produced in the continent. It's basically dependent on external sources of vaccine supplies for diseases that we know really are top killers within the region. And so with the COVID pandemic, it has really brought to the fore the questions around, can the manufacturing capacity in the African region be built? What would it take? We know there are issues around financing, access to financing, quality assurance. We also know there are regulatory issues. What would it take for the region to move beyond this and make this a reality, both in the near term, medium term, and longer term? And so with this, I set the stage, and I welcome you, and I'm going to start with the Honorable Minister of Finance, Nigeria, to give us some perspective on the issue of vaccine manufacturing in the African region. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Dr. Falake. Let me congratulate Dr. Yardi and colleagues for organizing this very important forum and for choosing to hold it in Abuja. And again, to welcome all our guests into the city of Abuja. Today, the COVID-19 has expressed how vulnerable we are in Africa in terms of sufficiency of vaccines in the country. While we manufacture 1 to 2% of the vaccine that we require, we consume about 25% of the vaccines globally. And this means that we really are not going to be able to meet up with the needs that we have, even on a routine basis, not to talk about in a situation like now where we have a pandemic that is at hand. So this pandemic has brought to us also an opportunity to really look very deeply into what do we need to do as Africa, and who should we be reaching out to work with us, to support us, to invest in vaccine manufacturing in our continent. Because what has happened is clearly that there could be instances where a pandemic happens and vaccines are produced, yet we don't have access to them. And that's exactly happened. That was something that people just talk about that could happen, but it actually happened. So it means we have to be ready for the next pandemic, and also to be able to meet the vaccine requirements even of the now within the region. Nigeria as a country is making some progress in terms of being able to establish domestic manufacturing. We have a company that has been set up in partnership with a private sector participant, Mayor and Baker Nigeria Limited, and the federal government have formed a company that we call the Via Vaccines. So it's a joint venture endeavor that will be producing vaccines that are required, not just the COVID-19 vaccinations, but there are so many processes that we have to go through to be able to meet the global requirements of being able to be one of the countries that is able to produce vaccines in Nigeria. We hope that with all the push that is happening now, that we will come to the point where we really get the waiver for trade-related aspects of the intellectual property, because I understand that's one of the real stumbling blocks for our countries, and not just for the COVID-19 vaccine, but also for vaccines that are important, especially vaccines for immunization of our children. And if I may just also say, to be able to invest in vaccine manufacturing, there's always the issue of access to finance. We've seen some private sector participants that have the potential to be able to produce. We have manufacturing, pharmaceutical manufacturing companies in Nigeria, but we don't have any that is producing vaccines in any reasonable point. And the constraint for them is access to finance. So we must look at how to enable businesses to access financing at costs that are reasonable, even if as governments we have to be able to extend some support to de-risk the borrowing so that they can borrow at lower costs and be able to set up quickly and also be able to meet the kind of volumes that we require, especially in Nigeria. So access to finance is challenging, not just in Nigeria, but largely also in the African continent. That also needs to be addressed. We need to look at how to maybe create some kind of financing tools that can help businesses in terms of setting up pharmaceutical manufacturing companies.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for really sharing those perspectives, particularly drawing out the aspects of access to financing and innovative tools that we need to really also put in place to overcome this barrier. I want to turn to Richard Hatchett and see, what are your perspectives?
Sure.
Yes, I think you have to.
I think one of the things that we have realized through observation of the response is that the outcomes that we have observed are directly related to the way the system was configured when the pandemic started. Despite the efforts of COVAX assembling a new mechanism, on the fly during the response to offset the results that we anticipated of vaccine nationalism, vaccine hoarding, the outcomes that we have observed relate to the way the system was structured at the beginning of the pandemic, and it has highlighted the inadequacies of that system. The landscape has changed dramatically over the course of the pandemic on a number of fronts. First, in the validation of new tools, new vaccine platforms, the mRNA platform very prominently, the viral vector platforms that J&J and other partners have brought forward, and some even the protein-based platforms. It's also changed in terms of the political will that has been mobilized. You asked, is it possible for Africa to coordinate its efforts? One of the most salutary trends that we have observed during the response to the pandemic has been the emergence of regional focus, regional concentration, regional effort, and I think that's exemplified nowhere better than in Africa through the efforts at the African Union. And finally, Honorable Minister, you mentioned the challenges with finance. I think we, at the beginning of the pandemic, CEPI, as we tried to stand up our vaccine development efforts, tried to mobilize at-risk financing, working with international financing institutions, and they did not have the mechanisms. They were not ready to extend financing at risk, to engage in technology transfer, or the at-risk expansion of vaccine manufacturing. We've seen a change in the disposition of the international financing institutions, and in fact, CEPI is now partnering with many of them, with the World Bank, with IFC, with the Development Finance Corporation as a technical partner to support their efforts and their desire to move, to increase vaccine manufacturing. So I think what we are seeing is a rare convergence of political will, scientific advance, the mobilization of finance in a way that creates a rare opportunity to advance vaccine manufacturing. The other thing that is really important is that some of the technologies, I think they're, as I said earlier in a press conference, they're, in discussing vaccine manufacturing in Africa in the past, many would say, it will take decades. There's so many issues. You mentioned some of them in your opening remarks. so many issues that need to be addressed. I think with this convergence of effort and every alignment of effort, we can shorten those timelines dramatically. And I'm very optimistic for the future.
Thank you so much, Richard, for that. I think you're bringing a focus in terms of the alignment of a number of important factors for this to be a reality, including political will, scientific innovations, and a shift in the way financing is assessed. I'd like to turn to Stacey. What does this mean from your perspective as the Vice President in J&J Global Health Programs?
Can you hear me? So first of all, I just want to thank Yodi and the Planning Committee. I know to bring together the caliber of delegates that are here today, it's not a simple task. So I want to say thanks. And I think for many of us in the room, as had a chance to meet many of you, it's a pivotal moment because for many it's the first time in 2 years to actually be able to be on a plane and have a vaccination certificate and go through the process of paperwork in order to get here. So it's truly an honor. And if I think about the journey that we've been on, and for Johnson & Johnson, Africa and the commitment to Africa has been there from the start. And it started initially with clinical development, where we made a choice to make sure that Africans were included in our clinical studies. The second area was around implementation studies, and Dr. Manzi, you mentioned that, and it is true. It's real-world evidence that we are learning from, and I think it's one of the hindsight moments where we all have to realize the pandemic we're flying the plane and we're building it at the same time. So having real-world evidence is critical to the success for populations around the world. The third area is around the agreement with the AVAT and the first of its kind, and Johnson & Johnson entering in to the agreement to provide up to 220 million doses to member states across Africa. And last but not certainly least was the decision and the commitment and the choice that we made from the start to put manufacturing on the African continent. And that's with our colleagues at Aspen Pharmacare. And I want to say it's been a pleasure and a journey to see the evolution and the IP transfer and making sure in terms of the quality and the delivery of vaccines, where we are now at a point where we are delivering millions of doses on a monthly basis, delivered here on the African continent. Also, just to share that we are at the advanced stages of a potential licensing agreement with Aspen, and we are really hopeful it will be finalized and that it will be the first time that a manufacturer is making vaccines on the African continent, I should say an African manufacturer on the continent. So all of this, I think, if we look back over the last 2 years, is really incredible advancement on so many aspects, the clinical aspect, the development of real-world evidence, the pooled procurement and the innovation that Africa has taken for Africa, and then the fact that the manufacturing is on the continent. So it's really, I think, we're learning. It's not something that we all knew what the end would look like from the start, and I think that's part of this as we continue to advance in these discussions.
Thank you so much, Stacey, for that. I see that Dr. Patrick Tipu is now with us, the Executive Director, African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative. You are most welcome. We're just doing a quick tour in terms of perspectives on the very critical question about the capability for vaccine manufacturing. How far is it? How near is it? What would it take for the African region to manufacture vaccines? Of course, the COVID vaccines and the technology are right in front of us, but also other vaccines, routine vaccines for childhood and other preventable diseases. So I'll come to you, Dr. Patrick, in just a moment, but let me turn to Dr. Stavros here to share his perspective.
Thanks very much to both the moderators. And may I also echo the sentiment of all the colleagues and commend the organizers for putting this together. It's a pivotal discussion, and it's indeed a great pleasure to be here today to share some thoughts with you And I think to advance what is probably, in any pandemic, the most critical aspect of security of supply of vaccines or other medicines for that matter. There have been many highs and lows throughout the past 24 months and many different learnings. And I'd have to say, for me, the single biggest learning of the many learnings we've experienced is that local capacities solve local problems. You can never rely or depend on others in a time of need. It's human behavior, human nature, and you have to have your own capacities, your own capabilities on the continent, so that whether it's this pandemic that you're dealing with, because we don't quite know what trajectory it's going to take yet, we're certainly not out of the woods, whether it's this or any future pandemic, we've got to ensure that this narrow window of opportunity we have to develop local capacity on the continent, we seize, we grab the moment, and we ensure that there is delivery. So what are the two single most important areas in developing local capacity? I'm going to take a slightly different view here. The first is an obvious one, and that is technology partners, having technology partners. Here I'd like to commend Stacey and the J&J team. J&J have demonstrated an intention from the beginning to partner Africa. Certainly the partnership between Aspen and Johnson has been remarkable in many respects. So remarkable that over 160 million doses of COVID vaccine have been produced here on the African continent, most of which will go into African arms. So technology partners and selecting your technology partners are critical. And Stacey, I think we got lucky and we've got a great partner in J&J. Now let me move to my final point. And if there's any take-home message today that is critical for me, it's the following. Africa continues, and the finance minister will be, of course, will know this better than anyone in the room. Africa remains a serial importer of medicines. Now that makes no sense to me, because if you've got one of the worst disease burdens of any continent, why are you importing all your medicines? Surely over a period of time, progressively, you would have been able to develop your own capacity so you service your own needs. But the more we talk about it, the less it happens, regrettably. And HIV antiretrovirals are an excellent case in point. Africa consumes 65% of ARVs globally, yet we import over 90% of those ARVs. It makes no sense to me. So how are we going to get this right? The single biggest thing here for me, Minister, is the multilateral procurement agencies and the donor fund agencies need to start procuring from African companies. It's not the first time that Africa will be putting up capacities. We've seen this across the continent. We saw it in the DRC. There are many different parts of the continent. But if those demands are not sustained, if the procurement agencies don't buy from African companies, inevitably you shut down those capacities. And we simply cannot afford that, neither for this pandemic nor any future pandemic that we might have to face as humanity. So to close off, we need to plan between pandemics, not at the point where there is a pandemic. We've got a unique moment now to press the button for local capacity to be built, but we need the agencies like COVAX, Gavi and others to start placing orders on African companies. 2 billion doses have been set aside or procured by COVAX. There isn't a signal yet that any of those are going to go to an African producer. We need to change it, and this is an excellent platform from which to do it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, highlighting the opportunity and really the transfer technology, but also the issues of procurement. We're getting further and further into the discussion. We're going to come back to that, and Dr. Mwanzi is going to come back with a few questions. But before I hand over to my co-moderator, let me invite Dr. Patrick, if you'd like to weigh in to share some perspectives where he is online. You're welcome to share your perspectives. Dr. Patrick Tipu.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a great opportunity, and I'm very, very pleased to be part of this panel, and it's a real honor. Just a slight correction, I'm Mr. Patrick Tipu and not Dr. Patrick Tipu. But I want to start off by saying that the point that Stavros has made with respect to market and procurement from African suppliers, I think cannot be overstated. It's a fundamentally important point, because if one for a moment just imagines that with a wave of a wand we could have everything in place that we desire, from a workforce, from regulatory capability, technical capability, infrastructure, supply chains with all the raw materials, etc., this thing will come crashing down if it's not sustained by market uptake. And so I think that is a critical point that we have to apply our minds to in terms of how this is going to be shaped going forward, not only for the rest of our COVID-19 experience, not only for other pandemics, future pandemics, but for routine vaccine production as well. Because I think one needs to recognize the point that pandemic readiness is reliant on warm facilities. And the only way to keep facilities warm and in operation so that you can gear up in the face of a pandemic is if you're making routine vaccines. And you can only make routine vaccines if people are buying it. And I think that all the stakeholders collectively, we need to apply our minds to this conundrum. How are we going to shift from the current design of how procurement happens in a way that incentivizes the current investments into vaccine production on the continent and those that are envisaged in the future? So I think that's an important point to note. A second point that I want to share is that when one looks at the capacity building, you can basically break it up into three buckets: drug product, capability, and we've seen a lot of that unfold on the continent at speed, and that's very, very positive and encouraging. And then we have the issue and the challenge of drug substance manufacture. And we haven't really crossed that line when it comes to COVID. There are a few capacities dotted around Africa that have drug substance manufacture for yellow fever vaccine, etc. But that needs to be expanded. But the point I really want to make here is that we also need to focus on vaccine product development capability building, because that is the real capability that breaks the cycle of dependence. And I'll leave it there for a moment. There is much more to say, but I'll hand back to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
I was asked to wait for 3 seconds and then it would come on. If I may, I'd like to make some opening remarks and then I will turn the conversation back into the panel. The Partnership on Africa's Vaccine Manufacturing has set a bold target for Africa to produce 60% of its required vaccines by 2040. And to date, 17 AU member states are at various stages of manufacturing maturity, with 5 of them, that being Ethiopia, Egypt, Senegal, South Africa, and Tunisia, with existing drug substance and awful finish capacity. Recently, 6 countries, that being South Africa, Tunisia, Senegal, Egypt, Nigeria, and Kenya, were announced as the first countries, African countries, to host the spokes of the mRNA hub established in South Africa. Now, at the same press briefing, which was held in Brussels after a historic AU-EU summit, we witnessed bold leadership from His Excellency the President of South Africa, His Excellency MC Ramaphosa, who is also the AU COVID-19 champion, when he called on the EU to approve the TRIPS waiver, and this is the TRIPS waiver as South Africa, India, backed by the AU and more than 100 member states, have actually tabled it. He called for the approval of that particular iteration of the TRIPS waiver, to allow us to manufacture vaccines now and for future vaccine manufacturing, as Stavros and Patrick, our colleagues, have pointed out. He sharply called on vaccine procurers, particularly those who are big buyers, such as COVAX being powered by Gavi and CEPI, etc., to buy African biotech. And this ultimately is to ensure the sustainability of Africa's biotech sovereignty agenda. And when the commission was launched, the COVID-19 commission was launched, your colleagues were there. I don't think you were there at the meeting, but your colleagues were there. He actually had a specific address for them, and it was specifically along these lines that you've got to buy African biotech. Now, I would like to first start with the issue of the TRIPS waiver. We are told that the TRIPS waiver negotiations at the moment were about 70% of the way in getting the things that we asked for. There are about 6-7 points of convergence of around 10 points that we're negotiating. We won't go into the technicalities of that. And when the president made his remarks at the press conference, we saw how there was a bit of an awkward moment, a couple of awkward moments, as and I put this as the article put it, as the EU colleagues struggled to respond. Those are not my words, those are the words of the journalist. You know which article I'm talking about. Minister, Honorable Minister, if I may be so bold as to put the Minister on the spot. Minister, just now the AU Commission and the EU Commission are going to have a college-to-college meeting, and we must come to an agreement. It's been 2 years. There have been almost 6 million lives lost. We've lost 200,000 healthcare workers to death. Many, many more to the great resignation. People have been sick, they've lost their livelihoods. 2 years of negotiation for a time-bound agreement to waive IP rights so that anybody can manufacture tools. At the moment, the Americans are saying only vaccines, all right, we're talking about vaccines. What must we tell our politicians to do when they get to that college-to-college meeting? Must Africa bend the knee, or must the knee come off Africa's back, or rather Africa's neck?
Africa must stand tall as a proud partner and demand to be given what is right. Not because it is our right, but because it is the right thing to do. We cannot continue to just be the ones that are buying and buying medicines. He called it medicines, so vaccines and so many other things. And we're not developing ourselves in the process. The COVID-19 has provided to us the ideal opportunity to collectively push. And I hope us as leaders, and also our leaders that have the opportunity to go out there and will stand up and speak without any apologies, that these rights must be given. Because the inequity is not only resulting in the loss of lives, but also threatening the development and the growth of our children, and that is threatening our future. So we must ask for what is right of us. I'm sure all of the countries that have started that have been developing, they must have at some point gotten a push as well. We need that push to be provided, and we need it to be provided to us as partners, not as people who are just being helped. We see situations beyond vaccines, and I'll give an example of Nigeria. We have a lot of partners in Nigeria that help because we have a humanitarian crisis in the Northeast. And at some point, we had children that were malnourished. And these partners insist that RUTFs will be imported and brought into Nigeria. We have partners that insist they will bring in rice and bring in palm oil. These are things we produce. And at a point when we engaged them, they said the production process here has some defects. that the peanuts, which we produce a lot, and black-eyed beans, which we produce a lot, the storage is not, the storage is not good enough, so there is some chemical built up in it. But these are things that can be addressed by R&D. Why would we now keep being subjected to importing basic items that we have that with a little bit of support and partnership we can actually produce here? So in addition to vaccines, even routine immunization, we're not able to, medicines for routine immunization, we're not able to produce here. We produce things like anti-malarials, paracetamol, but you still have partners that import the same drugs. We had an issue with one of the financial institutions that insisted we're going to do financing, that they were going to import mosquito nets. And we're like, we do produce we have malaria problem. It's a bad situation, and we lose lives because of malaria, more than that we lose lives from COVID. But they were insisting that we needed to import mosquito nets. I said, okay, hello, we don't want the financing in that case. So we have to ask for that support, and we have to ask for it as a matter of urgency, and these rights, IP rights, need to be approved now so that the countries that are ready to go can go. Some of us, Nigeria, we're not at the first level, but we're also doing all the efforts, and it will help everybody. I think the slogan is, once we're not able to support everybody to be vaccinated, then no one is safe until the last man is vaccinated.
So, Honorable Minister is saying that we are sticking to our story. That's our story, and we're sticking to it.
Yes.
I'm going to follow up the question a little bit, Minister. And this is because the negotiators are saying to us, if we go all, we've got two options. We've got an all or nothing approach, or we can shoot for the stars and land at the moon. And they're saying that if we go in all or nothing, we are risking losing it all. What does Minister have to say? How does Minister react to such advice?
Well,
Considering that we are now
I
going
know
into this
that in a
negotiation.
negotiation, that first of all, the partners have to be seen as equal, and there has to be some consensus. So we have to work together, both sides, to be able to have a landing that works and that is useful. It shouldn't be an all for nothing. It should be, let's get the best that we can at this time, and then in a couple of months, a year, we sit again and review where we are and push further from where we are.
Thank you very much, Minister. I think that is very clear leadership. Stacey, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to also put you on the spot, but don't worry. I'll ask the question in a way that's going to work for you. One of the things that I commented on when we were discussing the issue of these negotiations is that I've noted, and it's not just in the vaccines area, this was in another meeting, not in this particular summit, that during these negotiations, manufacturers themselves have actually stepped up and decided to go the voluntary licensing route of their own volition. When I say own volition, I'm assuming that this would have been carefully considered, calculated, etc. We've seen it with Johnson & Johnson. We're seeing it now with Manuverica, right? They're going to be licensing through the Medicines Patent Pool. And of course, Land SA has just decided that that's what they're going to do right off the bat. Was this a strategy? This is a strategy for you that, and I think one of our Canadian colleagues kind of intimated to this that, the TRIPS waiver, it's the negotiations are happening. It means that there is some kind of a paradigm shift. We need to actually remodel our businesses to actually step in line with this paradigm shift.
So I think from the start, as I said, we really have been committed to Africa in the many aspects. And I think in terms of manufacturing and learning, we have from the beginning and all along built a global manufacturing strategy. So our supply through Aspen, supporting both COVAX and Africa, and to be able to shift and maneuver based on availability. I think Patrick's comment around keeping the facilities warm. So in thinking about, and not knowing the end in mind, but knowing that we need to act, we need to build our manufacturing, and need to be able to be ready. And so in looking at that and being able to implement in 4 continents around the world, which Africa was one of the continents that we put manufacturing on, and having the ability to be nimble while all along in thinking for the long term for Africa, and being able to work with a partner who can basically be a local manufacturer and have insights and license locally in the country, was an evolution along the way, and also a commitment in the importance that we take in Africa in our approach.
Thank you very much. So, Richard, you've heard the President, you've heard the colleagues. I have a very simple question for you. Are you going to buy African products?
Unfortunately, my answer is CEPI doesn't buy African products.
I'm sorry, let's say COVAX.
But
yes.
look, I'm not. Let me speak with candor. I'm not in a position to put Gavi, to commit Gavi. But Gavi has a track record in terms of its procurements, where price is a factor, but it is not decisive, and they have made procurements for precisely the kinds of reasons that you have talked about, to support manufacturing capacity, particularly as you know, Gavi procures lots of vaccines from India, and initially those decisions were often to support the expansion and sustainability of Indian manufacturing. And so I think it is completely consistent with Gavi's past behavior that as they look at procurements going forward, as vaccine manufacturing capacity establishes itself here, that they would support that. But to be candid to the audience and to all, I am not able to represent on behalf of Gavi, who is the procurement arm of COVAX, but it is entirely consistent with our goals to see the expansion of vaccine manufacturing capacity.
No, thank you very much. We understand your inability to commit, and we also understand what you're saying about the past, or rather the reputation of Gavi to actually support. What I want to just check is that on the issue of pricing, the prices are going to be high in the beginning for all of us, because we're going to have to charge high prices. And you have said that the pricing is one of the factors that you take into account, or rather, let's say, Gavi will take into account, COVAX will take into account. Is there a possibility that there could be an in-principle, I don't want to say commitments, but at least an in principle that you would say that notwithstanding the starting prices, we will support African manufacturing by purchasing African biotech?
When I said that pricing is a factor, I also said it's not decisive, which is as much to say that yes, if there is vaccine manufacturing, because it's strategically important, and I'd actually like to widen the aperture just a little bit beyond the immediate question of COVAX purchasing of COVID vaccines and talk about pandemic preparedness more generally. Establishing vaccine manufacturing capacity in Africa, you're right, will result initially, likely in, the doses that are produced may not necessarily be cost competitive with the world's lowest priced vaccine, but it is strategically critical for vaccine manufacturers in Africa to be supported and to be sustained. And it is in everyone's interest for Africa to have the ability to respond to its own infectious disease crises, to produce vaccines. And I think it's incumbent both on the countries outside of Africa that are providing various kinds of support through financing mechanisms to Africa, but also to African countries, as you say, to support this capacity as it is developed. And it is there is a premium that the entire world is going to have to pay to be prepared to respond to future pandemics. And that is a cost of living in the 21st century. And we all need to internalize that. And if it means, flowing funds into critical infrastructure that we all need, we are going collectively to have to do that.
There is a premium on pandemic preparedness. I really love that. I'm sorry to make the conversation small, but Patrick, I'm coming to you just now. It's just I want to check with the minister something. On the same line of questioning, Minister, yes, the big procurers of vaccines must procure, but Africans must also procure the vaccines. Yes, many of us don't procure vaccines because we do rely on the donor sort of situation, but there are some of us who are able to buy vaccines. How do we then mobilize African states to buy African biotech?
Thank you very much. Actually, the leadership that we've seen under His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, where the African leaders came together and formed AVAT, is a classic example of the region working together to help itself. So through AVAT, at least Nigeria, we have ordered for vaccines through AVAT. We paid for the vaccines. At the beginning, the vaccines were not coming for quite a couple of months because there were a number of issues. We understand that they're able to supply now to the timelines that they committed to us. But we also have the donated vaccines that we have here in country that we want to use up and consume before the ones that we paid for come in. So, and apart from just the purchase of the vaccines, we saw also African ministers of finance coming together and thinking through how do we manage the fiscal crisis that has arisen out of the vaccines. We're meeting constantly under the support of UNECA, and also the multilateral institutions supported us as a collective with debt, let me say debt suspension. It wasn't a debt, but those things we were able to get because we were going out as a collective. So we're not going as individual countries asking for support. We went as a collective, and it shows us since then that we can actually do more if we work more together as a region than individual countries trying to do it on their own.
Thank you very much. How much time do we have left? Because I would like, we still got time. Patrick. Patrick, we've had quite a number of discussions on market shaping because, and I'm focusing on this issue because I think we've seen a lot of support, money being pumped in to build the manufacturing infrastructure, etc. Our main concern is market shaping. We've now spoken about who should buy vaccines. What other aspects of market shaping should we be considering as well? And I'm talking here all of society. I'm talking here how we position African biotech as premium products. So the regulatory framework becomes then very critical for that. So what other elements should we be considering in terms of market shaping? And then Stavros, I'm going to come to R&D and invention science with you, and then that's where I'll wrap it from there. Patrick?
Yeah, so I think that if one expands this whole concept of market shaping, then it involves everyone. So it's all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, even the child or the person who receives the vaccine, normally paid for by governments or donor agencies. And I think we've got to envisage a future where we're not only thinking about manufacturing in Africa for Africa, but we're thinking about manufacturing in Africa to become part of the global supply chain. So there needs to be this diversification of product, the diversification of technologies, diversification of location. And because then you can spread the risk and you've got multiple sources of supply that can be tapped into in pandemic situations. I think it's critically important, and it's this drum that I beat all the time, that this is not only about COVID, and we've got to see this beyond pandemics. The ability that other jurisdictions or other locations have had to respond at speed to COVID, both on the R&D side as well as on the manufacturing side, was because of facilities and capability that was already in place, number one, because they had an appetite to take the risk and put time, effort, and money into it, that we've experienced this amazing achievement of having a vaccine after a year and having doses available after a year. So I think that my point is that we have to think out of Africa as well, but this is a point that our governments need to wrestle with and put their money where their mouths are. And I think to an extent, South Africa has demonstrated this in terms of the way it has incentivized the partnerships with between BioVac and Pfizer for routine vaccines, and between BioVac and Sanofi. And that's a thin edge of the wedge.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Stavros, we need to get to a point where Africa invents. We invent API. We invent drug substance. We invent platforms. What's it going to take?
One has to get the basics right here first. It's no use aspiring to significant R&D projects when the point I was making earlier, we don't even have the ability to sustain formulation capacities on the continent. So getting backwardly integrating into drug substance is significantly more complex. So the very first step is, let's get the procurement dynamics right first. Okay, let's get the African companies to build up their skills base. So you start with formulations, and so you move up the value chain. We can't start at drug substance, which is highly complex, when you don't have the foundations underneath it. And I'm afraid to say, at the risk of being repetitive many times today, the single biggest element to that is to sustain the capacities that you have right now. It's a sad indictment when governments on the continent have provided either grants or tax allowances to install local capacity, but then you don't get the volume throughput. You know, manufacturing is all about economies of scale. You don't get economies of scale. Unfortunately, you have to downsize those facilities. We've seen so many facilities on the continent downsize, to the extent that, to the best of my knowledge, there isn't a single facility that manufactures basic penicillin on the continent. Certainly in our country, South Africa, we had 3 penicillin manufacturers. We don't have a single one today because there was no sustaining the demand on the continent. So that for me is the single biggest thing we have to do. I should just respond on R&D incentives and how do you incentivize. So incentives go hand in hand with developing local capabilities and skills. And what is another sad indictment is how many good scientists we lose on the continent. You know, we train all these people. I do a bit of lecturing at Wits University every now and again, and I see very good people cannot be retained on the continent. This is the talent that so not only are we outsourcing our manufacture, not only are we leveraging out our volumes for others to create jobs and taxes and all the rest of it, but we're also losing our people. So the best way to keep them in the continent is, let's get sustainable volumes through our facilities. That will give people confidence to remain on the continent. So my final comment is, far too many times I've seen highly qualified postgraduates leave because facilities downsize or they shut down, even worse. So the skills element is such a critical element to go hand in hand with any R&D, or for that matter, any formulation aspirations we have on the continent. Lwazi, can I make one final comment?
Yes.
On premiums? You know, we were discussing premiums earlier, right? Premiums are and the finance minister will really appreciate this comment. Premiums are a lot more simple than I'm paying $1 a pack more for a medicine. And I'll cite many studies that have been done, including one in South Africa with antiretrovirals, seeing that I mentioned them earlier, where for every $1 that you paid more in price, you're creating $3 of injection back into the economy. So your economic benefit back into the economy through that flow through is 3 times more in that instance. So the only time a premiums are going to make sense, with the example I gave you, is if you're paying $4, okay? Right, so when we discuss premiums, we've got to be scientific about these things. Far too often, all I see is a basic price comparison. And that's not what it's really about. And very, very lastly, many times African producers are able to produce competitively and sometimes even less expensively than the imported product.
True.
We just need to be given that opportunity, and that should be a clarion call today. COVAX, Gavi, please come to the party with African manufacturers.
Well, thank you very much for that. Actually, I wondered about that, whether there wasn't a multiplier effect in any event, from a premium. So thank you so much for actually pointing that out. Thank you very much. I think my round is done. Thank you so much to my co-moderator.
Thank you so much for that. And let me just pick up. In 2017, the heads of states across Africa signed the Addis Declaration on Immunization. And they made 10 commitments. The 10th commitment was to increase African capacity and production of vaccines in the region. That was 2017. The pandemic, as we've all agreed, has been a real lever to say we must do this faster and sooner. So I'd like to hear from you, and with this, you can also include your closing remarks. I've heard opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. I've heard discussions around the TRIPS waivers, access to financing as a major issue, but also the opportunities around coordination, AVAT being a great example. So just take 30 seconds each as we wrap up. Are we close to this? From your view, what are the immediate next steps? And we'll do this very rapidly. 30 seconds. Give us your final statement on this. Stacey.
That question, our COVID vaccine is actually our first vaccine to manufacture in mass production. Thankfully, in the past, we have in development for both Ebola and HIV vaccines, which actually allowed us to respond. So in 15 years of research and development in that area, it only allowed us to use science to respond. So I would say, backing to 2017, it takes time, and we all need to be ready for the moment so that we're prepared for the next pandemic. And my closing comments, just to say that Johnson & Johnson, we are committed to the health of Africans, and we are committed to Africa. Challenges require problem solving, and problem solving means we must collaborate. We must listen, we must gather insights, we must learn from each other and work together in this. It also means we must plan. And I think that's one of the things in evolution for Johnson & Johnson where we have the ability to better plan. And as you had mentioned, the matrix versus the structure. And we're turning there. That's the turning point where we can now work with our partners at COVAX and Gavi and AVAT and say, here's 2022. let's work together in how we do this.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
last but
Stacey.
not least is just around when we think about manufacturing is not to forget everything else. So if we make it and we can't get it there, we haven't solved in terms of building cold chain capacity and some of the work that's being done through Gavi and IFPM so that we enable that and we transfer skills and we develop that for the future. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard.
Let me just say that we have a tremendous amount of momentum that has been built up. I want to welcome WHO's announcement on Friday about the extension of the mRNA hub to the other countries in Africa that you mentioned before. I understand that it is public now that WHO has also today announced the designation of Korea as a global biomanufacturing training hub, and Korea is intensely committed to supporting the efforts here in Africa. And let me just conclude by saying that CEPI, as we turn towards our next 5 years of activity, we have our CEPI 2.0 strategy supporting efforts to expand manufacturing so that we have geographically diverse, more equitably distributed manufacturing is a critical part of what we're doing through our partnership with PAVM, through our partnership already with Institut Pasteur Dakar, through our support for manufacturing innovations, and through our efforts to create manufacturing networks globally. So I'm very optimistic.
Thank you. Patrick, we're going to go to you on the screen.
Yeah,
30
I think
seconds.
that we must differentiate between a
Please
I think
go
we
ahead.
must differentiate between a statement of commitment and commitment. I think commitment is evident when there's a plan that gets embedded and resourced, and I think that was lacking until COVID came around. Thankfully now, I think we have a plan been built from both sides of the bridge, as it were. We have the PAVM, the Framework for Action, the rallying around a compelling vision, stakeholders around the same table, and that needs to gain momentum. But we also have individual company and country initiatives that are underway already. And my dream and hope is that these will come together to build a strong, sustainable industry across the continent that will change the face of how we appreciate ourselves and how the world appreciates us.
Thank you very much. The optimism, it's really strong and building up. Stavros?
Two very brief comments, and they really segue from what I was saying earlier. The first is that we need to turn sentiment into action.
Mm-hmm.
So in far too many occasions, there's a lot of warm feelings, and we all embracive of it, and we all applaud all of these initiatives. But none of it will count for anything, not least of lives that are lost in the next pandemic, unless we start putting those into action. And the procurement example I've cited many times today is a classic example of that. You know, kind of show us the orders that get placed, and then I think we'll start believing. The second and final point I want to make is we must never, ever underestimate our capabilities and our ability as Africans. Far too often, I traverse the continent, not so much in the last 2 years, but in my previous role at Aspen, and you pick up some inherent Afro-pessimism. Right? We've achieved remarkable things as a continent during the last 24 months. I could sit and cite many, many of them. Amongst the biggest clinical trials run ever have been conducted on this continent. We were one of the first, Stacey, in the world to produce Johnson & Johnson vaccines, right, under contract manufacturing. In fact, the first in the Southern Hemisphere. Our scientists have excelled during this time, and the list is endless. So we should never, ever underestimate our capabilities. We can do it. We've done it. We've demonstrated it. I mean, who would have imagined the company I work for is actually the leading supplier and manufacturer of general anesthetics in the world outside of the United States. So if you're doubting an African company, there's a good news story for all of us. So I'm ending off on a high. I'm saying we can do it, but we need to turn words into action. And it's been a great pleasure participating in this and interacting with all the colleagues on this podium. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chavez, for that. And I will give the last word to the Honorable Minister of Finance, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Ahmed.
Well, thank you very much for that. And very quickly, just to say that the COVID-19 pandemic has brought out the best in us. I'm trying to be optimistic here. It shows us that when we work together, we can do more. And therefore, together as African countries, we must ensure that we actually establish vaccine manufacturing. And to address this, we have to address the barriers to the regulatory environment, the barriers of scale and demand certainty. So we have the scale and there's a demand, but somehow things are still not coming together. We must unlock financing, the right type of financing. We must protect local skills and access to technology because we're losing skills out of our countries. Valuable skills are fleeing our countries. We must also strengthen coordination amongst the member states, internally with domestic private sector participants as well as with global participants. And at least in Nigeria, COVID-19 helped us to strengthen our healthcare infrastructure. So that's an opportunity that we took. And then if we're able to do all of this, there will be public health benefits. They will be visible. We will be able to see clear improvements in our capacity to manage responses. We'll be able to develop products that are Africa-specific, and we'll be able to serve our people better.
With that, I'd like to thank you all for joining this panel today, and to Patrick also on the line. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again to our panelists. We just ask that you stand up for a quick photo op. We are coming to our very final session, and it really is just on closing remarks and reflections on the political leadership and how to look forward after the last 2 days of talks and considerations that have happened here. And we are hoping that once we're done and we're wrapped up, there will be a lot more progress in terms of understanding how to swiftly create equity, delivery, and manufacturing in the continent and for the global south. So again, thank you very much to our panelists. Another round of applause, please, for them. So to go ahead and begin this next session, I know we're all tired and it's been a long day. And again, we have to say thank you for being here with us and for all of your contributions. So to close up this conference, I'd like to first of all call on His Excellency, who is the Secretary So I would like to call on the convener of this conference, Dr. Ayode Alakija, who will be speaking from the podium and will be providing the closing reflections, political leadership, and how to look forward. And I would also like to call on and also recognize his presence, as he will also be contributing to this conversation as well. His Excellency, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, and he's also here in his capacity as the Chairman of the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19 in Nigeria, His Excellency Boss Mustafa. Please, can we recognize his presence with a round of applause? We welcome you, sir.
Wow. What a day. Your Excellency, the Chairman of the Presidential Steering Committee, we want to welcome you and thank you very much for being here and joining us for this closing session today. It's been quite an amazing couple of days at the PortsToArms Summit in Abuja. The eyes of the world, as President Muhammadu Buhari said in his address to us earlier, the eyes of the world have truly been on Abuja, Nigeria. As one of the participants and the lead of the CSO session, Tian Johnson of the Africa Alliance and one of my colleagues on the Africa Vaccine Delivery Alliance also said. He said 20 years ago the world gathered in Abuja for the Abuja Declaration. Now 20 years later, again, the world comes to Abuja, and will this Abuja take us forward? Will things move forward? We've heard so much. We went deep into the communities yesterday. We went into North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa. We heard from activists all over this continent. We heard from people as far away as Pakistan who gave us their views and their experiences through the COVID pandemic and what it is, the damage it has wrought to communities, that it has wrought to lives. And then today, we also dealt with gender yesterday. I must not forget that. We had a session on gender and what is the gendered perspective of this pandemic, what is the gendered lens. We were led in that session by some incredible women and also joined by some wonderful male allies. Richard Hatchett, CEO CEPI, was here as a supporter in that session. We've covered so many issues, from starting all the way back. Women and communities, we heard, need to lead this response. We had some significant announcements of funding and also new innovations. The US government announced a significant contribution at the press conference earlier this afternoon, where they were joined by governors of Lagos and governors of Ekiti, as well as multilateral partners, CEO Gavi, WHO. We heard from Dr. Tedros this morning, who was with us live for a couple of hours and followed the conversation online. We've moved across the global frameworks, from bilateralism to multilateralism, our collective opportunities at the G7, which is also happening this week, that we are feeding into, and also the G20. We've had the leaders of the G7 from a health perspective here, Germany, represented here by Bernard, who has just popped outside, and Stephanie Seydoux, representing the presidency of the EU of France. We've had a deep dive into what's happening in communities on the ground here in Nigeria, with some ideas around innovations and mechanisms to accelerate vaccine delivery and uptake. But what we've learned is Africa must stand tall, step up to the table, which we are doing. We've learned that this is a pivotal moment, an opportunity to transform our approach to ending COVID-19 for the continent and also for the world. Just now you heard about manufacturing and the incredible opportunities there. My colleagues, Stavros, who's walking around across the room now, from Aspen, the manufacturing company in South Africa, colleagues from Pharma, Patrick Tipu, my colleague from Africa, who's on the Africa vaccine production mechanism. So, our call from Ports to Arms is that communities are at the heart of our response. We want to be top down, but also we want to be bottom up. My sister, Dr. Manzi, who suffered through so many continents to get here because of snafus with PCR testing and just the actual demonstration. And Dr. Manzi is here representing the President of South Africa as the coordinator of his COVID commission. We've started banging the drums loudly for the rest of the world to hear our voice. We across Africa, we are ready. We have the capability. We have shown you we're ready. We have shown you we have the capability. And it is time. There is an opportunity in this moment of crisis. And as we look ahead to future opportunities for global leaders to listen to the voice of Africa and the voice of Africans, we call for our African brothers and sisters. We call for our leaders to be heard, because it takes a village. It takes a village to get anything done. Nobody can do it alone. Europe cannot go it alone. America cannot go it alone. Asia cannot go it alone. Africa cannot go it alone. We are one. We are together. We are under one umbrella. We act together. We act as one. In the words of Paul Farmer, our dear friend and colleague who we lost this week, the idea that some lives matter less is the root of all that is wrong with the world. Let us work together in Paul's memory to right that wrong. I wrote in the British Medical Journal in November last year that we would meet in Abuja. I was then just speaking prophetically. I had no idea what this was going to take. We would meet in Abuja to shift the balance of power, to bring all of you, the Ogas at the top from the global north, to bring all of you, the global north leaders, the whole of the global health infrastructure to Africa, to ensure that everyone has a seat at the table. And we hope that today we have brought different voices to the table, and we hope that we can all step up together before it is too late. Before we have variants emerging out of the places that have not been vaccinated, out of the places where there's no diagnostics, and out of the places where there is no hope for treatment. Paxlovid is a dream for many, many, many people in the low-income countries of the world. So with that said, on my closing reflections, we're looking ahead to future opportunities for global leaders to listen to us. Indonesia's presidency of the G20 this year provides an opportunity for the world's biggest economies to stand in partnership with the rest of the world to aid both the economic recovery and socio-economic recovery of all countries by calling for equitable approaches to end COVID for us all. It is not just about vaccine, it is about all the tools. So I put on today my hat as the special envoy and as co-chair of the principals group of the ACT Accelerator, and call for equity in diagnostics, treatments, and vaccines, and as well as strengthening of all health systems. It is not either and, it is either or, it is both and. But again, I cannot end without talking about the geopolitics of this moment that we're in, because Indonesia is in the G20, but Nigeria also should be part of the G20. We need Africa at that table. We need to agitate. There is a moment in this crisis to agitate for a geopolitical shifting of power. And so we make that call from Abuja to the world to say that it is time not just to have one of us at the table, it is time to have the biggest economies, all of them together at that table, not just as observers and for a photo opportunity, but to be equal partners, staring eye to eye, having a conversation about what we do about our common world. Because when Omicron hit us as a global community, we got lucky. It was more transmissible. I don't even know that we got lucky, because it was more it's wrong to say that, and I apologize. It was more transmissible. Maybe it felt less severe to some, but we still don't know the effects of long COVID. We don't know what this is going to do to the economically productive members of our community. We don't know what it's going to do to people who are suffering from tiredness and suffering from all the sort of neuromuscular, whatever, effects of this disease that is a novel virus, and we don't know what it's going to do. I remind people all the time that HIV/AIDS started as a small, mild flu-like illness, and then it was only years later that we began to figure out what havoc it could truly wreak. This is not a health crisis. We've looked at it through a health lens. It is not just a health crisis, it's a socio-economic crisis. It's an education crisis, it's a gender pandemic. It is all of those. It's a geopolitical crisis as we hear the drums of war beating in Europe. So this is the moment for us to come together from this place, from Abuja, to act together as one. And those are my reflections for over the last couple of days. It has been my greatest honor and privilege to welcome you all to PortsToArms. And as Jon Arne Rottinger, who's the Global Health Ambassador of Norway and also co-chair of the Facilitation Council of the ACT Accelerator said, it's PortsToArms, but also arms back to ports, as Africa begins to manufacture her own vaccines, her own tools, her own diagnostics, her own treatments, her own PPE, and begins to export them to the world. So let us grab that opportunity in this crisis. And with that said, it is my greatest honor and my greatest privilege to welcome today His Excellency, the Chairman of the Presidential Steering Committee of COVID-19, because he is here today in that capacity, who will close this meeting. Thank you, sir, for your leadership. Thank you, sir, for your steering as you do. Well, initially it was a task force, now it's a steering committee, Nigeria through the right way in this pandemic. And thank you for joining us here today. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for the honor of this invitation. Before I present my remarks, let me just remind myself when I heard Dr. Yodi speaking, And giving her reflection of this meeting, I had to pinch myself to remind myself that I was at a health meeting, but the oratory was more of a platform for international discourse. So thank you so much for that presentation. The Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, the Director of Africa CDC, the CEO of SEPA, the CEO of Gavi, the Assistant Secretary General to the United Nations and co-chair of ACT Accelerator, Dr. Yodi, in your capacity as a special envoy, all participants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen of the press. I am very delighted to make some closing remarks at the conclusion of the second day of discussions at this very timely high-level conference designed to appropriately position the African continent in sustaining the gains she has made in the fight against the global pandemic of COVID-19. It is very fortuitous that this high-level conference is speaking to one of the major outcomes of the recently concluded European Union, African Union Summit held in Brussels, where 6 African countries, Egypt, Kenya, Senegal, South Africa, Tunisia, and Nigeria, will receive the needed technology to produce mRNA-based vaccines. This will no doubt improve Africa's accessibility and ensure equity in availability of vaccines. We look forward to capitalizing on this important transfer of expertise for the health and well-being of our people, especially as we do acknowledge the importance of partnerships for research, development, and innovation, such as those offered by the Coalition of Epidemic Preparedness Innovation Center. Over the course of these 2 days, leaders from across Africa have shared their experiences and challenges in addressing COVID-19 at both subnational and country levels, from Benin to Zambia, Sao Tome, Kenya, Senegal, Cameroon, and more. I sincerely thank you all for taking time to be with us in person and online virtual. It is very important that I also appreciate the Emergency Coordination Center, the African Vaccine Delivery Alliance, AVDAC, Wilton Park, and the Nigeria Economic Summit Group for their collaborative effort that has provided an opportunity for some of us to meet again in person since the outbreak of COVID-19. I am sure this opportunity would help us to maintain all connections and also build new ones. I particularly appreciate the robust perspective from the civil society organizations that was part of yesterday's discussions. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, you would all agree that it is through collective efforts that we can bring an end to COVID-19 across the African continent and across the world. The lessons learned from the success stories we've had so far further lend credence to the need for working together so that we can meet vaccination targets by pooling resources and access to COVID-19 tools needed to protect and treat our people. I'm pleased to inform you that the Presidential Steering Committee continues to provide the needed leadership for Nigeria's fight against this pandemic. Not too long ago, we organized and hosted the National COVID-19 summit, with the team pushing through the last mile to end the pandemic and build back better. This summit attracted the participation of relevant stakeholders and encouraged Nigeria to lead the process of galvanizing the support of other African countries to end the COVID-19 pandemic and address inequities in the distribution of life-saving health commodities, technologies, and manufacturing capacities. Furthermore, in pushing to meet the African target of 70% vaccination coverage to ensure we save lives and livelihoods, the Presidential Steering Committee is retooling its current vaccination outreach strategy to ensure greater coverage of the rural communities. Nigeria remains committed to accelerating vaccinations and decentralizing much of the system to eliminate the bottlenecks currently in place, stopping vaccines getting from ports to arms. We have all listened carefully to the challenges faced in protecting our populations from COVID-19. From those challenges highlighted by the governors, I'm glad you had a couple of them this morning. Reflections on experiences by the Director General of the World Health Organization, the CEO of Gavi, and the World Bank, as well as from global health leaders, CEOs of industries, NGOs, and multilateral organizations. It is very pertinent that we work together to strengthen our health systems so we can take up the COVID interventions we have now at our disposal and the ones in the pipeline. To keep the tempo, we must step up to meet vaccination targets and vaccinate our people to keep them and others safe. We are happy for the reassurances of our international friends and supporters of their continued support for financing, planning, and delivery of COVID-19 tools. The US government has been our far biggest donor and partner in this time of need. I therefore want to use this opportunity to call on other bilateral and multilateral partners, as well as our African brothers and sisters, to further expand areas where partnerships and support can be improved and made more productive and equitable. Finally, we've heard from a host of experts, the private sector, and others about the promise of manufacturing capacity and capabilities on the continent. On behalf of Mr. President, who I believe warmly welcomed you yesterday, or is it today, and the Presidential Steering Committee on COVID-19, I want to assure you of government's readiness to continue working collaboratively with all the relevant stakeholders, as this approach was very instrumental to the progress we've made so far as a country in tackling the pandemic. I want to pause here to say that never in the history of our country have we seen the measure of support that we received, even from the private sector, in fashioning and crafting our national response to COVID-19. The CAR-COVID, which was a private sector-driven initiative, supported immensely in raising resources and also the provision of the necessary tools in our response to COVID-19. Africa should ensure that the transfer of the mRNA technology for vaccine production be made a reality to help bring some balance so the African continent can be a master of our own destiny with sustainable capability and capacity to manufacture COVID-19 vaccines and other medical interventions. Africa as a continent is plagued not only with the coronavirus, and its attendant consequences. But we're still dealing with some level of medical challenges, even in the area of our health infrastructure. As we prepare for the final sessions of this high-level conference, I want to urge all of us to live with more determination and commitment to push COVID-19 pandemic out of Africa. And for those of you that are still going to be around tomorrow, I understand you would have a day of visit to different parts of Abuja as part of the tourist attraction attendant to this meeting. I want to ask you that as you savour the beautiful weather of Abuja and Nigeria, when you return home, for those of you that are coming from the temperate climes, take with you back the warmth of our people and also the generosity of our weather. I thank you so much for your kind attention, and you're welcome.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Your Excellency. As wonderful as it is to say hello, unfortunately, the every hello has a farewell. And this is the end of this part of PortsToArms, but it is not the end of the road. As you see from the where is that banner? I don't know where it's gone. The road banner there. Equity is not an instant, is not instantaneous. It should be, but it's not. It's a road, a very long road, and one we must all be willing to travel. So as we all set off on our journeys, I wish you safe journey for some of you who are leaving early tomorrow morning. For those who are going to remain, I wish you fruitful deliberations in the rest of your meetings. I want to say thank you. But before I say goodbye, I want to recognize my team. I want to recognize my incredible team of young people, young Nigerians. Please be upstanding. Please be upstanding. Anne, Bolanle, Danielle, Andy, Musa, Alaye, Faith, Charlie. This is what young Nigerians can do. This is a conference and a summit of international standards pulled together. Where's Kumbi? Pulled together by young Nigerians. This is what Africa can do. So I want to thank you all, team. Thank you very much for doing Africa proud, for doing Nigeria proud. To my sister, the Honorable Minister, thank you very much, Ma. Thank you for spending the whole day with us. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you so, so much. To UNICEF, Peter Hawkins, your team, your media team, your health team, just everybody in that office who have just been so incredibly helpful and supportive over the last couple of, well, not just last couple of weeks, but you have helped hold up much of the infrastructure and the health and the vaccinations in this country. And I may wear the hat of a special envoy from WHO, but I tell you all that I'm everybody's envoy and my heart is UNICEF. So thank you for your incredible hard work. Thank you for everything. Wilton Park, represented here by Nancy Lee. Nancy and I, please stand. Nancy is an incredible leader of global health. Incredible woman. Incredible, incredible sister. Thank you, Wilton Park. We started this together, this journey together over 1.5 years, almost 2 years ago, online. The very first conference was online almost 1 year ago to this day. So thank you, everybody. This is just my vote of thanks. And the last thing I want to say, which I hadn't realized, is that today marks the 6th anniversary, 2017 to 2022, what's that, 5? Sorry, I can't count, I'm tired. Or was it 2016? Hajia, do you remember We were in Norway. Today, this is the anniversary of the Oslo Humanitarian Conference. Can you believe that? There are no coincidences, and all of these images you see around you also come from that region of Nigeria, the work that we did and everything that we did together with you partners. Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you as you go home and as we meet again later tonight and as we host you to a reception tomorrow evening. We welcome you into our homes, we welcome you into our hearts, and we say, remember that Africa can, and as Kobam Zasuko sang earlier beautifully today, we go win, oh, we go win. Thank you.